British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 876, Advancement to Prince Consort. The sister-in-law's initiative was simply delightful, and Alan Wilson was even a little intoxicated by it, because the other party was a princess. How long do you want me to wait? You keep teasing me, but never take action. Princess Margaret, who had broken away from the contact, stared at the culprit who blasphemed the princess, and could no longer hide her true thoughts. What do you want to do to me? Just keep going like this. But I already have a bond, and this may be unfair to you. Alan Wilson was affectionate, but he still did not withdraw his salty pig hand. Expressing a completely opposite opinion to what he said was unfair to you. The sister-in-law, who was in love, could no longer remain indifferent to her brother-in-law's cheating. I just want you to love me. This. Alan Wilson's eyebrows flashed with struggle, and he seemed to be in a very tangled state. I dare not. If one day you wear a wedding dress and marry someone else, I may not be able to bear that scene. I will go crazy. Margaret. Such shameless remarks simply put the princess of the dynasty in the position of mistress, and no one would agree to it. Don't think too much. At worst, I won't get married and never go back to London. Margaret stared at the man's face and proved with her actions how terrible love brain is. Alan Wilson was also shocked. He looked carefully at the face that was very similar to Her Majesty the Queen. Wasn't he tempted? That was impossible. Who could remain indifferent to the favor of the princess at this moment? What you said is true. You really want to be with me like this? Alan Wilson asked God for the last bit of mercy in vain, but in fact he was just asking for an excuse with a clear conscience. When Princess Margaret nodded, the big mouth of the Imperial Commissioner had covered the princess, greedily expressing his determination to be the current prince consort. The atmosphere inevitably heated up. It's just that Lang Lang Kyankan postponed the real highlight, and it was still a bit careless to ignore it in broad daylight. But the window paper has been pierced, and both of them know in their hearts that some things that should happen will happen sooner or later. Thinking about it carefully, the Imperial Commissioner with ill intentions and the princess obsessed with love have been bound together for many years. Neither of them can deceive themselves. They have imagined that they would reach this point. Reason has played a role, but reason cannot solve all problems. Just like this time. The night in Penang is still hot. Once the volcano suppressed by reason for several years erupts, it is enough to break through any obstacles. With the cooperation of the royal princess and the Imperial Commissioner using their power, no one will come to defend the majesty of the royal family at this time. In the middle of the night, with suppressed exclamations and gasps, Alan Wilson completed the transformation from the Imperial Commissioner to the current prince consort, holding the princess who was as comfortable as a kitten, and in pain and joy. Alan Wilson sighed proudly. Being a man who has achieved what I have today, I have no regrets in my life. Now I can say that I'm not afraid of death. Don't talk nonsense. People who say such things in movies don't end up well. Margaret's lotus-like arms stretched out from the quilt and covered the man's mouth. I just let you take advantage of me, and you want to die now. At least you have to get my consent. How can I bear to die? I just want to express that the best way to face fear is to overcome the fear. Oh my god, it's like a dream. Alan Wilson took out a cigar and lit it. A red dot appeared in the dark room. Faced with such praise, the sister-in-law who successfully gave away half of her buttocks couldn't hide her happiness. Although she felt a little uncomfortable, her wish for many years was realized in one day. How could a little pain calm her heart full of love? Look how proud you are. You must have thought about this day many times, otherwise you wouldn't be like this. Princess Margaret accused, but her voice was full of temptation. It was obvious that this man also loved her. How could I not have thought about it? But you are a princess. I still have a family. I'm afraid of hurting my family. Alan Wilson took a deep puff of his cigar and shook his head. In the end, I still lost to my instinct. I'm going to be a cabinet secretary. I made such a big mistake. How can I benefit society in the future? What? This can't benefit society? Princess Margaret's face turned from sunny to cloudy, but was covered by the night. However, he immediately lost the environment to think about whether he was wrong. The Imperial Commissioner was in high spirits and wanted to score twice. Before dawn, only Her Royal Highness was left to relieve her fatigue and fall asleep with a sweet smile. As for Alan Wilson, because he was busy with work recently, he went out to find a big calm critter with a tired body. In fact, he just wanted to find a place to catch up on his sleep. It must be said that he was not energetic when he was benefiting India in New Delhi. Looking back at the peak of the past, the most beautiful women who went to British India were caught in one fell swoop. This scene can no longer be reproduced. What we should think about now is to live out the value of life and benefit the society better. This special year, Alan Wilson still has a lot to do. One eye is staring at the direction of the Suez Canal, even when he wants to sleep, and he has been in contact with the new Persian Gulf Commissioner at a high frequency. As a representative elected by the Calm Critter Group, Coker will always keep an eye on the progress of urban construction in Penang. Alan Wilson does not object. He hopes that this big calm critter can play the excellent qualities of the boxing capital and do more boxing when he has nothing to do. Time is money. If it is completed one day earlier, it can also be profitable one day earlier. If necessary, some dishonorable means are also acceptable. Anyway, in the Malayan colony, as long as Alan Wilson pretends not to see it, there will be nothing to do today. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Zantang. It is really glorious to come to my humble place. Coker brewed a pot of tea and took out desserts to entertain the biggest local snake in this place. I'm not tired, it's all for the benefit of society. He thought to himself that only the princess was tired. How dare Alan Wilson say that he was tired at this time after receiving the praise from the royal princess? He was loyal to Britain. In fact, sometimes I really don't know what to do with you. Many colleagues think that you may become a hidden danger to the colony. Of course, I don't think so. We still have a lot in common. After all, they were the class that he personally supported. Alan Wilson didn't want to be unhappy with these people after leaving office. The stability of Malaya will definitely have a place for these successful people. He has great expectations. Why didn't your highness come to visit with Lord Zantang? Coker's words almost choked the Imperial Commissioner, who was concerned about national affairs. How could she know that AI Zantang had been successfully promoted to the current emperor's son-in-law? Your highness may be tired. After all, members of the royal family don't have to travel so hard. Alan Wilson changed the subject without leaving a trace. The railway in West Malaysia will be started after the city construction is completed. At that time, the supporting facilities will include power grids and water conservancy facilities. With your current strength, you cannot provide help. Fortunately, I can still think of a way. The control of the world's water resources is controlled by several giant groups, just like agriculture is controlled by the 4 major grain traders. This has to be mentioned by the French. Like the 4 major grain traders, France also has a place in the control of water resources. Veolia in France is the only large group in the world that focuses on environmental services decades later. By integrating water resources and treating wastewater, it has blossomed in many places around the world, with annual revenue reaching 45 billion euros and earning 100 million every day. Even the top 10 water companies in China cannot match Veolia in terms of total business. Veolia's strength is obvious. Veolia and another French Suez Environment Group have a strong influence on the water supply systems of many countries. Together with the United States, they have divided the world's water resources. The old rival was so terrifying that Alan Wilson decided to help his wife's company get a share of the pie. He couldn't let that suspicious ally leave his close friend of 800 years too far behind, starting with the Malayan colony. In fact, Alan Wilson, the non-staff chairman, has begun to point out a clear way for his wife to swallow up Australia and water and electricity to help Britain consolidate its influence in Australia. Pamela Mountbatten is contacting the headquarters in Perth to investigate Australia's water and electricity situation and prepare to intervene. Now, due to limited knowledge, Su Yang, Coker and others don't know the power of water and electricity. When they grow to that point in the future, they will find out how terrible the industry of the Queen of Sarawak is, which can affect the livelihood of the entire colony. But now, there are benefits to not understanding. At least I live happily. There is a saying that people have the right to be ignorant. Knowledge represents conspiracy and crime, but ignorance has a certain dignity. You can't let people get what they want with knowledge if it doesn't benefit them. Would you give a drunkard brandy? Just like the case of Princess Margaret, for the sake of the dignity of the royal family and the happiness of British citizens. Alan Wilson could not reveal his happiness of being promoted to the current prince consort. When this round of construction is completed, I can go back to work in my homeland. Alan Wilson was full of emotion, and one hand naturally covered the hips of Her Royal Highness, as if declaring some kind of ownership. I really can't imagine whether the citizens should be happy or sad. Princess Margaret's eyes were shining, and she didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing for the senior commissioner who was about to be promoted to the homeland, to return to her homeland. I should be happy. There are not many social public tools like me who are selfless and concentrate on benefiting the society. Alan Wilson said this, and asked in a low voice, "Dear, are you feeling better?" "Well, okay. Princess Margaret glanced at the man angrily, thinking that this question had a bad intention. It's really a matter of conscience. What's wrong with caring about Her Royal Highness's health? Isn't this also to express love for the royal family? Chapter 877, Large Construction and Nuclear Bombs. He worked tirelessly to travel thousands of miles away, and who was the ultimate beneficiary? Wasn't it the UK? Wasn't it the royal family? Thinking about it this way, it made sense to have the favor of the royal princess, and he had a clear conscience. The princess also needed him. If he wasn't worried that Princess Margaret would fall in love, would he have waited until today? If the people in the 5th department knew you were like this, they might come in and cut you off. Princess Margaret threatened her brother-in-law with a sly smile. Then can you let them do that? Reaching out and holding the princess in his arms, Alan Wilson asked for forgiveness on his face. "Maybe for my safety, I should ask for your consent and take an artistic photo of you or something." Thinking of this, Alan Wilson was faintly excited. He was a private collection, and he only needed a princess, and he didn't even let the female prime minister go. This time, the two of them were getting into a rhythm of getting better and better, and Her Royal Highness was also much more proactive. In time, Alan Wilson believed that Her Royal Highness could still bring out greater potential. This is a secret. The two people who were jogging in parallel embraced each other and looked at each other, repeating their agreement. HMPH, for the British Empire. Princess Margaret said the man's catchphrase with a look of disgust. Also for the reliable government, to be passed down from generation to generation. Alan Wilson followed up with the next sentence reflexively, and then the two stiffened for a long time without saying anything. Princess Margaret's good start made Alan Wilson feel that things might not be so bad in 1956, the year when the British Empire fell. The problem is actually very simple. As long as there is no problem in the Suez Canal, it is not unsolvable for Britain to solve any problem. It is necessary to keep in touch with the new Persian Gulf Commissioner, an old colleague. The two agreed that, although British Africa is large in area, it is not as important to Britain as the Middle East and Malaya. This is not considering that Africa is the place where the colonial countries have the strongest power. Today's colonial countries all have colonies in Africa and can help each other. The situation is still quite stable. Before John rushed to his new post, he had already told other countries that there would be no situation similar to Sudan. Britain would never evacuate irresponsibly and unilaterally, putting the territories of other European countries in danger. France has increased its troops. The French army in Algeria, together with the local French immigrants, has exceeded 800,000. People who don't know would think that France is fighting a world war. Various signs indicate that Algeria's oil resources are indeed valued by the Paris government. Alan Wilson, who had not yet returned to Kuala Lumpur, looked at the giant Lana Turner billboard outside and the smoke-filled construction site, blew a whistle, and entered the telegraph room to send a message to John. To disintegrate the soil for guerrilla infiltration, it is necessary to control the population. In fact, France's urbanization construction can provide useful experience. Malaya is currently carrying out urban construction. If France wants to concentrate its population and its own production capacity is insufficient, Malaya can help. Anyway, we are also providing raw materials for Iran's needs, Egypt's dam, Dubai's airport, and British Africa's urban construction. We don't need France. The useful experience that Alan Wilson mentioned refers to the crushed shipbuilding. In fact, this kind of stacked community was also introduced by the Soviet Union from France. In France, it is called cheap social housing. It was funded and built by the French government to accommodate model housing for the bottom of society. Therefore, it was not only Alan Wilson who did this. He just felt that after 10 years of accumulation, the Malayan colony could now afford the cost of city construction, so he started to do so. The French had done this a long time ago. If the French were more sincere, they would want to fundamentally disintegrate the Algerian resistance, break up the Algerian community, and centralized management would be inevitable. After all, neither Malaya nor Algeria had the weather help of the Soviet Union, and the guerrilla warfare was put to rest in one winter. The cold weather in the Soviet Union not only pitted Germany, but also had its advantages. For example, the Soviet guerrilla warfare did not play a big role. The fundamental reason was that when winter came, the supply of a large number of guerrillas would become a big problem. In that kind of climate, a heavy snowfall would really kill people. The Northeast had that kind of weather. After a few winters, the guerrillas who stayed in the ravines froze to death more than those who died in battle, and finally had to flee to the Soviet Union. Although Algeria has a large area, the situation is only slightly better than that of Egypt. The same large area of land is part of the Sahara Desert. The 800,000 French troops are suppressing the rebellion, while migrating the population for urban construction. This two-pronged approach may be useful. Considering the unity and self-protection of Britain and France, Alan Wilson is willing to share the useful experience of Malaya in urban construction. When Jared Edward was the High Commissioner, he specially established Chinese villages to curb and prevent resistance to Britain. Alan Wilson is essentially standing on the shoulders of giants and coming up with an advanced version. As for whether France's own industrial capacity is sufficient, as long as the French are willing to speak, he is willing to communicate with London on this matter. He himself has no say in this matter. In essence, the pricing of Malayan industrial products is in the hands of London. As the Deputy Secretary General of the Overseas Assets Management Committee, he can speak, but he cannot have the final say. The scope of speaking is mainly that Britain can get a share of the war in France. As for the war money, if the French are willing to maintain the unity of Britain and France, this matter can be done. Although Britain also complained about the Algerian war, if France really had to shed blood and sacrifice, it would be good for all colonial countries. For the sake of the pound, Britain would not be hostile to France. I'm so damn good to France. Don't let others suspect that I'm a French spy. Alan Wilson, who sent the telegram, shook his head and smiled bitterly. The seals of 6 countries did not seem like a joke, but a fact. The rest depends on what the French think. He has already sent out all the goodwill that should be sent. If Pamela Mountbatten had not had the support of many French shareholders, he would not care about this matter. 2 days later, Alan Wilson returned to Kuala Lumpur with his sister-in-law. Pamela Mountbatten took out the documents sent by Elisa. It's a policy-making document with Hong Kong. Elisa put it down and left. It's about the entertainment industry. Alan Wilson took out the documents from Hong Kong and said, Hong Kong's urban construction started earlier than here. Some industrial policies can be implemented here, such as the entertainment tax. The British Hong Kong government levied an entertainment tax of 17.5% on the entertainment industry, which also included movies and theaters. This time, the urban construction also included the increase of movie theaters. Of course, the investment was made by the French Woodpecker Company, which could save the colonial government's funding. Alan Wilson, when developing Malaya, always worked tirelessly. I don't know how much energy he spent to get Hedy Lamarr, Ingrid Bergman, and Vivienne Leigh to agree to help. I've kept you busy. Pamela Mountbatten glanced at her husband and said, there's one more thing. Washington is talking about buying uranium ore, because the uranium mine is jointly operated by me and the Australian government. What do you think? Alan Wilson's face changed, and finally he smiled helplessly. Sell it. What else can we do? It can be cheaper than the uranium mine in the United States. During Eisenhower's tenure, in addition to the impressive Daejeon, the United States nuclear arsenal expanded rapidly. Most of the more than 20,000 nuclear warheads in the United States were produced during the Eisenhower period. By the time Kennedy took office, the number was close to 30,000. Eisenhower arranged a massive retaliation strategy. Its essence is to strengthen nuclear weapons deterrence and reduce conventional force expenditures, that is, to reduce the size of the US overseas garrisons and defense expenditures, and achieve US national security. Now is the time when the number of US nuclear weapons is rapidly expanding, just like Daejeon, and it is normal to express interest immediately after learning that Australia has uranium mines. I thought you would object. Pamela Mountbatten chuckled. Aren't you always wary of the United States? There's no way to stop it. Australia has the same attitude towards Britain and the United States. Basically, it will respond to any request. If Australia doesn't object, then we are the only one left. Alan Wilson shook his head slightly, but he was not pessimistic. Actually, there is no problem. If we don't sell to the Americans, we have other sources, so we won't offend the United States. Since the Bandung Conference, hasn't the United States spread rumors several times that it will deploy nuclear weapons overseas? In fact, in the original history, the time when the United States deployed nuclear weapons in Britain was very coincidental. When Britain finally agreed, the Korean War had already broken out, but it was not yet the time for MacArthur to express his rash attitude towards nuclear weapons. Britain had just agreed to the deployment of nuclear weapons by the United States, and within 3 months, MacArthur clamored to use nuclear weapons. This statement made Britain regret it. Now there are no American military bases in the United Kingdom. After MacArthur's honest performance, it is estimated that Britain does not want to increase its own targets when facing the Soviet Union, let alone think about it. Where do you think the United States will try to deploy? Pamela Mountbatten asked with great interest. The defeated countries are the easiest to control. Germany, Italy, and Japan are unlikely to escape. And the country that fears the Soviet Union the most, the Turks, dare not even look to the north when they pee. As long as the Americans open their mouths, the Turks will probably agree sooner or later. I just don't know how long it will take the United States to achieve its diplomatic goals. It could be a few months to a few years. The influence of the Italian Communist Party is still quite large. I don't know how long the wrangling here will take. Alan Wilson's mind raced. The nuclear missile bases in Italy and Turkey, weren't those the source of the Cuban Missile Crisis? Chapter 878. Proliferation of nuclear weapons? Pamela Mountbatten was full of disbelief. This is really surprising. Using other countries as a shield for the United States. Once the United States does this, I have always wanted to deploy nuclear weapons in Malaya. It will be much easier if someone sets a precedent. Alan Wilson was very happy. Without a little real stuff, these independent leaders who feel good can't be suppressed. Unlike Truman who just talked, but didn't do it, Eisenhower was in another stage. Deploying nuclear weapons reduced the size of overseas troops. When it came to the next stage, it was even more powerful. The garrison had to expand and deploy nuclear weapons. As the Cold War deepened, Americans began to get better and got used to the role of world hegemony. Then how many nuclear weapons do you think Britain needs? Although Pamela Mountbatten didn't like the arms race among countries, she couldn't help but pay attention. At her current level, politics and business have long been inseparable. With the successful commissioning of the Blue Light missile, strategic bombers and nuclear submarines, 1,000 should be enough. Alan Wilson gave his own number with one hand on his chin. We are not like the United States and the Soviet Union, who pursue absolute numbers. We just need to expand the nuclear arsenal to a level that cannot be ignored. We cannot build nuclear missile silos on the mainland. Alan Wilson felt that this number was enough. In fact, Britain, France, and China all established a minimum nuclear deterrent. They all had 300 to 400 nuclear bombs, unlike the two crazy people in the United States and the Soviet Union, who calculated it in tens of thousands. If the Blue Light missiles in service are used and a few more nuclear submarines are built, this number will be about the same. It is enough to safeguard the interests of the United Kingdom without relying on the United States, which is better than anything else. Have the Americans realized the value of Australia? Pamela Mountbatten stopped worrying about the national level and asked about the interests involved. This requires data support. Is the United States still an iron ore exporter? Is it still a steel exporter? Alan Wilson answered without thinking. If it is no longer, this requires careful analysis. We must step up the exploration of Australia's mineral resources and get as much as we can. Given Australia's geological environment, it should have withstood wind and sun for who knows how many years. As long as there are mineral deposits, they are usually not buried very deep. Also, it is better to lose some money at the beginning than to get Australia's hydropower. With these two things in hand, plus your current share of mineral resources, Australia will not be able to escape. Similarly, New Zealand can be the next target. Alan Wilson was in high spirits and described a bright future for his wife. But you also said that Malaya is the most important, both in terms of strategic value and development value. It must be kept safe and should be managed well. Pamela Mountbatten sat directly on her husband's lap. Is it safe now? It's not that we have not had contact with the Beijing government. Of course, I haven't been there. It was Tan Cheng Lock and Lim Lian Jiak of the Malaysian Chinese Association who went to Hong Kong to meet with them. Alan Wilson answered in detail. Hong Kong has a special status. It is currently an important window for them to the outside world. I also informed the other party of some of each other's bottom lines through Lim Lian Jiak. Oh, you actually had contact with them? But don't let anyone know. Pamela Mountbatten grinned and scared her husband. Otherwise, for civil servants, reliability is more important than anything else. My dear, I always listen to you. As Alan Wilson spoke, one hand had already climbed to the high ground, using practical actions to show his loyalty. How did you get this? It seems like I've always listened to you. You say that. It's easy for me to feel that I'm not a qualified wife. Pamela Mountbatten snorted. Do you mean that? As a gentleman of the British Empire, Alan Wilson has the valuable quality of dying rather than surrendering, but sometimes it's not impossible to learn from the advanced experience of neighbors, so he raised his hands happily. Pamela Mountbatten made a small sound like a silver bell, hugged her husband's neck, and gave him a sweet kiss. Years of running around made the female president a little tired. She directly handed the instructions to her assistant Marina through a telegram. She still stayed in Kuala Lumpur. She had something to discuss with her husband. This matter was not something that one person could do, such as giving birth to an heir. You actually miss my precious seeds. Alan Wilson exaggeratedly covered his collar. You are such a person. Obviously my production workshop is better, and the effect is greater than your seeds. Pamela Mountbatten also defended herself one by one, emphasizing the warning of having children. The Sagan boxing champion was not convinced. He had to let the woman know the priority. They started to roll in the sheets. In history, because of the failure of the Suez War this year, France would propose to merge with Britain to jointly deal with the threat of the United States and the Soviet Union. But now it seems that there will be no soil for this to happen. There has been no abnormal behavior in Egypt, and France is still making a last-ditch effort in Algeria. Even if this happens as expected, Britain will refuse. They are two different nations, and France is larger than Britain. It is not so easy to merge when they are evenly matched. However, if France joins the Commonwealth, Alan Wilson would support it with both hands, but unfortunately he is not the Prime Minister. The Golden 12 Palaces have all left Malaya. The two female presidents of Woodpecker Pictures are mobilizing funds to prepare for urban construction in Malacca City. They also need to build theaters in Malaya to facilitate the delivery of filmed movies in the future. So now, in the Malayan colony, including his wife, only Anna and Vivian Leigh are there, and with his sister-in-law, they have not caused Alan Wilson too much pressure. Pamela Mountbatten was very curious about the purpose of building a cinema line. Of course, Alan Wilson couldn't tell the truth and say that it was for the happiness of a lady of equal status with his wife. Instead, he said, we need to build spiritual civilization and subtly resolve the hostility in the subconscious. Film and television works are very important. Maybe it will be good for your father too. How to do it? Pamela Mountbatten was puzzled. This has already involved her knowledge blind spot. For example, if we shoot a movie praising friendship with China, it will focus on the Burmese battlefield. Before your father took office, the mutual distrust led to temporary failure. After taking office, the contradictions were bridged, and the strategic counterattack was launched. Isn't this a good subject? Alan Wilson looked like a son-in-law who was a live-in son-in-law. He mentioned the peak of Mountbatten's military career. After all, his father-in-law was the commander of a major war zone in World War II, and he was a figure on par with Stalin and Eisenhower. It would be a pity if this kind of highlight moment was not put on the screen. Of course, don't mention a long vacation in Ceylon. It doesn't conform to the main theme, and most importantly, it damages the image of the First Sea Lord. That's a really good idea. Pamela Mountbatten was very interested. Her husband was really thoughtful. Of course, filming it will also help win the favor of the Chinese. Alan Wilson straightened his back. He felt that what he said was simply the universal truth. It would be a pity not to do so. For Britain, in addition to the European battlefield, the Southeast Asian battlefield, especially Burma, is the only battlefield to recover lost territory. It is meaningful. It is even better if the negative role is the Japanese. For Southeast Asian countries, Japan's role is not so negative because it was a colony of European countries before. Japan's argument for the liberation of Asia is still quite popular. Moreover, Japan was defeated quickly and did not establish a long-term rule. Southeast Asian countries did not feel the negative impact deeply. But the Chinese are different. Not to mention that the enemy in the Chinese mainland battlefield is Japan. The Chinese in Southeast Asia were also pulled in by the colonial countries to balance the role of the local ethnic group. And Japan dealt a brutal blow to the Chinese. The anti-Japanese mentality of the Chinese in Southeast Asia should be cultivated, which will also be beneficial for Malaya to occupy the Southeast Asian market in the future. After all, there is a large Chinese community, and he is going to use it in the future. Once the city construction has achieved results, I also want to recruit Chinese to form an army before I take office. Of course, considering the balance, I will also recruit Malays in a 1-to-1 ratio. Alan Wilson said frankly, including the Nepalese, there are less than 50,000 British troops stationed in Malaysia. We can't be like France and send almost all the troops in the country to a colony. Increasing local troops is a must. You have your considerations, but why do you do it now? Pamela Mountbatten was puzzled. Is it time again? The children who immigrated here have grown up in 10 years. It's time to be used. Alan Wilson calculated the conditions and said, including Jared's term of office, we have laid a good foundation. Of course, there are still some places where we have to adapt to local customs. I'm going to promulgate a regulation. I heard that China has the crime of destroying military marriages, and I'm going to introduce it. As a gentleman with a flexible moral bottom line, Alan Wilson never minded copying this. After explaining the concept of destroying military marriages, Pamela Mountbatten understood what it meant. This may be supported by the locals. Of course, maybe even the local garrison will envy it. You know, the problem of illegitimate children of American soldiers during the war caused a lot of trouble. Alan Wilson said with a wry smile. He remembered that a few decades later there was a very famous conservative in Germany who called for traditional values, family importance, anti-immigration and so on every day, but was ignored by the politically correct. Then he came into contact with the ideas of the Peace Church and found that these things were exactly what the Peace Church repeated every day. So, this very famous conservative directly joined the Peace Church. If the garrison soldiers found out that this law that takes care of the residents of Malaya, they might hope to introduce it to the UK. Who can say for sure? Kevin. Chapter 879, 500 million Commissioner AI Zongtang. There is nothing to learn from this year. Public-private partnership is useless to us. Alan Wilson put away the latest documents that Elisa had transferred from Hong Kong with great regret and said, file it. Okay. Elisa took the documents, knowing that no one would find this batch of documents in the future. The regulations on the management of provoking disturbances that we promulgated will be announced once they are formulated. We should not let gangsters infiltrate certain industries. They don't deserve it. Alan Wilson focused his eyes on Richard. How far have we reached? Once promulgated, a severe crackdown on crime will be carried out at the same time. Of course, we cannot eradicate pornography, gambling and drugs. The fundamental purpose is to control them. If we don't control them, it may bring hidden dangers in the future. Oh, notify Lieutenant General Scones. What should I notify Commander Scones about? Richard raised his eyebrows and waited for a reply. Strictly define the scope of garrison activities and the establishment of entertainment areas. Most of the time, garrison soldiers should not appear in society. That's it. Alan Wilson pondered and made sure that there was nothing missing for the time being. For the time being, the crime of provoking disturbances should be as vague as possible to give the police ample room to play. In this regard, we don't have to be like American police who draw their guns at the slightest disagreement, but the entire regulation should also protect the interests of the police as much as possible. The more vague it is, the more friendly it is to the police. The main purpose is to highlight the deterrent nature. To be fair, Alan Wilson still remembers the deterrent effect of this famous pocket crime in his previous life. This kind of punishment highlights an all-encompassing nature, which can fit anything into it. It is simply invincible when combined with the labor reform system. Of course, there are also benefits. No matter how strict the law is, there are always loopholes to be exploited, especially in countries such as Britain and the United States, that practice case law. Endless litigation will make the lawsuit long and boring, and ultimately have no results. Take the big compradors and sultans in Malaya today, for example. The British lawsuit has a very limited deterrent effect on them. He wanted to delegate a clause that would allow the police department to assume power alone, so he thought of the crime of provoking disturbances. The purpose of my second term is to focus on solving some livelihood issues. Urban construction is only a part of it. Some problems that were previously allowed to develop wildly must also be eliminated. This is also to make your work easier after I'm gone. Alan Wilson nodded at his two subordinates. Then, after the promulgation of the regulations on provoking disturbances, immediately start to rectify the gang problem, especially gambling and drugs. It is naturally impossible to eradicate them, but it is not difficult to limit them to a certain range. The police department also likes this, which is an important source of grey income. The military, police, and special agents, the former are huge in number. After Alan Wilson took office, the way of adjustment was that the British Army itself was the military, the police were Malays, and the special agents who checked the police were equipped with a small number of British and most of the Chinese. Such a model is not new. Britain has been playing divide and rule for many years. No one knows how to divide the rebels better than Britain. Although the United States has surpassed the United States in identity politics in the 21st century, Britain is still the most professional one. Commissioner, we'll leave first. Elisa and Richard nodded and left the commissioner's office to do their own things. If Britain can gain a firm foothold, it can basically be ruled out that the Singapore model no longer exists, and the only model that can be used as a reference in the future is the Malayan model. After get off work at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Alan Wilson returned home. The domineering female president was reading the American newspapers she subscribed, with headlines such as "The United States in Transformation," "People's Capitalism," "Reverse Practice of Magical Kung Fu," and "Horror." In the past year, the United States has changed its public opinion, and the proportion of exported ideas has increased greatly. Alan Wilson sat down next to his wife and said, "It can be judged that the United States has completely changed its thinking now, and it is no longer the hesitant one in 1945. Faced with the aggressive attitude of the Soviet Union, with the comprehensive rise of the United States and the increasingly fierce Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union, the US government used economic rhetoric as an important weapon to defeat communism and shape its own identity. By launching a series of economic-themed campaigns, the American elites exported key discourse such as "People's Capitalism," "Transformed America," "Everyone is Rich," and "New Paradigm of Prosperity" to both domestic and foreign countries. In order to comprehensively shape the economic image of the United States as rich and transformed, strengthen the audience's deep recognition of its economic system and free identity, and then win the final victory of the Cold War. Yes, Washington is qualified to say so now. Pamela Mountbatten glanced at her husband. "Didn't you also say that the United States is now stronger than ever before? There are almost no weaknesses. The gold standard system of the Braxton Woods system is a weakness. This system is certainly very stable, but the upper limit is not high. Alan Wilson said slowly, the Braxton Woods system has shaped an economic system centered on the United States, but it is definitely not impeccable. It is a double-edged sword. Once the US dollars in the hands of other countries overwhelm the US gold reserves, Americans will be anxious. The later petrodollar, to some extent, has the characteristics of the Keynesian plan proposed by the United Kingdom, which is to bind some bulk commodities to maintain the value of the currency. It's just that in 1944, this was beneficial to Britain, which controlled many colonies. In the 1970s, when the United States dismantled the Bretton Woods system, the United States had completely replaced Britain's position and controlled most of the raw material production areas and important transportation hubs. Therefore, the Keynes plan did not disappear, but was only implemented a period of time later. The beneficiary changed from Britain to the United States. Can we still regain the financial hegemony? Pamela Mountbatten carefully asked her husband. Since the Bretton Woods system was so unbreakable, could Britain regain its previous position? Well, this is a long-term struggle process, which depends in part on Britain's ability to maintain its current power. Alan Wilson opened his mouth. He could not say that there was no hope at all, because the financial hegemony of later generations was also shared by Britain and the United States, but it was still distributed in a way that the United States had a big head and Britain had a small head. In the era of the Bretton Woods system, the United States controlled gold trading, and in the era of the petrodollar, the world's largest gold trading market was actually in London. The Bretton Woods system and the sterling zone were both defeated in the 1970s, and the pound could never make a comeback. So to ensure that the pound has a basis for a comeback, it is to delay the life of the sterling zone as much as possible. This is exactly what the Committee on Overseas Assets Management is doing now. Alan Wilson is also crazy about helping Pamela Mountbatten, and even all colonial countries are looking for untapped resources, all in order to improve the resistance of Britain and even Europe. He even joked that he was going to be the Prime Minister of 6 countries. I have discussed with John about this year's Colonial Commissioner Conference, which will be held in Aden. John has just become the Persian Gulf Commissioner. Colleagues should celebrate. Alan Wilson asked his wife, "Is there anything I can help you with? Your oil company is also in the Persian Gulf. At present, we are cooperating happily with local monarchs in Iraq, Kuwait and other places, but dear, if you are willing to pay attention, I will certainly be grateful." Pamela Mountbatten looked dependent. "You know, I have been doing my best to be a good wife." The prelude to the year of change, while promoting urban construction in the Malayan colony, along with the introduction of the crime of provoking trouble, the colonial government launched a campaign to severely crack down on crime, maintain public security in the Malayan colony, and have zero tolerance for gangs. Through the administrative office, the Malayan police department was dispatched to start a large-scale cleanup of gambling and drugs. A.I. Zantang, the commissioner of 500 million, was talking to his subordinates about the proportion of money distribution. This action is not to eradicate the gangs. After all, we can't do that. From the perspective of sustainable development, we shouldn't do that. All the drugs should be confiscated, and we will find a place to sell them. I think America is a good place. As for the gambling money, confiscated by the casino, we don't want any of it. We will leave it all to the police department to handle independently. Except me, you can all have a share of the drugs sold to America. Of course, I'm not saying that there is no place to sell them except America. It's just that the US dollar is now widely circulated, and everyone should respect objective facts. In fact, I even think that the commissioners of various colonies should learn from us and do such commendable but profitable things. Alan Wilson naturally didn't care about these little things, but he couldn't expect everyone to be like him. He has lost money since he took office as the commissioner. Although he has become the shares of some big competitors, from the perspective of money, he has indeed lost money. With such a considerate boss, no one in the meeting room objected. Didn't you see the public opinion outside now? They all praised and supported the colonial government's move. The gangsters are like chamber pots, which are smelly. Who would have sympathy for the gangsters? We have arrested more than 10,000 people and prepared to reform them through labor for half a year. They will be used for urban construction, which can save a lot of labor costs. Many bosses also like this. Richard reported the current results. That's great. It seems that everyone is satisfied. Alan Wilson smiled and joked with his colleagues. Then if everyone believes me, I will take care of the route to America. He is such a person who cares about his subordinates. Even if it is difficult to sell to the United States, it is still a piece of cake for Britain to sell near the United States. Nothing is difficult in the world if you are determined. As time passed day by day, the obvious improvement of urban construction and social security in the year of change made him, the senior commissioner, very pleased. The news of the mid-air collision in the Grand Canyon in 1956 made him even more happy. It's a pity that it's not Boeing, but it can be used to secretly point out that there are many problems in the civil aviation of the United States. Put the stereotype on the head of the American aviation industry. Chapter 880 Revolving Door. Is this okay? Pamela Mountbatten asked in confusion after hearing her husband's words. Although she also runs a media group, she still doesn't know much about the twists and turns here. Of course, the biggest role of the media group is actually to spread rumors. Alan Wilson laughed. Just think about how we slandered German-made products. American industrial products are not as good as Germany's. You don't deny this, right? The famous name of German manufacturing is a masterpiece of British public opinion hegemony. Britain became a world power through the Industrial Revolution and became a model for other countries to learn from. At this time, Germany also began to learn from Britain because many factories plagiarized the technology of British products and then counterfeited them. This method was recognized and even encouraged by the German government. Some departments even sent industrial spies to Britain. Subsequently, the British Parliament passed the commodity law against Germany on this issue, ordering all products entering Britain and its colonies to be marked with the Made in Germany mark. Of course, in the end, the German factory owners knew shame and then took the British commodity law as a great shame. It took a lot of time to reverse the negative effects brought about by British public opinion hegemony, but this is another issue. To be honest, in traditional industries, the United States has no advantage over Western European countries, and even many industries have obvious shortcomings. To be blunt, there is no Soviet Union in the free world, but the United States is the Soviet Union of the free world. Since the recovery of Europe in the 1950s, the industrial exports of the United States have been beaten back step by step. Later, even Japan rode on the heads of the Americans. The automobile industry has long been the most important export industry in the United States, and was finally taken away by Japan. You must know that the American automobile industry was an important industry for the United States to maintain the balance of imports and exports after the war. It was crushed and robbed of the market by Japanese cars, resulting in the inability to recover the US trade deficit and eventually causing the Bretton Woods system to be shaken. The aviation industry is supported by the national strength of the United States. If it were not for the backing of the national strength of the United States, Boeing would not have a one-sided situation with Airbus, whether it is useful or not. For Pamela Mountbatten, who entered the aviation industry through the Comet airliner, even if she knew it was useless, she had to take the opportunity to explain that American passenger planes are unsafe. Cars are just stupid, big, black and oil guzzling. Airplanes are also just big and powerful and can fly into the sky, but they lack safety. Saying that costs remain high is not friendly to consumers. Alan Wilson patiently persuaded his wife, spread some political jokes, and used some rhetoric in the industrial field to summarize that American industry is the Soviet Union in the free world. This requires a blessing of public opinion hegemony to be able to put the hat on. Alan Wilson is not targeting anyone in this aspect of map canon. He dare not say that he is an expert, but he has sufficient experience. Public opinion hegemony is important. For example, the province where Jack Ma is located has the highest number of dishonest people in the country. If it were an old, young, remote and poor province, the map cannon would have been opened long ago. Yeah. Looking at her husband with admiration, Pamela Mountbatten wanted to take out a small notebook to remember it. Alan Wilson was not slandering the United States. In terms of traditional industries, the United States is indeed not up to standard for European countries. Of course, the military industry is an exception. Moreover, the United States has a larger population than any European country, so it has a complete range of industries and can put pressure on a single European country. That is why Europe needs integration. Only when countries unite can they complete all categories and compete with the United States. The purpose of the Overseas Assets Control Committee is to eliminate low-profit local industries for Malaya. At present, it has reached the stage of the steel industry, which is already very fast. Under normal circumstances, Malaya's steel industry would never be ahead of Japan. This is all because of the relationship between Australia and Britain. Australia is very close to Malaya and provides cheap iron ore. As for the market, it is provided by Britain, the European funnel, and British colonies. In the future, there will be industries such as chemicals, automobiles, and shipbuilding. The path is similar to that of Japan and South Korea. The automobile industry may not be so smooth because it is Japan's post-war trump card industry, while Britain's automobile manufacturing is at the luxury car level. But the shipbuilding industry is no problem for Britain. The scale of Britain's civilian shipbuilding industry is comparable to that of the United States, and it even has an advantage for many years. In the chemical industry, Britain, at least for now, still has influence in the Middle East and can provide help to Malaya in the petrochemical field. Besides, Malaya has its own oil resources. The basic conditions of the Malayan colony are still very good. When the support for the education industry is established, although the population size cannot be compared with Japan, with the political and resource support of Britain and Australia, it is more confident than Japan, that has lost Hokkaido. After filling in the new knowledge points again, Pamela Mountbatten was satisfied and asked about work. There is really something I want to help you with. Alan Wilson looked like an old opium merchant. This campaign to rectify social order is very significant. Several tons of drugs have been confiscated, so I gave a distribution plan. Can you help, dear? Ship it to America? It's not difficult, but it will undermine your progress. Pamela Mountbatten glanced at her husband. You know this is not a good thing, and you still want to send it to the United States? It's all the subordinates who want a little benefit. I have no problem myself. I'm not interested in money. Alan Wilson said with a tone that there are bad people among the masses. You can't exchange it for pounds in the Commonwealth, right? Then you can only exchange it for US dollars. Where else to send it, if not to the United States? Could it be sent to Britain? Although Britain is not unfamiliar with this thing, and even fought a war with the King dynasty for it. However, Alan Wilson was not whitewashing Britain's unjust war. No one denied that the Opium War was an aggressive war, but Britain continued to use it until 1920, when it banned its use on children. In all countries of the world, drugs are considered harmful only very late. From this point of view, the King government reacted quite quickly and immediately realized the harm of the rampant opium, which is very commendable. What is not commendable is that the King Army's combat effectiveness was the father in the agricultural era, but Britain was the origin of the Industrial Revolution, and it was much weaker when facing the British Army. It is not easy to let his wife send the spoils to the United States. The current United States has not degenerated into more than 20 million drug addicts, and there is a zombie kingdom on Kensington Street in each state. But Alan Wilson could not wait for the Vietnam War to start and the social environment in the United States to degenerate before cashing in. His subordinates want welfare now, and he said to wait until 10 years later. Fortunately, Pamela Mountbatten still agreed to help, so as not to embarrass her husband by doing such a cheap thing. As for manpower, Alan Wilson picked up the phone and asked Radwich to come over. He had something to communicate with Grace. At this moment, he didn't know that he had opened a dangerous door for Grace. The fathers of Mexican drug dealers were born after this phone call. Of course, Alan Wilson couldn't know the future. That didn't match his memory, but this matter would always require manpower. The Slavs in northern Rhodesia were more suitable. After all, he still saved the Slavs. With Pamela Mountbatten's channel and Grace's subordinates to escort, this matter became quite easy. It was also a large-scale cargo transportation, so he couldn't help but be cautious. If he hadn't received a telegram, Alan Wilson would continue to uphold social justice in Malaya and contribute to the prosperity of Malaya. Unfortunately, a telegram from London interrupted his comfortable life. Edward Bridges, the second cabinet secretary of the Cabinet Office and the current permanent undersecretary of the Treasury, was really about to retire, just a few months after Sir Beran announced his retirement. Edward Bridges is 63 years old this year. According to the normal retirement age, he has delayed retirement for 3 years. The most commendable time in his career as a cabinet secretary was when World War II broke out and Churchill led Britain. When Churchill entered 10 Downing Street, Edward Bridges had very complicated feelings from a personal perspective. Churchill was nearly 20 years older than Bridges and was Edward Bridges' boss when he served as Chancellor of the Exchequer. Churchill had a good eye for Edward Bridges. The cabinet secretary was impeccable in terms of frontline combat, loyalty to duty and professional ability. At that time, in the eyes of many neutral officials and politicians, Churchill was still a dangerous adventurer who might put Britain in great danger or take rash actions, just like he did in the Dardanelles campaign. Edward Bridges also thought so, and it turned out that this view was not wrong. This may be the reason why Edward Bridges kept his distance from Churchill. The 919 wartime cabinet meetings condense the sweat of Edward Bridges, but for Alan Wilson, the reason why he wanted to go back was to repay the kindness. Is Sir Edward going to retire? Pamela Mountbatten soon learned about this. In fact, Sir Edward can continue to work for 2 years, and no one will say anything. Maybe he is unwilling to continue working. There are hidden dangers in Whitehall and the cabinet in the past 2 years. The leader and deputy leader of the Labour Party, Sir Edward, the permanent secretary of the Treasury, and Sir Norman, the cabinet secretary. Power is something that can change people quickly. Alan Wilson sighed, dear, but Sir Edward has a deep network of people. Do you understand what I mean? Revolving door. Pamela Mountbatten understood it at once, and then expressed her support. Then you go back, and I will arrange the rest. After all, Sir Edward is very caring for us. The retirement or resignation of government officials is not the end. It is not a new thing for them to go into business and work in schools. Similar phenomena in the United States and later generations are more famous, but as a daddy, Britain certainly has such things. Chapter 881 God calls me God. But which one is the right one to be in charge of? Vice President in charge of North Sea oil? Pamela Mountbatten was also in a dilemma. Edward Bridges had been a cabinet secretary and was now a permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Finance. Would the offer be too low? Not to mention the period when he was a cabinet secretary. He had been in the Ministry of Finance for so many years, managing the purse of the civil service system. This potential energy should not be underestimated. It is not so easy to make Edward Bridges complete a gorgeous turn. Leave this to me. I will tell you when there is a result. Alan Wilson asked his wife to be patient and not to rush to arrange a position. Even Navarre, the French commander of Dien Bien Phu, is now in charge of Libyan oil. Edward Bridges' role cannot be lower than Navarre. Of course, there are still many conditions to consider, such as Edward Bridges may not want to leave the UK. Whether he just likes to take money and is unwilling to work hard. These factors must be considered, and only by meeting him can we find out the bottom. That's hard work. Pamela Mountbatten glanced at her husband and skillfully untied his belt. Sometimes Alan Wilson thought that as a man, he had a lot of responsibilities on his shoulders, and he was willing to continue to take on the responsibility. If you don't work hard on this kind of thing, the final result will be that someone will carry the burden for you. As long as conditions permit, he keeps in touch with everyone. Before he arrives in Europe, the ladies who live in Europe and have the same status as his wife have already received the call of love. Are you back for your boss's retirement? Hepburn, wearing a black dress, looked at the man in front of her with surprise, asking with surprise and resentment. It doesn't matter why you come back, as long as I have the opportunity to see you, I will appear in front of you, no matter what happens. Alan Wilson's face was pale, and the jet lag was still in disorder, but he still maintained the light and heat of central air conditioning. As long as conditions permit, he can always make a woman feel warm in her heart. Hepburn was obviously warmed up, and directly reached out to take the tired man to her boudoir, and then ran a bath to relieve Alan Wilson's fatigue. Inevitably, things turned into a rubbing inside. Alan Wilson hugged the Ballflower's delicate body and fell asleep like a dead pig after not having enough fun. I have seen the release of War and Peace. Your performance in it is really good. I'm afraid that you will do it for real. Always worry about these unreasonable things. Hepburn pinched the man's soft spot and said in a delicate voice, "But if you ignore me for a long time, it's possible." Alas, the movie has not been released in the UK yet. How do you know? I want to watch a movie. What means can't I use to get the negative? Alan Wilson coughed softly. My friend Joseph saw it and told me by telegram. It must be said that McCarthy is still very busy and has great prestige among conservatives in the United States. This is a rare thing in this era because McCarthy is a Republican and conservative supporters generally support the Democratic Party. If you don't have a break from work, you can consider going to Malaya. The local climate is pleasant and it is a place to relax your body and mind. Alan Wilson took the opportunity to promote the colony he managed to Hepburn. Is it a place to relax the body? Hepburn rolled her eyes at the man, as if she saw the ill intentions behind it. Maybe one person went, and 2 people came back in the end. Not to mention that she is now in the rising period of her career and has received a relatively conservative education. It is not easy for her to accept the current life. She is not mentally prepared to have an unmarried child without a name or status. Alan Wilson is not in a hurry about this matter. He has just received a good start in 1956 from Her Royal Highness the Princess. Now he is in a period of great enthusiasm. As long as he is given time to slowly grind, the final result will definitely be good. It is normal and reasonable for Hepburn to adjust to the jet lag. This time when she returns to London, she will also take care of personal matters. For example, CFD Haviland has realized his Apache appearance drawings. I hope that he has not produced a strange creature. 2 days later, he arrived in London with the aura of Garbo, Bergman, and Hedy Lamarr. If time is not really insufficient, he would like to visit the head of the Hellman family in the name of visiting the former Malone commissioner, to reminisce about the past. I've always heard that you're a hard-working commissioner, but you don't have to be so hard-working. When Magkin saw Alan Wilson, he almost dropped his jaw in surprise and commented in amazement. It's because of jet lag. Alan Wilson blamed his fatigue on jet lag, reached out and touched the hair that was no less than that of Prime Minister Boris in later generations, and looked at Lord Sheffield provocatively. Aren't you envious? As a middle-aged man, Maggins had a problem that most British male citizens would encounter. His hair inevitably began to thin. Although Alan Wilson had the advantage of age, the comparison between the two was already clear. You have nothing to say? Maggins almost exploded. The hair volume issue has become his Achilles heel now. Pamela May like your abundant hair. Maybe that's the reason, but the main reason is that I'm a loyal and honest person. Alan Wilson laughed. Well, congratulations my friend. You have now entered the Home Office, which is one of the 3 important departments. I seem to see the emergence of a Whitehall giant, which is really enviable. Maggins has entered the British Home Office from London City Hall, completing a leap of rebirth. The permanent Under-Secretary of the Home Office, that is, the permanent Deputy Minister in some people's mouths, is definitely in sight. How could Alan Wilson let go of such a connection? At the same time, he did not hide that he came back for Edward Bridges' retirement and began to inquire whether there were any personnel changes in Whitehall recently. Why are you asking me? I just arrived in Whitehall. Maggins put on airs, as if he still held a grudge because of the hair volume issue. Lord Sheffield. Alan Wilson changed to a formal title. You work in the Home Office. Who else should I ask? Or I should go directly to Philby and ask our ministers and colleagues. What wonderful stories have emerged. It is a fact that the relationship between the current cabinet and the current number 1 and number 2 figures in Whitehall is delicate. He cannot come back and dive into the vortex directly. He must be fully confident before he can show up. Maggins finally spoke frankly. Sir Edward is about to retire. What is there for Sir Norman to be upset about? As for the delicate relationship between the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary, colleagues believe that it is a principle for civil servants to remain neutral. Then I'm relieved. Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief and asked, I wonder if colleagues have discussed the next permanent secretary, who is considered a reliable candidate. Is it Frank? Haha, don't let it out. Especially don't talk about this issue in front of Frank. Maggins said in a low voice with a strange expression on his face. If some of the remarks make sense, Sir Norman intends to manage the treasury himself. Alan Wilson's back straightened a little involuntarily, and he took a breath and whispered, "No way, the civil servant and the cabinet secretary are busy enough, and the Ministry of Finance has to take care of it personally? If this is true, Alan Wilson's Six Nation seal is just for fun. The one who really has an overview of the overall situation is the respected Sir Norman Brooke. This is called monopolizing power. You can choose not to believe it, just pretend that I didn't say anything." Maggins shrugged and said indifferently, "I've already said it. Whether you believe it or not, it's up to you to judge. So what are you going to do next? First go to number 70 Whitehall and report that the meeting of the Overseas Asset Management Committee will be held in a den." Alan Wilson sat upright and said in a serious manner. He was definitely not a coward, but he really had to report his work. Because of a communication with Maggins, he had to change his schedule. This is not shameful. After all, he is the one who God calls me God. So far, he can only mourn for Frank. Alan Wilson thought that after the Australian arms sales, Frank would definitely become the only choice for the permanent secretary of the Treasury after Edward Bridges retired. But the cabinet secretary wants to manage the Treasury personally. Who can do this? Norman Brooke is the head of Whitehall in any sense. The cabinet secretary also serves as the chief civil servant. Who can object to him managing the Treasury now? Want to be the chairman of the War Cemeteries Committee? Alan, I'm quite busy, and maybe even busier in the future. Please take care of the Overseas Assets Management Committee. You will attend the meeting in a den on my behalf. Later, my secretary will give you some suggestions from Whitehall on the Overseas Assets Management Committee. Just keep them." After Norman Brooke met Alan Wilson and listened to the report on the Aden meeting, he directly designated Alan Wilson to worry about it. However, what Alan Wilson heard was that he would be even busier in the future. It seems that the matter of concurrently serving as the permanent Under-Secretary of the Treasury should be a foregone conclusion. I heard that Sir Edward is going to retire, so I came back to visit him. Sir Edward and Sir Norman have a huge influence on my life. Alan Wilson looked at the man who God called me God, and did not hide another purpose for coming back. Although Edward and I have different opinions on some issues, I respect him very much. Norman Brooke said with a smile. Whitehall intends to hold a private party. It's a good thing that you are back, so you can attend it. The news has not been officially announced yet, but many things have been confirmed. Norman Brooke's words were double entendres. The news that had already been confirmed naturally included the fact that he himself was concurrently serving as the permanent secretary of the Treasury, a trinity of cabinet secretary, chief civil servant and permanent secretary of the Treasury. Chapter 882 Edward's advice. It's really touching. I believe Sir Edward will be grateful. Alan Wilson did not say anything about holding concurrent posts, although he understood very well what these three important posts meant to one person. It is understandable that the chief civil servant and the cabinet secretary are combined in one person. The cabinet secretary is responsible to the prime minister and the entire cabinet, so there has always been ambiguity in his duties. The title of the cabinet secretary has never been changed. All successive cabinet secretaries are very clear that they are responsible for the entire cabinet, but sometimes, this responsibility inevitably leads to a periodic tension between the cabinet secretary and the then prime minister. Should the cabinet secretary and the chief civil servant be held by the same person? The advantage of having the two posts held by the same person is that the chief civil servant can maintain daily contact with the chief executive, the prime minister. Being close to the water tower gets the moon first. Being close to the prime minister is the key. Since World War II, the cabinet office has been adjacent to the prime minister's office and official residence. The close distance also explains why the position of the chief civil servant is best held by the cabinet secretary, rather than an official who is far away from the prime minister, because the latter cannot maintain daily contact with the prime minister. But what if he also serves as the permanent secretary of the Treasury? Norman Brooke will be the nominal head of the civil service, and also the actual head of the civil service. After serving as the permanent secretary of the Treasury, he will have the power of promotion and salary of civil servants in one person, which is very scary. Norman Brooke has the same hobby of being a carpenter as Emperor Cheyenne Key, but he is obviously more enthusiastic about power than the carpenter emperor. This will be the first time that such a powerful person has appeared in the cabinet office since its emergence. Alan Wilson left 70 Whitehall and was still imagining what direction things would evolve in after Edward Bridges left office. Since God told me that God would not object, he met with Sir Edward, who was about to retire, and I believe it would not cause any controversy. Alan Wilson arrived at the Treasury soon and met with Edward Bridges' deputy, Frank, who played an important role in Australian arms sales. The two exchanged a few words. As a former cabinet secretary, Edward Bridges was replaced by Norman Brooke as a chief civil servant a few years later, after he left the cabinet secretary. Now he is retiring and will take the position of permanent secretary of the Treasury. Alan Wilson was careful not to mention this matter, but Edward Bridges was very open-minded. He took out a glass of whiskey and poured it for Alan Wilson. Norman's pursuit of power is much stronger than mine. I admit that. Sir Edward, I don't know how to join the discussion. Alan Wilson took the glass and shook his head with a bitter smile. If he spoke, it would not have much effect on the two big figures of Whitehall of the previous generation. If he didn't speak, he seemed timid. Don't mind, my dissatisfaction with him has disappeared since I decided to retire. I hate his personal relationship with the Prime Minister, but it is precisely because he is too close to the Prime Minister that he is in this situation today. Norman has been very authoritative for a long time. He was the Home Secretary's private secretary at the age of 35, the same level as you are now. He became my deputy at the age of 40. At that time, the whole Whitehall believed that he would be the next cabinet secretary after me. Listening to Edward Bridges' words, Alan Wilson couldn't help but sigh. That's really amazing. Frequent contact and deep personal relationships with politicians played a role in this matter. No matter whether it was the Conservative Party or the Labour Party, Norman could always get along with the Prime Minister and ministers. This is something I can't do. Edward Bridges couldn't help but sigh. It's just that I didn't expect him to be so keen on power. At this point Edward Bridges paused slightly and looked at Alan Wilson. Did you hear any news when you came back this time, such as about the candidate for permanent secretary of the Treasury after I retire? I have heard some news, but it is not confirmed yet. Alan Wilson scratched his head and said embarrassedly, there is a rumor that Sir Norman will serve as the permanent secretary of the Treasury. This is inevitable. There is nothing to be sure of. Edward Bridges laughed when he heard it, and I can be sure that he will continue to serve in several important positions until the day he retires. That will take another 7 or 8 years, or even 10 years. Alan Wilson calculated Norman Brooke's age and muttered to himself, do you think his concurrent post as the permanent secretary of the Treasury will affect the promotion of those who come after him? You don't have to worry about this. He is the cabinet secretary. Just make some reforms. For example, because of the importance of the Treasury, set up 2 permanent secretaries. He will serve as the first permanent secretary, and Frank will be the second permanent secretary, and this matter will be solved. Edward Bridges pointed out leisurely, this is the advantage of being a cabinet secretary. As long as the Prime Minister does not object, the powerful Treasury can be reorganized. In fact, the Treasury also has the strength to challenge the cabinet secretary, so it is reasonable to be on guard. Several powerful departments, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of the Interior, have always been potential challengers. Among them, the Ministry of Finance is the strongest. Otherwise Edward Bridges would not have chosen the Ministry of Finance as his last stop. As he was approaching retirement, Edward Bridges no longer maintained a highly tense mental state. He could now laugh off the friction with Norman Brooke and asked very proactively, Alan, are you going to stay like this and be satisfied with being the chief executive in the colonies? Sir Ismay is getting old. He was once Churchill's military advisor. We are people of the same generation. Once the permanent undersecretary of the Foreign Office becomes vacant, this is a good opportunity. Edward Bridges' meaning was very simple. Alan Wilson was the Deputy Secretary General of the Overseas Assets Management Committee. He usually dealt with colonial affairs and had no lack of diplomatic experience. Everyone knew that the Commonwealth Department, the Colonial Office, the original Indian Affairs Department and the Foreign Office did the same thing, but they were facing different places, and the 4 departments were in the same headquarters building. Now that the colonies are gradually decreasing, several departments that originally did the same thing tend to merge. If the permanent undersecretary of the Foreign Office retires and Alan Wilson can take over, it will almost be an important step towards the core position of Whitehall. Dear Sir, I certainly hope to seize this opportunity. After removing the hidden dangers in the colony, I will definitely come back. Alan Wilson did not hide his desire to make progress. He mentioned several hidden dangers by the way, but did not mention the solution. After all, forcing Indonesia into the socialist camp, no matter how good the personal relationship is, it is impossible to tell everything. Edward Bridges asked curiously, there are many Chinese in the colony you manage, so you are so confident that there will be no anti-British wave? The Chinese are a culturally disadvantaged group. Of course they don't think so. In British India, Hindus also felt that they were very strong, but the fact is that before we landed, Hindus had been ruled by peace believers for hundreds of years. Alan Wilson was not covering up his mistakes at work. He really thought so, and he believed it. The cultural influence of each dynasty has little impact on Southeast Asia under its nose. The only one affected is Vietnam. Looking at other Southeast Asian countries, isn't Indonesia dominated by peace religion? Even at home, it can't compete with the peace religion from the Middle East. The so-called cultural attraction is just for listening. If it weren't for the fact that Europe and the United States broke up the powerful countries in the Peace Church region in modern times, the remaining countries would be limited by population and land area, and would not be able to have the Ottoman Empire and the Arab Empire in the agricultural era. If a Peace Church power existed, it would be much stronger than India. If it had influence on the energy of the Middle East, even if it could not approach the Soviet Union during the Cold War, China in the 21st century would be enough to give the Christian world a headache. This is why he must have more Chinese in the Malayan colony than Malays. If a group of Chinese with old social ideas did not have a numerical advantage, they would probably not be able to compete with the Malays who believed in the Peace Church. Fortunately, the Chinese in the Malayan colony were full of feudal ideas and were no less conservative than the Malays. Otherwise, there might be a situation like in later Germany, where men joined the Peace Church in order to fight against the white left. I hope your judgment is correct. Of course, I don't know the situation. But if something goes wrong in Malaya, as the current High Commissioner, your colleagues in Whitehall may question your reliability. I don't want your hard work to go to waste. That would be a pity. Edward Bridges was optimistic about Alan Wilson. He didn't want some twists and turns to lead to unpredictable obstacles on the smooth road, so he reminded him of this. Alan Wilson was of course grateful. He wanted to talk about the revolving door, but this was the Ministry of Finance after all. Although Edward Bridges was relatively free in the last period of time, it was still inappropriate to talk about this. The cabinet secretary said that there would be a cocktail party and I would attend it. Pamela still wants to talk to the sir about something about continuing to benefit the society. This was not an occasion for a detailed discussion, but Alan Wilson still let out a hint and waited for the other party's reaction. Well, it's really exciting. Edward Bridges raised his eyebrows and then nodded reservedly. He knew that a revolving door had opened in front of him. Although he was curious, he still had the composure he once had as a cabinet secretary, so he just nodded in understanding. After leaving the Treasury headquarters, Alan Wilson began to think about what to do next. By the way, did the armed helicopter projector de Havilland's headquarters produce any results? This trip back was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and the lessons learned in logistics support were issues that he had to avoid in his daily work. The High Commissioner of Malaya was getting closer and closer to the hell of loyalty step by step. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 883, Gunship Test Flight. In later generations, armed helicopters were standard equipment for the army, and the Apache armed helicopter was the most famous one. The advantage of heavy armed helicopters is that they can allocate more weight to armor, weapon loads, fuel or other equipment, which have been tempered by previous wars. Even America's opponents recognize the status of the Apache. A powerful group of armed helicopters has a huge restraining effect on armored forces. Even in the previous Franco-Vietnamese War, France relied on armed helicopters. However, the performance of early armed helicopters was not satisfactory. This is especially true for the UK. The UK has been good at making defective weapons for a long time. For a long time, the armed helicopters manufactured did not even have tail rotors. For a country like the UK, that relies on a lot of technology accumulated in the past, but lacks integration capabilities, a shell happens to be very useful. Alan Wilson provided a sketch before, and asked de Havilland through his wife, to take care of it, and see if it could be integrated into the required appearance. To be fair, Alan Wilson was not very confident. Although he was barely a military fan, and had seen photos of Apache in the era of advanced internet, he could only describe the major parts without errors. The final product would depend on the ability of de Havilland himself. But no matter what, it was not a loss compared to a product without a tail rotor. In the field of armed helicopters, Britain was a weak link in imperialism. Its previous level was only slightly better than that of China and Japan among the major participating countries, and it did not dare to say that it was better than Italy. But Britain was a strong country in fixed-wing aircraft, even better than the Soviet Union and Germany, but it was a lame leg. Now that this lame leg had the hope of being straightened, Alan Wilson arrived at the headquarters of de Havilland with this hope, and met with the famous entrepreneur who was the world's largest manufacturer of civil airliners, but who did not know when he would be overtaken by Boeing. This was not the first time that Alan Wilson and de Havilland had met. This time, he did not beat around the bush, and said that he, a mere son-in-law, was returning to London on behalf of his wife Pamela Mountbatten to see the test flight of the armed helicopter. Of course there is another reason, which is to see the shipping test of customized containers. If it reflects great economic value, the routes connecting the mainland and Malaya will be replaced with new containers. The planned Singapore will become the refining center of Asia. Containers have been around for many years. The structures and specifications of early containers were different, which affected the international circulation of containers. It is urgent to formulate international common standards for containers to facilitate their development. This standard was formulated in Paris 20 years ago. This is normal. Paris has formulated many modern standards, which also reflects France's long-term important position in the world. Compared with the French formulating metric units, what is a container standard? However, more than 90% of the containers in Europe are now made of wood. This time, Alan Wilson came back to order steel containers for sea land transport. The idea of building a terminal freight station is to allow trucks to drive along the ramp onto specially designed ships and unload trailers. Ships can carry trailers to ports such as New York. After the ship arrives at the port, the trailers are picked up by other truck heads. In this way, sea land transport can be achieved. This was not Alan Wilson's first idea. The Americans were also thinking about this at almost the same time. The difference was that the Americans were businessmen thinking about sea land transport, while Alan Wilson was an official. As long as Alan Wilson paid attention to this, he would definitely promote it faster than the Americans. Otherwise, wouldn't this trip back to Whitehall be in vain? France has proven that armed helicopters are excellent in dealing with guerrillas. Malaya is not far from South Vietnam, and our advisory group was in Saigon at the time to observe and confirm this. We in Britain are backward in this regard. We are not as good as any of the United States, the Soviet Union, or France. And Britain also has to face the threat of the Soviet Union stationed in Germany. The huge armored group needs an excellent armed helicopter. Alan Wilson talked about the importance of armed helicopters to Britain, and said that this was the common opinion of the couple. De Havilland was unbelievable, not as good as China. Mr. de Havilland may not know that the Soviet Union has been fully supporting China since the Korean War. Alan Wilson explained calmly, China's armed helicopters are Soviet ones. The Z-5 is the first helicopter produced in China, and it is also the beginning of the scientific research and application of helicopters in New China. The Z-5 helicopter was copied by Harbin Aircraft Manufacturing Company, based on the drawings of the Soviet Mi-4 helicopter. During the 1950s, there was no gap between China's weapons and equipment and those of the world's major military powers. The Soviet Union and even the Russian Empire were impeccable in dealing with their allies. They had always been dedicated The Triple Entente during World War I was essentially France's lack of confidence in going to war with Germany alone, so it paid a large sum of money to buy off the Russian Empire. The Russian Empire itself did not have much conflict with Germany, but for the sake of the World War, the Russian Empire fought hard. This act of ignoring the influence of Britain was eventually cracked by the outstanding British Navy Minister Churchill. The price was to battleships, which put the huge Russian Empire at the center of a comprehensive siege and eventually collapsed. The Soviet Union is simply crazy. How can they support a country so sincerely? They will definitely regret it in the future. De Havilland was just an entrepreneur. It was impossible for him to understand the extent of the Soviet Union's support for China so deeply, but he still gave his own evaluation, which he thought was very pertinent. It's crazy, and I will definitely regret it in the future. Alan Wilson nodded seriously and agreed with the pertinent evaluation. From the perspective of the United States, the best solution should actually take advantage of the collapse of the Soviet Union and kill all the remaining forces. It is not too late to turn around and deal with Russia after achieving this goal. And in that period of time, there was a complete guarantee of success. But that was the American perspective. It was different from the British perspective. Alan Wilson was British, not American, and had no obligation to make suggestions. If he were an American official, he would definitely want to change the outcome of the Cold War from a big victory to a complete victory, but he was not, so there was nothing he could do. De Havilland took Alan Wilson to the apron and had someone remove the tarpaulin. As they walked, he said, "The engine is provided by Rolls-Royce. The technical support in this regard and the profit distribution, once the bid is successful, have not been discussed yet. Thank you for the support of Rolls-Royce, but then again, I helped them negotiate the engine contract with the Soviet Union. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a classic case of being cheated?" Alan Wilson patted his chest to show off his achievements. Although the result did not change, wasn't the contract countless times better than the previous conditions in Moscow? Since the helicopter engine was provided by Rolls-Royce, Alan Wilson's worries were reduced a lot. Britain's current industrial technology is not a problem, unlike the future generations who are obsessed with finance. If there is no problem with the most difficult engine, then the only problem is the materials. In fact, the problem with materials in the UK is not that big. It is not as bad as the United States investing huge sums of money in the research and development of new materials, and it is not as bad as the Soviet Union digging up the rarest metals. If there is no problem with the engine and materials, the biggest problem is still the traditional design problem of the UK. First-class technology makes second-class equipment, which eventually leads to a series of tragic consequences. Looking at the de Havilland who was talking eloquently, Alan Wilson thought to himself, if I didn't exist, your Comet airliner and you yourself would have existed as a background board of Boeing in the history of aviation. The reason why you have a respected position in the industry now is all because I made up for your shortcomings. The driver and gunner is in the front seat, the cockpit is in the back seat, and both seats can perform flight control and weapon fire control operations. The two seats are separated by bulletproof glass to reduce the chance of injuring both crew members at the same time when hit by enemy weapons. The canopy glass adopts a flat design to reduce glare. The front section of the fuselage is made of a multi-beam stainless steel structure reinforced with plastic steel, and the rear section uses a honeycomb structure with plastic steel skin. I have to say, the external rocket launchers on both sides are eye-catching. I want to meet the imaginative designer. The machine gun on the head is just right. De Havilland admired and introduced it to Alan Wilson. I drew this helicopter. Alan Wilson put his hands in his pockets, looked at de Havilland with a gentlemanly look, and said with a smile, the sketch Pamela gave you was drawn by me. Of course, I don't have the drawing skills. Someone else did it for me. Alan, you actually have such talent. It's amazing. De Havilland was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but invite him. If you are not a civil servant, you can consider starting a business. I still prefer to think of ways to benefit society. Alan Wilson refused indifferently. He was more interested in coding than starting a business. He could also spread conspiracy theories by using the unsolved mysteries of the world to fool the rednecks. How happy he was. While the two were talking, the engine of the armed helicopter had started, and the propeller above started to rotate. The landing gear flew off the ground, and the strong wind brought about made the two people move away for a distance. The good balance was seen with their own eyes. It seems that there is no problem with the engine of Rolls-Royce. After all, even the British ship engine and nuclear submarine reactor are manufactured by Rolls-Royce. It is clear how far it has come. Alan Wilson's excitement lasted for a while. Since the first impression was good, it should be good. At least he didn't find anything wrong. He happily asked de Havilland, "What is the development progress of the regional jet? I wonder if I can take a look. The test flight in this area has not been completed, but it's okay to take a look." De Havilland did not refuse. He asked his assistant to prepare the car and took Alan Wilson to visit. Chapter 884 Peak Era. Before the regional airliner had successfully completed its test flight, Alan Wilson took a turn and left. He informed his wife of the situation here by telegram, so that he could wait for Edward Bridges to retire. He had to meet his father-in-law. For a long time, Mountbatten would be the core figure of the British military. Although the Queen did not care about things, the nature of the British state was ultimately a monarchy. General Mountbatten was still busy with the progress of the non-nuclear enterprise. As the First Sea Minister, he cared more about the main battleship of the Royal Navy in the next few decades than anyone else. "If the nuclear submarine goes well, I will be worthy of my childhood dream," General Mountbatten sighed. He caught up with the time when Britain's national power was declining, and he could only strive for it at this level. In the end, it was nothing more than seeing whether a little could be accumulated to eventually reverse Britain's international status, even if it was just to maintain Britain's international status. Alan Wilson felt the same way. If he was a Soviet, or even a French, he would have a better way to deal with the current situation than now. Britain and the United States share the same language and culture, which is not a good thing for Britain to some extent. Of course, he could choose to become the poster boy for the special relationship between Britain and the United States, but if he did, why not just go all out and consider completely eliminating the enemy camp and making sure that there would be no non-capitalist countries in the world after the 1990s? He was no longer loyal to Britain anyway. Minor repairs were still made. Alan Wilson mentioned the test flight of the armed helicopter and expressed great satisfaction. He hoped that his father-in-law would think of a way to win government orders again. "Oh, Alan, you know, I'm a naval admiral," General Mountbatten said modestly. "I may not be able to interfere in the affairs of other services. This is beyond my authority. If it were someone else, it would definitely be beyond his authority. But you, father, are different." Alan Wilson said calmly, "You have an extremely important position in the military. This is an undeniable fact. In fact, I personally think that the 3-service Joint Combat Command organization you want will become a reality sooner or later." "Oh, is that so? I'll take your good words then." Mountbatten pretended to be serious, but he couldn't hide his smile, and then he said, "I will talk to the Secretary of Defense Sir Alexander at that time, but the final result still depends on the performance of the armed helicopter, and whether its positioning can impress the military. I believe there will be no problem." Pamela is also looking forward to leaving her own mark in the British military construction. Alan Wilson was delighted with the excellent product and General Mountbatten personally taking action. He believed that there would be no big problem. "I miss Pamela too. By the way, do you have to be in charge of the situation in Malaya all the time? When will you be transferred back?" "When I get older, I always want to be with my family." Mountbatten was quite sentimental. 56 years old was not very old, and Mountbatten himself did not look old. It was just that psychological age would not lie. He paid more and more attention to his family. "In my second term, I will focus on solving the hidden dangers, and then I can come back." Sir Edward also asked a similar question, and said that Sir Rice May would also retire, so I should work hard to make achievements in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. "Hastings is going to retire?" Mountbatten looked very strange when he heard this, and then lowered his voice and said, "Is that what Edward said? People in Whitehall don't know each other's details. He is not going to retire, but to withdraw from Whitehall and go to Paris to be the Chief of Staff of NATO, the #1 civilian." Alan Wilson's mouth twitched. "These people are playing the game of retiring but not resting. You just need to know General Mountbatten shrugged and said, I will communicate with Viscount Alan Brooke about the armed helicopter first. As a marshal, he is still very popular in the army. With a consensus, it will be much easier to talk to the Minister of Defence. Viscount Alan Brooke is Alan Francis Brooke, a British Army Marshal and Chief of the British Empire General Staff. But now he is retired, and Montgomery was the division commander under him at the time. His life after retirement was boring. He served as a director of companies such as British Petroleum, Wachovia, National Discount Bank, Belfast Banking Company, and Hudson's Bay Company, and also served as the head of the royal household. He has been knighted and holds a royal position. This former chief of the Imperial General Staff is just within Mountbatten's range. After explaining the relationship here, Alan Wilson's admiration for his father-in-law has been raised to a higher level. If you don't mind, I will tell Pamela the good news in the telegram. It can't be said that there is no problem at all. There is nothing certain in the world. Mountbatten muttered in a Versailles tone. There was no need to find another place for Edward Bridges' retirement farewell party. Whitehall Palace was big enough, so they could just find a hall together. Bertrand, Frank, Armstrong and Maggins, as well as a large number of senior civil servants in Whitehall, attended the retirement ceremony of the permanent secretary of the Treasury who left his era in Whitehall. Frank was not as depressed as he had imagined, and he must have received some promises from Norman Brooke. Alan Wilson, Frank and Maggins stayed in a small circle. Frank was teasing Maggins about his recent pursuit of a lifelong event. In fact, you should choose more. A lady from Oxford University who has both temperament and connotation is the best match. Are you getting married? Alan Wilson was quite surprised when he heard it. When he once smuggled Furtseva's Soviet delegation, Maggins also stuffed an actress in it. Now it seems that it is not the case. Maggins shook his head slightly and denied, I'm going to get married. She is not suitable. Alan Wilson looked at Maggins' sparse hair and thought to himself that you are already 35 and just want to get married. If there is a choice, a man like Maggins, who has a title and connections, and is now a senior civil servant, would naturally not be so anxious to get married. However, there is an unwritten rule in Whitehall that married men are more reliable in evaluation. Maggins can choose not to get married, but the future development may not be so smooth. Frank was still chattering about the criteria for finding a spouse, while Maggins said nothing. Alan Wilson finally couldn't help but said, what's the use of connotation and temperament? There are only 2 points for men, young and beautiful, and it's best to have both. Maggins wanted to grab Alan Wilson's hand and call him a bosom friend. He listened to this friend who didn't come back often, and it was much more pleasant to listen to than Frank. What temperament and connotation did he need? It didn't matter whether he had it or not. Being young and beautiful were the visible advantages. He was not looking for a housekeeper. Or does Alan have a deeper understanding of this? Maggins expressed his agreement without any concealment. Some women think that their own advantages are worthless in our eyes. It's ridiculous that they still don't realize this. Yes, across religions and nationalities, this is a common consensus among men. Alan Wilson echoed from the side. He has participated in many banquets for big emperors to take concubines. Do the men in Malaya think so too? Maggins asked curiously. By the way, the colony you manage is inhabited by people of many different nationalities. Less than 7 million people. Alan Wilson counted on his fingers. Fortunately, there is no big chaos. Isn't it more than 12 million people? Frank was very confused. He had been to Kuala Lumpur and had some understanding of the local area. The people I'm talking about are people with value, limited to men. Alan Wilson explained calmly, we can use men as animals, but women don't have the physical strength. Not to mention that they can't do high intensity labor when giving birth. They also feel uncomfortable for a few days every month, which greatly reduces the value of their labor. It may sound a bit politically incorrect, but from the perspective of a colonist, Alan Wilson's words are not wrong at all. If you let the leaders of the women's movement in the country know, you'll be in trouble. Frank said with a smirk. The conditions are different. There is still adultery in the Malayan colony, but there is no such thing in the UK now. We must respect the traditional cultures of different civilizations. Alan Wilson yawned. Let's not talk about it. For Whitehall, marriage is really an important consideration. I believe that for the Lord, as long as he takes it seriously, this matter is still quite simple. With Mackin's title and connections, it is too easy to get a young and beautiful spouse. During the reception, the small circle of Whitehall also appeared and chatted with each other. Finally, Edward Bridges gave a speech, recalling his career in Whitehall, expressing his praise for the civil servants present, and finally expressing his deep feelings for Whitehall. On this occasion, Norman Brooke also came to the scene to express his farewell to his former boss. Edward Bridges' Whitehall era came to an end at this moment. The next day, with the approval of the cabinet, Norman Brooke became the permanent secretary of the Treasury, serving as the cabinet secretary and the chief civil servant. Norman Brooke, the permanent secretary of the Treasury, also appointed Frank as the second permanent secretary of the Treasury. From then on, Whitehall under Norman Brooke's leadership reached its peak era, and its power exceeded that of the previous cabinet secretary. When Norman's authority exceeded that of me and Sir Hankey, there had never been a cabinet secretary who served as the chief civil servant and the permanent secretary of the Treasury, but he did it. Edward Bridges couldn't help but sigh. He admitted that this colleague with a complicated relationship did what the previous cabinet secretaries had not done, and led Whitehall to the peak. It seems that maintaining good relations with politicians is indeed useful, Alan Wilson said after listening. Edward Bridges had just accepted the appointment as a director of the Mountbatten Group, not the Mountbatten Oil Company or the mining company, but the director of the head office. Chapter 885 at Den Conference. Edward Bridges, who was successfully persuaded to continue to benefit the society, was in a good mood, and took the initiative to ask, Alan, Norman's adjustment this time has adjusted your level to Deputy Secretary General. It can be said that you are also among the trusted ranks, and are considered very reliable. Even in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, only the permanent secretary is higher than your level. I think it may take time to train. Alan Wilson paused here. There are still many things that need your help, sir. Like our industry, we are content with the status quo and always obey the arrangements of the cabinet. There are never any secrets. Edward Bridges' accent on the word secret is particularly heavy. Currently you face two routes. Wait until Ismay leaves, and then take over as permanent secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If that doesn't work, the other way is to be the private secretary of one of the ministers. Of course, the latter may take a while. You are a member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but you are doing administrative affairs, which is no problem. In fact, colonial work itself includes administrative affairs. In the past, in order to avoid the expansion of the power of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it was divided into several departments: the Colonial Office, the Indian Affairs Office, the Commonwealth Department and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So working relationships will not be an obstacle to you. Actually, there is a small problem with your age. You're just over 30 years old. Norman was already a powerful figure that everyone in Whitehall was optimistic about, but he was already 40 years old when he reached the level of permanent secretary. If everything goes well, you will definitely be faster than him. Edward Bridges analyzed from Alan Wilson's perspective. In terms of connections with General Mountbatten, the military will definitely not be a problem. In the business community, and among the nobility, the Mountbatten Group is now generally respected, not to mention that you are the Deputy Secretary General of the Overseas Asset Management Committee, and you have enormous funds in your hands. The only drawback is in Whitehall. Because you have been working abroad for a long time, you may lack some accumulation, which is very troublesome. But now, I really need someone like the sir to help me improve all the time. Alan Wilson certainly knew very well what would happen next. What he lacked was someone like Edward Bridges, a senior civil servant who had served as a cabinet secretary and chief civil servant, and retired from the position of permanent secretary of the Treasury. Very good. You are indeed very reliable. Edward Bridges nodded with a smile on his face. In fact, Oxford University asked me to be the honorary dean, the director of the Royal Bank of Scotland, the director of the Swire Group, and the director of the Jardine Matheson Group are not important to me. I mainly want to continue to safeguard the current interests of the British Empire, so I plan to go around in the winter to see if I can help. Whether it is Australia or Malaya, the climate is definitely not a problem. The weather is sunny and the local people should know the customs and practices. Alan Wilson agreed. You will never regret going there. Of course, my son's project in Australia also requires Pamela to take more care. Edward Bridges put forward the last condition, and then said, I suggest that you deal with all the hidden dangers as much as possible, complete your term of office, or come back early. Of course, this is just a suggestion. You can consider whether to adopt it. I don't quite understand. Alan Wilson asked Edward Bridges directly to explain. There are many competitors for the Treasury. You are just a latecomer at the level of Deputy Secretary General. Frank, Armstrong, and Lawrence before you are all senior Deputy Secretary Generals. But don't worry. They all hold important positions in the Ministry of the Interior and the Ministry of Finance. There is no one in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That's why I suggest you try to grab the position after Ice May. It's like this for everything. There are few positions, but many competitors. Who is the most likely candidate? Alan Wilson pointed his finger upward, indicating that he was asking about the position of Cabinet Secretary. Everything is possible, but in my personal opinion, Bertrand has a more complete resume. In 1945, he became a private secretary to the Parliament. But you don't have to worry about the Treasury. Although I'm retired, you can ask Chief Economic Advisor Robert Hall for help when you need help with the Treasury. Although Edward Bridges officially retired this time, he did not make no arrangements. The role of Chief Economic Advisor is no less important than that of the Deputy Secretary of the Treasury. Edward Bridges, director of the Mountbatten Group, also informed the reliable candidate in his mind of some of his arrangements. Alan Wilson nodded and left Edward Bridges' house. Seeing the bustling crowd again seemed like a dream, but no matter what, he had taken an important step in his life and entered the level of Deputy Secretary General. You are getting married. It's worth my waiting for so long. I thought you would wait until you went to a den for a meeting before you could get good news. Alan Wilson, who was holding the microphone, took a deep breath and said to Maggins on the other side of the microphone in a long voice, just tell me the time. It's quite late. Oh my god, why does your voice sound so strange? Maggins asked back strangely, but by the way, do you want to watch an opera recently? Mary Martin is on tour in London. Okay, let's set a time. Alan Wilson tried to breathe steadily and blinked at Pauline Goddard, who was sitting upright. Pauline Goddard's face was flushed, and she was cautious not to speak, for fear that she would hear something. Pauline Goddard didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Alan Wilson put down the phone, but Alan Wilson sat up immediately, making her exclaim, and being taken up directly. I remember, you also came with Mary Martin. I said, you don't have a movie to promote. Royal Casino has already been released. It's because you always complain about being lonely. Mary happened to be in London, so I came here. Pauline Goddard hugged the man's neck and complained, you just answered the phone and scared me. But you solved a lot of trouble for me. Alan Wilson frankly said that he had recently returned to China and was unable to balance public and private affairs. He was reluctantly busy with official business. Pauline Goddard's arrival was just right. If you don't mind, don't rush back. As an executive deputy secretary general, it was not excessive for him to make such a request, and Pauline Goddard did not refuse. A few days later, Alan Wilson appeared at the Opera House with Mackins to watch Mary Martin's performance. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that Mackins had such an elegant hobby. Only Alan Wilson didn't. He was already drowsy halfway through the day. If it weren't for Mackins' fiancée, he would have considered leaving. Mackins' fiancée was naturally beautiful and a little childish. She was only 22 years old this year. At the best age of his life, Alan Wilson, who knew his colleagues very well, could only wish that Mackins would change after marriage. But thinking about himself, he didn't seem to have the right to say anything about others. It was obvious that Mackins was quite doting on this little fiancée. The girl named Julian asked Mackins to accompany her to the opera. Alan, without Pamela, your life is not normal. Maggins joked with a smile. Julian also wants to meet the famous female chairman. There will be such an opportunity. She has been slack recently and doesn't want to fly around all the time. Alan Wilson explained with a smile. In fact, after the wedding, you two can travel to Malaya for a while, which is also very reasonable. Then we can meet often. After entering the Home Office, Maggins showed his vigorous and resolute side. For the sake of his reputation in Whitehall, he quickly held the wedding. Many officials from the Home Office attended the wedding. Throughout the wedding, Maggins also used this occasion to build connections with colleagues in the Home Office. After more than a month of traveling back and forth, Alan Wilson could no longer stay in London. He visited Jared Edward and stayed in Bonn for 2 days. After passing through Paris, Rome, and Comet 1, he landed in Aden. British South Yemen is a British colony in the Arab region. Aden is related to the control of the Suez Canal. Even if Britain lost Egypt, it could prevent the forces that controlled Port Said from using the Red Sea to enter the Indian Ocean through Aden. Moreover, it also prevented any external forces from entering the Persian Gulf without the acquiescence and approval of Britain. In view of this, Britain's base camp in the Arab world was placed in Aden, while other countries such as Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and Oman were just British protectorates, although most of the British troops in Arab countries were deployed in the Persian Gulf. A large part of Britain's hope for revival funds is pinned here. However, Alan Wilson's biggest impression of this place is that the Houthis made the Saudi princes look humiliated. It has been proved by actual actions that Soviet weapons are not bad, and American weapons can also be blown up. The British Arabia represented by Aden is an extension of Britain's strategy in the Indian Ocean Pacific region from a deeper level. The status is extremely important, which is also the purpose of this meeting being held in Aden. After arriving in Aden, Alan Wilson also met with the Australian and New Zealand garrisons under the guidance of his colleagues. That's right, there are also Australian and New Zealand garrisons here, stationed in Aden under the leadership of the United Kingdom. In the following days, the two men strolled around waiting for the arrival of other colonial commissioners. Alan Wilson also took time to visit the Indian community. Ambani, the richest man in India, who later built a mansion next to the slum, should have been born in the Indian community here. I wonder if this family is still there now. Chapter 886 Brownian Motion Bullet. We have fought so many countries for more than 100 years. Is it just to let Indians flourish everywhere? Alan Wilson and the Persian Gulf Commissioner, who had already gotten used to the local area, looked at the noisy Indian community not far away and felt very uncomfortable. John, there are Indians in Sudan too, right? I almost forgot about them last time. Yes, but not many, a community of a few thousand people. John suddenly looked at Alan Wilson and lowered his voice. What are you going to do? Let them go back to where they came from. Alan Wilson put his hands in his pockets and looked relaxed. But there are only a few thousand people in a community, so we can still do such a small thing, right? It's not difficult. John and Alan Wilson turned around and disappeared in the Indian community in Aden, as if they had never been there. In the following days, commissioners from all over the country arrived in Aden one after another and congratulated the new Persian Gulf Commissioner and Alan Wilson. Everyone already knew that Alan Wilson's rank had been raised by one level, taking an important step in his career. More than 20 colonial commissioners gathered at the Aden Administrative Office, and the Aden Conference officially began. Alan Wilson was not polite and directly took out the work instructions from Whitehall and said, "Thanks to the efforts of my colleagues, 10 years after the end of the World War, Britain finally no longer has to keep its head down and be financially held hostage by suspicious allies. Whitehall is very satisfied with our work, and in the next stage, some adjustments will be made in the strategic direction. Change is something we don't like, and I don't like it either, but I believe that gentlemen understand that if we want to do things in the national interest, some adjustments are inevitable. Deputy Secretary General, you can be frank. Everyone wants to know what the adjustments are," Ingram asked. "Then I won't be polite. In terms of overseas garrisons, in addition to the British troops stationed in Germany within the framework of NATO, the current garrisons are mainly divided into 3 major areas: the Near East, the Middle East and the Far East. The headquarters are in Cyprus, Aden under our feet, and Singapore respectively. British Africa is actually not important in the strategic map. Don't look at the large area of British Africa. At this point, the real purpose is already obvious. Among the 3 major joint operations commands, the Near East is the strongest. In a sense, the Near East Joint Operations Command, where the Mediterranean Fleet is stationed, can be regarded as a part of NATO, rather than a British garrison alone. The Middle East and Far East directions are different. Compared with the interests of the Middle East and the Far East, British Africa is definitely in a secondary position. Don't look at the much larger area than the latter. We have a huge amount of money in our hands to support the Middle East garrison to stay here. We regard the British African colonies as the rear area, and the Middle East and the Far East are the front lines. This is what Whitehall means. I hope the gentleman can understand. The current British Army has 800,000 troops, plus British Africa. There are more than 100,000 troops stationed in the colonies. Of course, the number is not large, and it cannot be compared with the French army in Algeria. Most of the colonial commissioners who came to Aden came from British Africa. It is Alan Wilson's job to make these colleagues accept this fact and take responsibility. The policy has shifted, and Britain must invest the limited economic strength in important directions. Although Britain has recovered now, its economic strength cannot be compared with that before the war. It can only put limited foreign investment in more important places, and the Middle East and the Far East are ranked before Africa. Don't be discouraged. It may be embarrassing to say it, but the situation in Africa still depends on whether France can stabilize it. If France stabilizes, the African colonies will have enough time to adjust, and will not have to worry about challenges coming immediately. The Far East and the Middle East are different. Challenges may occur at any time. John followed Alan Wilson's train of thought and said, the situation in Africa is still very stable. The areas under Alan and I's jurisdiction are the really uncomfortable places. Everyone knows the importance of the Persian Gulf. We know it, the United States knows it, and the Soviet Union knows it. To be honest, the national strength of the United States and the Soviet Union is higher than that of the current Britain. Our advantage depends on the accumulation of our fathers. It is already very difficult to stabilize it. We cannot continue to ignore the interests of the United States and the Soviet Union in the Middle East. Well, although I can't agree with everything, this is also for the overall situation. Unlike others, Ingram is a commissioner in British West Africa. It happens that the most densely populated area in Africa is there. He feels that the greater the difficulty in suppressing the local desire for independence. Before coming, the Nigerian political party has stated that it will submit a proposal to establish a dominion, a place with nothing but people. Although Alan Wilson's words were somewhat slanderous, Nigeria was not without people, but it was also true that per capita resources were not high. The largest country in Africa in later generations was all supported by population. He directly gave his own suggestions: follow the procedures and list a 5-year buffer period. If the situation is eased, some local garrisons will be transferred to the East African colonies. Will Whitehall agree? Ingram knew that Alan Wilson had just come out of London and must know what Whitehall meant. Whitehall's opinion is to follow the procedures. Alan Wilson nodded and said, negotiate the matter of pound settlement and follow the precedents of British India and Sudan. In terms of the interest alliance formed between Nigeria's nationalized enterprises and local elites, the main consideration is not to let Nigeria's autonomy impact the local economy. I understand. I will pay attention to the developments in this regard after I go back. Ingram nodded and stopped talking. The strength and layout in the Middle East requires at least £200 million of funds. The Ministry of Finance means to provide £15 million of support. Let us figure out the rest ourselves. John was a little embarrassed when he took out the documents. After all, he was in the position of asking for money and was a little short of breath. Sure enough, the huge gap between the required funds and the allocation from the Ministry of Finance caused a buzz in the conference room. They were happy when they spent money, but they became a different face when they paid. Can your jurisdiction replace the important economic value and status of the Middle East? Alan Wilson asked back. Seeing that no one spoke, he said, so, this is such a simple truth. The Far East and the Middle East were lost, and the cabinet evacuated all colonies without hesitation. If the difficulties in Africa are arithmetic operations, our two places are simply calculus. This is not a complaint, this is an obvious fact, and Alan Wilson must make this fact clear to his colleagues. I think this is not enough. From the perspective of British interests, an investment of £200 million is no different from no investment. Don't say you didn't see the actions of the United States in organizing Middle Eastern countries to blockade the Soviet Union and the Soviet Union's countermeasures. Taking advantage of the recent troubles in Poland and Hungary is a good opportunity. The Soviet Union has no time to pay attention to the Middle East now. Our pressure mainly comes from the United States, and the United States at least will not openly tear its face with Britain. It depends on whether we can rely on the previous foundation of the British Empire in secret to safeguard Britain's interests. All the colonial commissioners nodded in agreement. Although everyone was not in Europe, they had heard about the current events in Poland and Hungary. They were watching the fun to see how the Soviet Union would react to the anti-Soviet voices in the two Eastern European countries. The Hungarian incident mainly stems from two people. The current tense situation in Hungary is only reflected at the government level. The discord between Rákosi and Nagy, and the opposition between their followers, have not yet affected the Hungarian people. This matter has nothing to do with Alan Wilson, but he remembers that, because of the incident in Hungary, the Soviet Red Army suffered nearly 1,000 casualties. The Soviet Red Army stationed in Eastern Europe is normally an elite division, far from being comparable to the KGB border guards stationed in the Far East. Can the isolated incident in Hungary alone cause such heavy casualties to the Soviet army? But the truth has long been submerged in the mist of history. The winner of the Cold War is the United States, and no one can find out whether the United States has any influence on the Hungarian incident. The world is not calm. While the meeting in Aden was still being held, at the Woomera launch site in Australia, de Havilland, who had just arrived here from Britain, looked solemn, looking at the huge blue light missile. The first finished product has been manufactured, and will usher in the first test today. When the time came, de Havilland was also worried. Of course, he wanted to prove his talent through the success of the Blue Ray missile, but he was also an absolute novice in this field. After several years of preparation, he was still asked to come in person to test the first British ballistic missile. Also coming to the Woomera launch site were Australia's Governor General Slim, a British Marshal, as well as the Australian Minister of Defence and Army Commander. Pamela Mountbatten appeared and greeted de Havilland. "I didn't expect you to come in person, respected Mr. de Havilland. I regret it, ma'am. I didn't expect to receive so much attention." De Havilland smiled bitterly. "With Marshal Slim and the leaders of the Australian military, what should we do if we fail? Then continue the test. This is a strategic weapon. I absolutely support continuing." Pamela Mountbatten remembered her husband's words. "This is a life-saving thing." The body of the Blue Ray missile glowed with a metallic luster. It is a huge object, with a maximum takeoff weight of 68 tons. It is very large, uses liquid fuel, and uses the Rolls-Royce RZ-2 rocket engine. As the countdown began, the people in the observation position also held their breath. Finally, the huge blue light missile was successfully ignited, and the huge missile body broke free from the constraints of the Earth's gravity, and flew into the blue sky. Just as everyone was preparing to celebrate, the blue light missile began to move irregularly, which stopped the people who wanted to celebrate. Finally, it exploded in the air with Brownian motion in the sky, becoming a big firework, and the ignited fuel fell to the ground like fire rain. Chapter 887 Enemies ICBM. The scene from the observation window made everyone fall into silence. Although they were prepared for this, it was still disappointing that the highly anticipated blue light missile turned into a big fireball. The most disappointed person was de Havilland. He was the most staunch supporter of the blue light missile and had won the opportunity to develop it. It was difficult for others to understand his feelings. "Pamela, I'm sorry." After a long time, de Havilland apologized to his partner in the Rain of Fire. "It doesn't matter. Failure is the mother of success. Continue to develop until you succeed." Pamela Mountbatten put the feeling of loss behind her and said to her partner, "Both we and the government know that research is not smooth sailing. It will take a lot of money to see results." Speaking of loss, Pamela Mountbatten certainly felt it in her heart. Her husband attached great importance to this project. There were not many important things that could make that man speak. In her memory, there was almost nothing that could make her husband pay too much attention. No matter how fiercely her business territory expanded or how much money she got, she didn't get a surprised expression. This was the only thing that had been mentioned again and again. The failure of the blue light missile test this time made Pamela Mountbatten feel a little guilty. Her husband only told her to do this one thing, but she didn't do it well. After being married for many years, Pamela Mountbatten had always been supported by her husband and had never made any mistakes in his guidance. In turn, she couldn't help at all, and her husband would definitely be disappointed. Although she thought so in her heart, Pamela Mountbatten knew that this was not the time to be depressed. What the research team and the military personnel who came here needed was encouragement. She immediately clapped her hands and said, "Failure is the mother of success. This failure is nothing, and we are not without gains. At least there is no problem with the engine." If Alan Wilson were here, he would be amazed that his wife was well versed in the art of partial failure and partial success. However, at this time, Pamela Mountbatten, who firmly supported the blue light missile, was needed to sweep away the depressed atmosphere. "We must continue to test until we succeed." Pamela Mountbatten expressed her determination to firmly support the blue light missile project. "No matter how much money it costs, it is worth it." Pamela Mountbatten, the main investor, said this, sweeping away the frustration of the test failure. Outside the observation station, the fuel with fire was still burning, but it did not undermine everyone's determination to push the project forward. Alan Wilson, who was still talking in a den, knew that the blue light project test failed and immediately sent a telegram to comfort his wife. "No weapon development will be smooth sailing. Isn't the so-called development just like this? Do you think I'm writing about the unsolved mysteries of the world and making up things?" I heard that my dear wife immediately expressed her determination to continue the development. "I'm very pleased as a public servant. I really don't know if I saved the world in my previous life to find such a good life partner." Alan Wilson certainly hoped that the blue light project would succeed the first time, but it was not worth making a fuss if it failed. Who made Britain's accumulation in this regard really not good? Not as good as the United States and the Soviet Union, and even Germany didn't get much from the post-war talent snatching. In order to prevent the flow of German rocket talents to the United States, he even hinted that the Soviet Union and the United States had taken action. The original intention was also because the German rocket talents, even if the United Kingdom got them, it would not be able to keep them. Instead of giving them to the United States in the end, it would be better to give them directly to the Soviet Union. If it were now, he would definitely not do so, but at that time, he had no choice. The blue light missile is an important cornerstone for the United Kingdom to establish a strategic strike system, and of course it is necessary to promote it. There is also loss. At least now, Alan Wilson has kept the OPEC organization that he has always been thinking about in his heart. Only when Britain is on the right track in all aspects and will not be blackmailed will OPEC be necessary to establish. It's sad. No matter how good the idea is, it won't work without the support of national strength. Alan Wilson, who sent the telegram, couldn't help but sigh. What can be done now is to stabilize the situation and wait for competitors to make mistakes. Fortunately, the most difficult time has passed, and Britain now at least has the financial resources to do what it wants to do. Compared with the environment of being penniless in 1945, it is much better. The best proof of this is that in the meetings of the past few days, the colonial commissioners have been shirking the responsibility of fundraising. This is a good thing. If there was really no money, they would have laid down and pretended to be dead and let him, the Deputy Secretary General, check the accounts. There is a big difference between being really poor and having money, but not willing to pay, and the external performance is also completely different. In the end, Alan Wilson hinted that, if this was the case, he would really report to Whitehall to send someone to check the accounts. This topic was skipped directly, and the £200 million of financial support was implemented. Without your support, it's not easy to get them to pay. John said to Alan Wilson with emotion, "I thought they really had no money. Does the Gold Coast look like it has no money? It's a place where gold is produced. Except for Hong Kong, I guess the Gold Coast is a financially strong place among the African colonies." Alan Wilson curled his lips and said, "Maybe the Gold Coast alone can come up with £200 million. Except for Hong Kong?" John frowned and said, "I remember it seemed to be a very small place. Bigger than a den." Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows and asked back, "Guess which country has been China's largest trading partner for a long time?" "Of course it's not now. The trade volume between the Soviet Union and China has surpassed us." "Guess." What currency is used to settle the trade agreement signed between China and Japan? That's right. China's largest trading partner before was Britain, and the settlement currency was pounds. Even now, Britain is still the country with the largest trade with China in the free world, and every year it is larger than the previous year. Unfortunately, Alan Wilson could not reach out to Hong Kong. He wanted to send a commissioner to Hong Kong within the framework of the Committee on Overseas Assets Management to share a share, but Hong Kong happened to be a place where there was a governor, and it was valued by London, so he had no way to deal with it. The United States may be dissatisfied with us, John said sincerely. Since I came to Aden to take office, I found that the atmosphere here is completely different from Sudan. After more contact with Americans, I can feel that to some extent, the United States is not an ally of Britain. The United States is an important supporter of Israel, and we support Arab countries. Alan Wilson shrugged, and countries like Iraq, Kuwait, Oman, Bahrain, Qatar, and Jordan. Doesn't the United States want to replace us? We can't always deter by stationing troops. We also have to buy them with money, otherwise there will be problems sooner or later. So your job is almost as difficult as mine, and our colleagues in Africa can't feel our difficulties. The Persian Gulf and the Strait of Malacca are now the most important places that Britain can still control. Americans may not be interested in Africa, but they have always been interested in these two places. Moreover, the British were well aware of this interest, otherwise they would not have established the Middle East Joint Operations Command in Aden and the Far East Joint Operations Command in Singapore. As long as there is no problem with the Suez Canal, no one can drive us away. I don't believe that the Americans can go to war with us. The Soviet Union must be happy to see our two countries turn against each other. France is in Africa, so there is no need to worry about anything happening for the time being. At present, we are mainly engaged in the Far East and the Middle East, which is also the intention of the cabinet and Whitehall. In the end, after the two complained to each other, they reached a consensus on one issue. The Suez Canal must not have any problems. As long as there is no problem in Egypt, Britain still has a chance to play in this game. I almost sleep facing the direction of the Suez Canal. John shook his head and smiled bitterly. I just don't know how long the Aswan Dam can help us by. It depends on whether Faroukai's position is stable. No matter what happens, we must express our support for the living monarch known as Ali Pasha. Alan Wilson paused slightly. We should send troops to support him when necessary. The failure of the test launch of the blue light missile was just an episode for Alan Wilson and did not delay his meeting in Aden. But just a few days later, the news published in Pravda caused an uproar in the free world. The Soviet Union successfully tested the R-16 ballistic missile, an intercontinental missile with a range of more than 10,000 kilometers. The test was carried out in Poland and finally successfully concentrated on the test range in Kazakhstan. The P-16 missile is a two-stage intercontinental ballistic missile. It is the world's first intercontinental ballistic missile equipped with a high boiling point storable propellant engine and the first Soviet intercontinental ballistic missile to use an autonomous control system. Without radio correction, the designer system enables strategic missiles to achieve acceptable shooting accuracy for users. The huge tracking station of the missile is no longer needed, and the enemy's radio interference can no longer cause sensitive instruments to fail. The autonomous system can reliably control the missile to fly and aim at the target. The time of the successful test was a day after the British conducted a test of the Blue Ray missile in Australia. Is the Soviet rocket technology so much stronger? Alan Wilson muttered to himself when no one was around. This is a real intercontinental missile, which appeared more than a year earlier than the original history. Did he hint that the Soviet Union intercepted German rocket talents and the early appearance of intercontinental missiles have anything to do with it? There is no doubt that the emergence of this intercontinental missile will definitely make people in the free world feel uncomfortable. War is no longer limited to frontline confrontation, and threats are no longer limited to the front and the rear. If a war breaks out, no one is safe. Chapter 888 Missile Competition. Alan Wilson didn't feel anything when the blue light missile test failed, but when the Soviet Union's intercontinental missile was successfully tested, he felt sad for no reason. He was not mentally prepared for this news, and he didn't expect the Soviet Union's intercontinental missile to make progress so quickly. The reason is that von Braun and his team were supposed to be received by the United States, but now they were intercepted by the Soviet Union and served the Soviet Union. Von Braun was personally responsible for the German rocket project, including but not limited to building missile assembly plants, parts manufacturing plants, launch bases, general system design departments, measurement and guidance warhead fuel engine body structure and various subsystem design departments, etc., etc. After hundreds of failed launches, a ballistic missile engineering practice unprecedented in human history was fully rolled out and gradually improved. This is the value of von Braun. When facing the approaching US troops in the west and the Soviet troops in the east, von Braun decided to lead his team to surrender to the US troops. If Alan Wilson hadn't reminded the Soviet Union, von Braun would definitely succeed and would not serve the Soviet Union like he does now. More scientists, engineers, and technicians who played a role in missile development were discovered and reused by the Soviets. Germany's rocket industry was also completely moved to the Soviet Union. As a pursuer that was hit hard in the war, the Soviet Union had high hopes for overtaking in the field of rockets and had always attached great importance to von Braun and his team. Finally, this year, the advent of the R-16 intercontinental ballistic missile proved the Soviet Union's advancement in the field of rockets. Alan Wilson immediately ordered a lot of newspapers to see how the current public opinion viewed this matter, but in the end he did not find any major changes. After all, for ordinary people, they still didn't quite understand what it meant. Von Braun and Carlyle Orff worked for a country which was terrible. Alan Wilson lamented, who was in charge of the Blu-ray missile project in the UK, de Havilland. Alan Wilson did not look down on de Havilland. He did not deny de Havilland's talent, but this person in charge was a halfway graduate in the field of aircraft. Who would believe how proficient in rocket technology he was? The range of the Blu-ray missile was far less than the standard of an intercontinental missile, and the designed range was only 3,500 kilometers. The weight is close to 70 tons, which shows that the UK has no technical reserves in this regard. It relies on the rocket engine of Rolls-Royce and takes the route of flying into the sky with a big brick of power. It's normal that there is no movement among the people. I don't know what the Pentagon thinks. Alan Wilson can already vaguely feel that the era of space race is approaching, but unfortunately he has no channel to understand. Although the Five Eyes alliance has been pulled up, the so-called intelligence sharing is not so high that there is no limit. This is because the UK is not yet weak to the point of submission. The United States is still wary of the United Kingdom, and the United Kingdom is not a fuel-saving lamp. Pulling Canada, Australia, and New Zealand is itself to increase its weight against the United States by using these countries in the Commonwealth. The really important things cannot be known through intelligence sharing, and the United States will not tell the UK its true thoughts. He himself has a good relationship with McCarthy, but McCarthy will not tell him such secrets. If you want to know, you can only wait for McCarthy to get drunk. Alan Wilson guessed correctly that the successful test launch of the intercontinental missile was vigorously promoted by the Soviet Union. It directly shook the free world that occupies a dominant strategic air force position. Whether it is the United States or the United Kingdom, the core of the current threat to the Soviet Union is strategic bombers. The fact that the bombers dropped nuclear bombs to make Japan surrender made the United States and Britain believe that air force superiority is the magic weapon to suppress the Soviet Union. After the war, the United States Air Force was established, and the United States Strategic Air Command was established, which directly possessed the unparalleled and unstoppable energy to deter the entire surface of the planet, that is, intercontinental long-range bombers and air-drop nuclear bombs. Although the United States was a little regretful that it did not get the German von Braun rocket team, it did not take it seriously in the end. After all, the strategic air force that swept the world was in the hands of the United States, and rocket technology was not so valued. But all this was completely ended at the moment when the R-16 intercontinental ballistic missile appeared. The range of the R-16 intercontinental ballistic missile has exceeded 10,000 kilometers. It can do everything that a strategic bomber can do, and it can even do better. The combination of rockets and nuclear warheads is a matter of course. This is not just as simple as overturning the advantage of strategic bombers. Once the Soviet intercontinental ballistic missiles mature, they will put the United States in a backward position. In the White House, Secretary of State Dulles reported to Eisenhower with a heavy face, "To know the exact situation, we must send high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft into the Soviet Union." The U-2 reconnaissance aircraft has just been put into service and is not easy to be discovered. The Soviet Union is not familiar with this newly commissioned reconnaissance aircraft. "We have just responded to Khrushchev's policy of détente." Eisenhower frowned and looked at Dulles and said, "Once discovered, this will put the United States in a passive position. The successful test of the intercontinental missile has put us in a passive position." Dulles corrected calmly, "If it was just like the British blow-light missile that turned into a big fireball, it would not be worth paying attention to, but the Soviet Union's test launch was extremely successful. We should know immediately where the Soviet rocket base is and grasp all the situations. Otherwise, it would be irresponsible to the United States." Mr. President, do you think so? Even Britain is ahead of us. We must also speed up the progress of intercontinental missiles. Eisenhower heard this and couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied. Of course, the United States also has an intercontinental missile project underway. Various reports and evaluations have emerged in an endless stream, but it was not until the beginning of the year that the project was just established. The reason is not complicated at all. The US Strategic Air Command is the biggest opponent. It is not superficial, but there are no less actions in secret. It believes that developing strategic missiles is a waste of resources. The United States used to contain the Soviet Union, based on its Air Force advantage, and now the result has appeared. When the United States intercontinental missiles were just beginning, the Soviet Union had already produced finished products, which had put the United States in a backward position. In the end, Eisenhower agreed to Dulles' suggestion to let the U-2 reconnaissance aircraft enter Pakistan to conduct reconnaissance on the Soviet Space Center. Although it was contrary to his previous attitude of easing Khrushchev, he could not care so much at this time. Immediately afterwards, the US Congress passed a special budget to increase research and development in the intercontinental missile project. The meeting at the Pentagon also emphasized the importance of the intercontinental missile project, and all branches of the military should cooperate and not set up obstacles. The result of this discussion is that the US Air Force should not continue to be an opponent of the intercontinental missile project, which is not good for everyone. The successful test launch of the R-16 intercontinental ballistic missile made the atmosphere of the whole world suddenly solemn. The United States, which has always believed that it has an absolute advantage, became a little panicked. There was also an impact on Britain. Although the Blue Streak missile failed in its test launch, it received encouragement from the cabinet in the Ministry of Defense, who informed de Havilland to increase their support for the Blue Streak missile project. Chapter 889, British follow-up. Before leaving Aden, Alan Wilson received a telegram relayed by Whitehall. Another telegram was sent from Kuala Lumpur about French orders. In order to win the support of Britain in the Algerian War, France was willing to use part of its economic interests to make Britain stand on its side. Even if the United States fought in Afghanistan in later generations, it also paid to build certain infrastructure. Although every construction in Afghanistan is the most expensive in history under the superb financial skills of the United States, it cannot be denied that the United States paid for the reconstruction, but it just spent too much money. Part of the raw material order was left in the Malayan colony. This was the result of Alan Wilson's active promotion. After all, he did not expect to make money, but just to ensure the startup rate. It is satisfactory to keep the industry in the Malayan colony in operation. Such a conscientious seller should be noticed by the Paris government through his wife's connections. During the interval of the successful conclusion of the Aden conference, John joked that, once the largest oil refining center in Asia was built in Singapore, he would have to rely on Alan Wilson's breath. But after this missile test, it seems that the situation in Poland is gradually calming down. Yeah, I don't know whose idea it was to load fuel in Poland and launch it at the target range in Kazakhstan. Alan Wilson sighed after hearing this, but the deterrent effect is very obvious. The situation in Poland and Hungary seems to be calming down. The Soviet Union's intercontinental missile tests shocked the free world, not to mention the friends in its own camp. At this time, if Moscow took advantage of the free world's dumbfoundedness and directly took action to clean up the troublemakers, it might be able to calm things down. The Eastern Bloc is really hard to deal with. John chuckled. I think Jared Edward is the one with the most pressure. Although we are under more pressure than our colleagues in Africa, we are still not as much as him. That's true. Alan Wilson did not deny that Jared Edward was the commissioner in Germany, which was the front line of the Cold War. But this depends on how big the concept of the East is in the mouth of his colleagues. From the traditional European perspective, the concept of the West is actually very small. To be accurate, the entire America is the rear area west of the German border. Beyond the eastern border of Germany is the East. But from the perspective of other civilizations, the concept of the West is surprisingly large. Among the major countries, there are few that consider themselves to be Eastern countries. Pax Romana is also a standard Western civilization, and it originated in the same place as Christianity. Most countries with two major religions as the mainstream are Western culture. Even Iran considers itself to be part of Western civilization, not to mention the Soviet Union. To summarize the East and the countries that consider themselves to be Eastern, it is nothing more than Eastern countries including India. East Asia, South Asia, and Southeast Asia are all of the East. The rest is the so-called West. The West under this concept is surprisingly large in terms of population and area, but European countries do not recognize it. The Soviet Union is scrudding as Western country. If it is strong, it will be a part of the Western camp since ancient times. If it is weak, it will get out. Alan Wilson accompanied his old colleague on a tour of the Persian Gulf and inspected the airport project. Then he secretly took Pauline Goddard away from Aden. He took Pauline Goddard, who was determined to be an adoptive mother, to Kuala Lumpur and let her meet Anna, who was pregnant. Then he took off to Australia and appeared in front of Pamela Mountbatten. Why are you here? Looking at her husband who didn't have a drop of water, Pamela Mountbatten asked in confusion. The Woomera launch site is an important asset of the United Kingdom. Alan Wilson took out the telegram from Whitehall and showed it to his wife, saying righteously, the cabinet asked me to follow up the Blue-ray missile project with all my strength and provide any support. There is no doubt that this project will definitely burn money and all the extra expenses will go through my hands. In other words, this time, the space race that should have belonged to the United States and the Soviet Union, the United Kingdom will follow up. At least the current government will follow up, whether it is missiles or rockets. The United Kingdom will join the competition. A large number of people will soon be stationed at the Woomera launch site. Dear, if possible, can you help communicate with Canberra? Alan Wilson stretched out his hand and shook it in front of his wife, looking very solemn. Leave it to me. Pamela Mountbatten nodded, then said embarrassedly, you must be disappointed that the Blue-ray missile failed. Failure is the mother of success. It doesn't matter. Alan Wilson comforted her without any concern. This kind of project is built with money. I want to meet with the person in charge of the Space Center. Tell him the mission objectives planned by the government. Alan Wilson, who arrived in Australia, immediately went to work and checked the Woomera launch site to determine the infrastructure and funding flow. For this, he didn't even have time to invite his sister-in-law to ride a rocket, which made the princess who had already experienced the joy of riding a rocket secretly annoyed. Doesn't her brother-in-law like to be passive? At this moment, Attlee, who replaced the Prime Minister after the war, gave an impassioned speech in the House of Commons to the members of the two parties. This image also entered thousands of British households through television. Cabinet Secretary Norman Brooke, not far from Prime Minister Attlee, watched the Prime Minister who was trying to win the support of the two parties. The breakthrough progress in the aerospace industry means that future competition is not limited to two-dimensional space, but will quickly shift to a wide range of three-dimensional space. The major powers in the world today are competing on the same level. As a world power, Great Britain will never back down in the face of new challenges. This generation will overcome challenges and maintain the order and peace of the civilized world, just like its ancient and glorious fathers. The government will mobilize all its forces to join this competition. clearly showing that Great Britain is not afraid of challenges not only on land and on the sea, but also in the sky. Every time there was a gap in Prime Minister Attlee's speech, the Labour Party members who occupied half of the House of Commons burst into warm applause. Britain can get support from the Commonwealth, from Europe, and from everywhere. With 120,000 efforts, let us cast our eyes on the distant universe. Perhaps, this is another great age of navigation. The House of Commons burst into warm applause. The Great Age of Navigation is a beautiful era that countless British people dream of. Britain was originally only a marginal country in Europe, but it soared to the sky during the Age of Exploration, and created the glory of the British Empire. Adversity can test a person's character. Extraordinary circumstances can show extraordinary integrity. On a calm sea, all ships can compete for victory. When the iron fist of fate hits the vital point, only those with great courage and wisdom can remain calm. Prime Minister Attlee ended his speech with Shakespeare's famous saying, "The whole world is a huge stage, and everyone in the world is an actor. We will make a choice, and will not regret it. No regrets." The Labour Party members who occupied half of the House of Commons stood up and applauded, expressing their support for their Prime Minister. If it weren't for the long distance before the election, it would almost be certain to win again. Norman Brooke raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene. Prime Minister Attlee took out the special budget draft he had formulated, which was overwhelmingly passed in the House of Commons. This draft included an allocation of £90 million to invest in the development of aerospace. Aerospace research institutions are managed by the Ministry of Defense, and the cost of military product development is paid from the defense budget, to reduce the contradiction between the developer and the user. 16 universities, including Oxford University, London University, Cambridge University, Bristol University, Manchester University, Glasgow University, and Southampton University, have established aviation departments and higher education institutions with aviation majors. The Royal Aeronautical Society and the British Interplanetary Society were established above these universities, calling on the accumulated talents to go to the Woomera launch site and negotiating with Australia to ensure the treatment and protection of relevant researchers. A cabinet minister was selected to serve as the person in charge of the development of aerospace to ensure that Britain attaches importance to aerospace. This appointment unexpectedly fell to Harold Wilson, who was only 40 years old. It surprised many Labour Party members. Harold Wilson, who had just taken office, immediately packed his luggage and went to Australia to learn about the first-hand situation. The newspapers throughout the UK were hotly discussing that Attlee, the Prime Minister who had led 3 governments after the war, had a slight improvement in his speech to the Parliament in the field of aerospace, which had been on par with or even behind the Conservative Party's support rate for 2 years. In the 10 years after the war, Britain hardly expressed its views on international affairs, which was in sharp contrast to France's frequent military actions. This time, many countries were surprised by the move. Even Moscow and Washington were the same. Khrushchev, who had just silenced Poland's opponents with an intercontinental missile test, was preparing to quell the conflict in Budapest, and did not care about it. In Washington, Eisenhower and Dulles discussed this issue. I don't know if Britain just wants to turn over, or if it really recalls its past glory. Maybe it's both. Secretary of State Dulles did not comment. Britain's post-war recovery is really amazing, especially compared with other European countries. Maybe we provided too much aid during the war, and we didn't expect them to be able to adjust. Anyway, we have to follow up. If Britain can face the Soviet Union's advantages head-on and respond positively, but we can't, others will think we are cowards. Eisenhower made the final decision. Just 3 days later, the US Senate passed an even larger bipartisan bill ensuring full support for the aerospace industry in response to the Soviet Union's testing of an intercontinental ballistic missile after Britain threatened to compete. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 890, Taming the Minister for the First Time. The responses from Britain and the United States immediately caused an uproar around the world. The whole country was in an uproar. The media reported on the national will. Students from countless schools entered the aerospace disciplines with the idea of serving the country. People talked about the competition between the two major camps in the aerospace field by word of mouth. Alan Wilson, who was holding the telegram, learned that Cabinet Minister Harold Wilson had already set off. He joked to his wife, who was sitting lazily. The cabinet finally showed a decent attitude this time. After all, as a Labour Party government, which keeps saying that it wants to establish a socialist community of Great Britain, why doesn't it learn from the Soviet Union's national system, even if it's just imitation? Learn from the Soviet system. Aren't you very disgusted with the Soviet Union? Pamela Mountbatten glanced at her husband with tender almond eyes. Now you say that the Soviet political system is good. I can't understand it. It's good for most people, but not for us. So the enemy is right. They are the enemy. Alan Wilson said in a sincere attitude of 1 is 1 and 2 is 2, but we can also imitate some policies. 10 years after the war, Britain finally showed some of its original enterprising spirit. Even if the final result is not satisfactory, it is worthy of praise. My dear, the space industry is a great feat for the entire human race. Humans will be able to get rid of the shackles of gravity and fully enjoy the joy of freedom. This is no longer a matter of money. If we participate in it, our entire lives will be of great significance. When we are old, we can say with a clear conscience that this life is worth it. Pamela Mountbatten originally listened to her husband's words with a faint smile on her face, but with the man's voice, she slowly sat up, and a different brilliance flashed in her eyes. Alan Wilson at this time is absolutely different from the past. He is not the bureaucrat who is good at getting along with everyone in Whitehall. He is not the colonial commissioner who built a big filter in Kuala Lumpur. The bureaucratic sophistication and the money smell of businessmen have disappeared, showing the image of a young man with ambitions. Dear, as long as you like it, I have no problem. Pamela Mountbatten's almond eyes were filled with love, and she couldn't believe it. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really couldn't believe that I could hear you say such a thing. For a country, the spirit is extremely important. Once this spirit is removed, it will be difficult to get it back. Alan Wilson grabbed his wife's hand. In some areas, don't take money so seriously, right? If he didn't want to destroy his majestic image in Pamela Mountbatten's eyes, Alan Wilson would definitely change his words. What level of businessmen are engaged in real estate? Even colonial compradors can play with it. It's not difficult at all. How high is the level of controlling raw materials? It's just the level of a Saudi prince. A little higher, like the Japanese and Korean consortiums, is not that strong. If you want to really grow bigger and stronger, you have to work hard on high tech, oil and iron, or are just means after all. If you really want to leap over the Dragon Gate, you have to go to the forefront of mankind. These words were not spoken, but Pamela Mountbatten had already held her face in her palm. My dear, I seem to admire you very much now. This is completely different from when you spread conspiracy theories. The most difficult thing for a writer to overcome is that he can no longer express his true thoughts in words. Alan Wilson kissed his wife's hand directly and said proudly, "How can you be the husband of a female president without some merits worth admiring? I think." Pamela Mountbatten looked nostalgic and expressed her desire to ride a rocket. Harold Wilson, the British Prime Minister in his memory, appeared in Australia with a pipe in his mouth, which seemed very meaningful in the international context at this time. "Minister, you are here." Alan Wilson appeared at Perth Airport and came to greet the future leader of the Labour Party. The 40-year-old Harold Wilson has already established a firm foothold in the work order. As the minister in charge of the aerospace industry this time, he can be said to have taken a step further and joined the top of the Labour Party. It can be said that he is in high spirits. 40 years old is the prime of life for politicians, and everything is promising. "Alan, thank you for your hard work," Harold Wilson said with a smile on his face. "The Prime Minister attaches great importance to the space program. The Blue Light missile test program at the Woomera launch site is very important. I already know the minister's purpose. Let's talk about it when we get back." Alan Wilson made a gesture of invitation and asked the cabinet minister to get in the car. The Woomera launch site is an important overseas asset of the United Kingdom. And Alan Wilson also knew that one of the most important things about a space launch center is that it must be close to the equator. The launch site for launching geostationary orbit satellites can achieve twice the result with half the effort if it is built near the equator of the Earth. There are two main reasons for this. First, the flight speed of the launched satellite is formed by the superposition of the speed of the carrier rocket and the rotational component of the Earth's speed. When the speed of the carrier rocket is constant, the lower the latitude of the launch site, the greater the rotation speed of the Earth, and thus the greater the orbital speed of the launched satellite. If a satellite is launched eastward from the equator, the rotational energy of the Earth can be maximized, which is essentially using the rotational force of the Earth to increase the flight speed of the satellite. In addition, when launching a geostationary orbit satellite eastward from a launch site at or near the equator, the satellite's flight orbit and final orbit can be in or close to the same plane, which can save a lot of energy required for the satellite to maneuver horizontally to the geostationary orbit position and greatly extend the satellite's operating life. From this point of view, it was a wise decision for Britain to choose Australia to build a space launch center. The Soviet Union suffered a lot in this regard. It can be said that the Soviet Union, which is located at a high latitude, has to pay a lot of extra costs just for the geographical environment. Before Harold Wilson came, he had already asked the head of the Woomera launch site to formulate a detailed future space plan in the name of the Overseas Assets Management Committee, and then interfered and modified it with his current official position. So in this era, the space plan with the clearest logic and impeccable on paper was officially released, including but not limited to launching satellites, manned spaceflight and landing on the moon. This is the result of taking into account the background of the times and removing the space station. Otherwise the space plan polished by Alan Wilson, as long as it is leaked, it can be easily sold to Americans for millions. I believe that even Americans are now at a loss for the specific steps of spaceflight and don't know how to implement it specifically. Alan Wilson's plan can completely serve as an outline, which is something that cannot be bought with any amount of money. Dear Minister, due to confidentiality and the strength of the Soviet KGB, you can take this plan back and hand it directly to the Prime Minister. After Alan Wilson took out the plan, he gave a solemn instruction to say that it was for the purpose of protecting state secrets. This was a reason, but the bigger consideration was that Harold Wilson personally handed it to Prime Minister Attlee. It could reduce his personal influence in the formulation of the space program. Otherwise, his interference and modification of the space program might be known to more people. Although all the steps in this plan are correct and can definitely stand up to scrutiny, but Alan Wilson himself has no similar educational experience in his resume. Could it be that he said that after coming to the East, he studied Oriental studies and realized the unique skill of observing the night sky? Of course, all countries now attach great importance to information in this area, and it is not too careful. Harold Wilson immediately took the plan and read it. Although the plan was modified, as the immediate superior, Alan Wilson certainly had to let the scientists come up with theoretical basis. So although Harold Wilson was shocked, mainly because of the final part of landing on the moon, but he just cited the difficulty of the space program and didn't think much about it. The minister can add some of his own color to this plan. Alan Wilson smiled sympathetically. Now the government attaches great importance to the space program and the citizens' expectations for this matter. If the minister can leave a strong and colorful mark in the space program, maybe the minister's name will appear in the history books of Britain in the future. Oh, of course. Harold Wilson had just taken office. This time he came to Australia for the first important mission in his ministerial career. The first person he would face was Alan Wilson, a colonial bureaucrat who had been working for 10 years. But she didn't realize this yet. Once he agreed, this plan would have nothing to do with Alan Wilson. Even if someone checked all the links in the future, they would only find him. The new cabinet minister didn't know that this was the first time he was guided by a civil servant, and it was definitely not the first time. On the contrary, it was just the beginning. With the help of Alan Wilson, this space plan belonging to the minister mainly added a dual-use part. After all, the UK is not at its peak, and it still values cost saving. It is quite sincere to allocate £90 million. Just the part about landing on the moon, It is indeed a very ambitious goal, Harold Wilson said with some uncertainty at last. Things have to be done step by step. Alan Wilson thought to himself that he did not take the part of landing on the moon seriously. It is better to leave such a difficult task to the United States and the Soviet Union, and pay more attention to the first two parts of launching satellites and manned spaceflight. The investment of the United States and the Soviet Union in the space race is astronomical. It is unrealistic to rely on the national strength of the United Kingdom to fight to the end. Especially the cost of landing on the moon is definitely a bottomless pit, and there is a high probability that it will not succeed. It would be great if the first two items can be completed. Chapter 891, Prelude to Space Supremacy. Of the three parts of the plan, the simplest is the satellite launch, which is also the standard configuration of the space program of various countries. During the Cold War, only the United States and the Soviet Union had carried out manned spaceflight, and as for landing on the moon, only the United States had done it. As for the space station part outside the plan, at least when the Soviet Union was alive, the Soviet Union had an absolute advantage. The space station is also the end of the space hegemony. Unlike the United States Star Wars propaganda, which was loud, but not implemented much, the Soviet Union's Red Star operation plan to counter Star Wars has entered the implementation stage. The Buran space shuttle is a finished product of the Red Star operation plan, and the larger combat space station plan has not been completed, and the Soviet Union has disintegrated. The entire combat space station will consist of two parts, a laser weapon system and a space nuclear missile. Naturally, the United States can intercept nuclear missiles on the ground through an anti-missile system, so the Soviet Union will build an uninterceptable platform in the sky. This idea is not even credible when it is said, not to mention, that it has entered the implementation stage. An ordinary space station alone is impossible for countries in this era, so Alan Wilson naturally will not take this part out. Of the three parts that can be implemented, it is normal for the UK to launch satellites, and it is a surprise to launch manned spaceflight. Alan Wilson did not take the moon landing seriously. The moon landing plan was completed by the United States with its peak national strength and the Saturn V rocket built by von Braun's team. Finally, after lagging behind all the way, it turned the disadvantage around by landing on the moon. If we compare the four stages of space hegemony, the Soviet Union was the undoubted winner in the satellite launch and manned spaceflight stages, but lost to the United States in the third stage. In the fourth stage of the Red Star Wars and Star Wars, the Soviet Union relied on the accumulation of the Mir space station to produce more finished products than the United States, but because of the disintegration of the Soviet Union, people could not know who was more powerful. Dear Minister, this plan is called the Mega Rock Project. It is formulated by the British Interplanetary Society. As for the part that takes into account both military and civilian use, please see. Alan Wilson pointed out the bright spots in the plan. Of course, this part was added by him through his memory in later generations, but it doesn't matter. It will soon become Harold Wilson's future political achievement. This part is mainly about occupying the low Earth orbit to ensure global communications. The space orbits of later generations first follow the principle of first come, first served in the space orbit position. That is, the latecomers must coordinate with the first occupiers to avoid using the same or similar orbits and radio frequencies as the satellites in orbit. Although the Soviet Union was the first country to launch a satellite, it did not realize this at the beginning, at least not as deeply as the United States. It discovered areas that the Soviet Union did not notice, allowing the United States to catch up and complete the deployment first. But Alan Wilson knew that the biggest victim of the successful deployment of BDAO in later generations was Europe's Galileo program. The reason is that BDAO and Galileo have the same target orbit. If one is completed first, the other has no place. Even if the UK cannot support the entire space program by itself, it can occupy the high quality orbit first, so as to attract European countries to join and establish a satellite network led by the UK. If that doesn't work, it can share the satellite network with France. Alan, you graduated from the aerospace major. Harold Wilson listened to this and looked at the colonial commissioner in front of him with a shocked face. The summary of the cabinet's establishment of an aerospace school was actually inaccurate. It was accurate for most universities, but Oxford and Cambridge already had aerospace schools. Although Harold Wilson had met Alan Wilson before, he was only familiar with his face and did not know the other party's background. He thought that Alan Wilson, who was talking eloquently, was a top student of the aerospace school. Dear Minister, I'm just relaying the considerations of the Interstellar Association and explaining it to you. Alan Wilson denied that he was an aerospace talent. If he admitted it today, he would be in trouble in the future. After dispelling the cabinet minister's doubts, Alan Wilson continued, the first 2 stages of the current mega rock project are considered feasible, while the third stage is a beautiful fantasy. Of course, it is not ruled out that it will enter the implementation stage after technological progress. Before the minister arrived, I had received instructions from Whitehall to raise funds from the major colonies and invest them in the mega rock project. Because the major colonies have limited funds, they can only raise £30 million. Half of it was obtained from the Malayan colony. My wife Pamela Mountbatten is willing to dedicate herself to the country and provide help in a selfless way. I hope that some costs can be saved. I hope that this world-renowned space battle can achieve satisfactory results for Britain. What an exciting and grand project. Even if he only heard the feasible part, that is, launching satellites and manned spaceflight, Harold Wilson couldn't help but sigh. Such a reaction made Alan Wilson very disappointed. The cabinet minister really had no knowledge of this. But then again, if he really knew the business, Harold Wilson would not have been sent here to be the minister in charge of aerospace. Minister, the investment in the space industry depends, in part, on whether Britain is still a world power, and whether it still needs to pursue such a grand cause. This is the real question. Alan Wilson asked, staring at the face of the future British Prime Minister. Of course, the border of the British Empire is in the Himalayas. Harold Wilson's face was solemn, and he answered decisively, this is our mission, and we have no choice but to do it. Listening to the Prime Minister, who was known for the Labour Party's misleading the country, Alan Wilson nodded deeply. The minister's answer should be the guarantee of the mega rock space project. Because Harold Wilson had just arrived in Perth, Alan Wilson did not delay the minister's rest. He finished his preparations, left the mega rock project, and left directly. In fact, it was not very important whether Harold Wilson came here. He came to express his attitude and took out the £90 million of funding, which basically completed the task. Do you expect a cabinet minister to live in Australia and face the Gobi Desert all the time? This is unrealistic. Pamela Mountbatten waited for her husband to come back and asked about Harold Wilson's arrival before asking, my dear, it seems that the cabinet really takes the space program very seriously. We should take it more seriously than they do. Alan Wilson stretched out his hand and pinched his eye sockets, answering a little tiredly. Of course, I always listen to you. As if she could see her husband's tiredness, Pamela Mountbatten slowed down her voice, hoping to bring a sense of relaxation. My dear, I'm glad you said that. But more importantly, it is for you and your company. Alan Wilson closed his eyes and enjoyed his wife's massage. Iron ore, oil, even farming, hydropower, all need military protection. Space projects like this will definitely gather the most cutting-edge talents in the country, and you happen to be included in it through de Havilland. Whether the future Mountbatten Group can become Lockheed depends on how deeply you can participate. If your company becomes the main pillar of British national defense, it will be considered a real national weapon. No one can ignore your existence. Your military industrial enterprises can make no money, and it will not change people's ore. I believe you will not look down on the profits from it. Whether it is oil or iron ore, it is enough to make money without lying down. For a country, you can't have market without an army, otherwise it will be the end of my King dynasty. Of course, that was also caused by the unknown factor of the Industrial Revolution in the world. The little friends that the King dynasty could beat up were still a well-known existence. I'm not worried about your company's profitability, but I'm more worried that your company doesn't have the power to protect its own wealth. Only by entering the real high-end field can the country provide a protective umbrella for your company. Only the military industry can achieve this goal most directly. Alan Wilson emptied his brains and tried his best to help his partner get on the road to super richness. What if the United States uses its long arm to control and spit out all the wealth he has obtained? Have a good rest. That minister is coming to Australia, and you will be busy again. Pamela Mountbatten was a little annoyed. He knows nothing. What use is he except taking money? Taking money is the biggest role, and taming the minister is my job. My job is to make a minister feel that he is leading the country. Alan Wilson looked happy. There is no job more gratifying than this. Halftime has always believed that they are the ones leading the country. Pamela Mountbatten joked. But Whitehall cannot go against the cabinet. Except for weakening Whitehall's authority, we are willing to help the ministers in other matters. Whitehall and the cabinet are not in a hostile relationship, but two different parts of a national government. Alan Wilson categorically denied the hostile relationship between the two. Whitehall's purpose is not to fight for power. Although it has done so, it is mainly to protect its own duties and prevent the cabinet from crossing the line. My dear, you have to know that those who are elected can do anything for the sake of polls. If they are allowed to do whatever they want, the foundation of the civilization of the British Empire will be shaken. After letting his wife sit on the rocket with satisfaction, Alan Wilson accompanied the minister who shook the foundation of the civilization of the British Empire in his words to the Woomera launch site to demonstrate the government's attention to the space program. In Moscow, the capital of the Soviet Union, on TV, Khrushchev was delivering a speech on the work of the aerospace field, arrogantly mocking the big moves of Britain and the United States. I don't understand what the mentality of London and Washington is now, but from the perspective of healthy competition, the Soviet Union is never afraid of any challenge. Chapter 892 rolled up. Healthy competition. Furtseva was watching Khrushchev's speech on TV. Just as she was thinking this, there was a knock on the door of the apartment, and she immediately got up to open the door. A boy with a red scarf appeared in front of her and said to Furtseva in a vigorous voice, "Mother, is school over?" Furtseva's face was doting, and then she looked at the couple behind her son and said, "Please come in. You just came back from Poland, and you are helping to pick up the children. It's really troublesome." "No, Alexiev is very obedient." The woman who spoke had a gentle tone, but she was tall. Unlike her tall figure, her face was extremely delicate, and she was no less beautiful than any other woman. Her hair was golden and fell on her shoulders. "Come in and sit down." Furtseva invited the couple in and asked while cleaning up, "It's been a long time since we last met, and Alexiev is still so attached to you. But I say, Ekaterina, aren't you going to have a child?" The two, who were obviously a couple, looked at each other and said at the same time, "Don't worry, work is the priority." "Well, I don't understand the Lubyanka thing." Furtseva sat on the sofa with her son and chatted with her friends. Khrushchev's speech had just ended at this time, and the topic naturally revolved around the most popular aerospace project at the moment. The test of the intercontinental missile project in Poland has obviously stabilized the situation in Poland and Hungary. Of course, I don't deny that in the face of these comrades who have fallen into misunderstandings for a while, they also need to leave their jobs temporarily to calm down. It's best for the Ministry of National Defense not to come forward in this matter, and it's best to leave it to our anti-counter-revolutionary workers. When talking about Poland and Hungary, the man was in high spirits and spoke in an expert tone. "I want to be like Uncle Yura in the future." Furtseva's son was obviously quite familiar with the uncle and aunt, and spoke in a tone that was not unfamiliar at all. "The red scarf on your chest is even brighter." Ekaterina reached out and grabbed the child's red scarf, smiling and encouraging. "Secretary Furtseva, Alexiev is already 10 years old." The man looked at the half-grown child in front of him with his deep eyes and changed the subject. "Alexiev, you must first become the director of the general administration within 30 years. During this period, you must have experience in overseas postings, work in the embassy of some country for a period of time, and consider learning a foreign language. Then you may be able to speak like this." At this, the man took out a short knife with patterns from his coat and handed it to Furtseva's son. "This Damascus steel knife is for you. Remember to use it well." "Then, Secretary Furtseva, we will leave first." After sitting for a while, the two got up and said goodbye and left Furtseva's apartment. "Why did you give away the fruit knife that you have used for so long?" The woman tilted her head and asked her husband. The man took out another Damascus steel knife as if by magic and said casually, "A replica. A towering tree needs to grow from a small sapling, and an ear of wheat also needs careful care before it can play its value. Indeed, if we stay here, it will be too bullying." The woman understood her partner's thoughts very well. Find a chance to leave. This time Firtsiva proposed to conduct intercontinental missile tests in Poland. If nothing unexpected happens, she will be promoted. The man put his arm around his wife's shoulders and strolled on the streets of Moscow. Maybe in 30 years, her son can really become the director of the general administration. Don't use spiritual strengthening on others in the future. The woman immediately reacted when she heard it. The revolutionary partner had made a move, and Firtsiva's son must have kept today's words in mind and regarded them as a dream to be realized. I know, dear. It's just to make him firm in his faith and more resilient in spirit. It's a good thing. Faced with his wife's accusations, the man was helpless. He didn't want to bully people, but couldn't he cultivate an aspiring young man? But when I think about leaving, I still feel a little reluctant to leave Firtsiva. I haven't seen her for a long time. The woman sighed a little, but she also knew that it was only a matter of time before they parted. But when she saw the students wearing red scarves after school, she still felt a little nostalgic. The temperature in October is still a little cold. The man took off his grey military coat and put it on his wife. The effect of Khrushchev's speech was very obvious. With his status, he said such words. Although it refers to healthy competition, in Washington's eyes, it was a provocation to the United States lead. In 1956, the United States was thriving. Every citizen of the United States of America was extremely proud of his country. The citizens of the city on the hill were full of hope for the country. Seeing Khrushchev's provocation became even more intolerable. At this moment, Alan Wilson accompanied the minister and landed at the airport built next to the Vimila launch site. There was still some distance from the interior of the Vimila launch site. Fortunately, the launch site had sent a special car to receive them. Alan Wilson had been here before and was no longer curious about the Woomera launch center, but Harold Wilson was different. This was the first time he saw what the launch center looked like. He was full of curiosity about this launch center that the UK had invested heavily in building in 1947. "Alan, have you been here?" Harold Wilson immediately felt that the colonial commissioner had a dull expression. Although the Woomera launch center seems to have nothing to do with my work as an important overseas asset, I still have to know something about it. The facilities built can accommodate 5,000 people. Now with the support of the current government, it should allow the UK to occupy a place among the countries in the world that develop aerospace. The relevant theories of aerospace are much easier than practice. Even the UK has relevant plans. Compared with practice, discussing something does not consume much money. But even so, Alan Wilson only described it as occupying a place. Not to mention how much manpower and material resources the Soviet Union, as the first country to practice the aerospace industry, mobilized. But he knew the amount of money spent on the Apollo program in the United States. At the peak of the project, there were 20,000 companies, more than 200 universities and more than 80 scientific research institutions participating in the project, with a total of more than 300,000 people and an investment of $24 billion US. That was the era of the gold standard. How can the current Britain compare with this manpower and material resources? With such national strength support, even if the Soviet Union is progressing faster now, it is still unclear who will win, but it is certain that Britain will definitely not catch up. Most of the series of plans covering all aspects of the United Kingdom in the early Cold War ended in failure because of lack of money. Although the current Britain can invest, it is much stronger than the original Britain in history, but it cannot make such a large decision. This is more than the military expenditure of Britain for 10 years. The only thing that Alan Wilson can be sure of now is that, if the competition for space enters a white-hot stage immediately, Eisenhower may mobilize the whole country to compete with the Soviet Union for the moon landing plan before Kennedy comes to power. Kennedy may have one less achievement to show off. It depends on when the Soviet Union will launch the first artificial satellite into space and stimulate the fighting consciousness of the United States. After entering the Woomera launch site, Harold Wilson expressed the current government's support and encouragement for the aerospace industry. The government, individuals and state-owned enterprises have put out a total of £130 million to support rocket research. In the future, there will be an influx of talents from many universities and hundreds of companies to provide help. Whether Great Britain can gain an advantage in this most pioneering field depends on the efforts of scientific researchers. At the Woomera Launch Site Conference Centre, Harold Wilson gave some chicken soup to encourage British scientific researchers at the launch site. Unfortunately, he didn't know that similar words had been said by the colonial commissioner who had come before. Behind the warm applause was the £130 million of funding mentioned by Harold Wilson. £90 million belonged to government funding, £30 million belonged to funds including the Malaya colony, and £10 million belonged to private funding support including the Mountbatten Group. £130 million cannot be compared with the tens of billions of dollars invested by the United States, but this number is already the combined order number of Australia's arms sales and France and India's arms sales, which is enough for the United Kingdom to build 4 heavy aircraft carriers. The Attlee cabinet can be said to be supportive. When the United Kingdom, the United States and the Soviet Union were mobilizing to compete in the field of rockets, Guy Marlet, chairman of the French Council of Ministers and secretary of the Socialist Party, officially announced the launch of France's space program in Paris, the capital of France, after continuous congressional discussions. Congress approved the construction of a space center in Algeria. 130 large French state-owned enterprises joined the ranks of rocket development and manufacturing, and France's space program was officially launched and joined the space competition. So far, the United States, the Soviet Union, Britain and France have all announced their own space programs. The United States and the Soviet Union independently promote space programs, while Britain and Australia jointly undertake space programs and will share technology after success. France established its space center in Algeria. It would be best to build the space center in French Guiana. Alan Wilson couldn't help shaking his head after learning about the French's move. Algeria's location was only slightly better than the Soviet Union's Baikonur Cosmodrome. But he was not French, so he had no obligation to remind them that Britain was not qualified to be the French's teacher in the field of aerospace. It was even more gratifying that Australia allocated $20 million Australian dollars for support. So far, 2 emerging post-war powers and 2 old colonial empires have entered the field. The advantage of the British side is that the detailed space plan steps that Harold Wilson will bring back to London are very clear. As for other advantages, there are really none. I'm stuck. Let the General Political Commissar come out to fill in the chapter. Chapter 893 Turing Team. These 2 monsters, but I believe that Britain still has a huge advantage over France at present. Alan Wilson muttered, after reading the reports from TASS, AP, AFP and Reuters. In terms of national system and mobilization, no country can compare with the Soviet Union at present. In terms of wealth and investment, Britain is nothing in front of the United States. This is very much like what Churchill said, on one side of me sits a huge Russian bear, on the other side sits a huge North American bison. In the middle sits a poor little British donkey. But the consequence of rolling up is that France followed up earlier than the original history, easing Britain's embarrassment in front of the United States and the Soviet Union. If the dream is not woven so big, just suppressing France, Britain's embarrassment can be greatly alleviated. Alan. Just as he was thinking this, Harold Wilson pushed the door open and interrupted the colonial commissioner who was in the state of observing the night sky. The first batch of local scientific researchers coming to Australia will arrive in a few days. What good news, Minister. Alan Wilson stood up and took out the reports of several major news agencies and gave them to Harold Wilson. The current trend in rocket launches shows that not only we attach great importance to it, but also major powers attach great importance to it. Just now, Alan Wilson was still lamenting the embarrassment of Britain facing 2 monsters, but now he is not afraid at all. He must give the minister a confident attitude at this time. France. Harold Wilson looked at the report in his hand and muttered to himself with a hint of disbelief. France. Alan Wilson nodded expressionlessly and said, we must admit that France's ideas in pursuing the dream of a great power should be respected. When Harold Wilson saw France, He almost saw the performance of a weak link in imperialism. But in Alan Wilson's eyes, it is embarrassing to say out loud the real weak link in imperialism. Silently reciting the national conditions of Great Britain, Alan Wilson hinted ramblingly, in fact, if the competition is set at the level of suppressing France, it should be very simple. Why? Harold Wilson asked in confusion. France's foundation seems to be worse than ours. That's right, Minister. It's precisely because France's foundation is not as good as ours. It is very poor in all aspects. So we are sure. After all, the United States and the Soviet Union are a bit too strong. Alan Wilson spread his hands and said, we understand France, just as the French understand us. Harold Wilson saw the serious face of the Executive Deputy Secretary General in front of him, and said uncertainly, this is too sophisticated. Yes, Minister, but we generally call this diplomacy. Alan Wilson winked and smiled. From the current public information, the resources that the United States and the Soviet Union will invest will far exceed Britain countless times. We will try to make fewer mistakes, but we cannot make up for the huge material gap. Apart from anything else, the Soviet Union is really strong in resource integration, as proven by countless examples in the past. You mean plagiarism? Harold Wilson absorbed the meaning of these words, and took out a cigar to light it. The cigar is a souvenir from Pamela Mountbatten. Once the Cuban changes color, the value of this cigar will soar rapidly. Harold Wilson always holds a big pipe in public, with a friendly image. But in private, Harold Wilson's big pipe and MacArthur's big pipe have similar functions, just as part of the personality. The difference is that one is for being close to the people and the other is for pretending. It can also be called reverse engineering. The norm for latecomers to catch up is not limited to any particular country. In human civilization, there have been countless similar examples. In the past 100 years, Germany and the United States have also gone through that stage, and now the Soviet Union is also in this stage. Without waiting for Harold Wilson to answer, Alan Wilson continued his long speech. The United States and the Soviet Union have large populations and vast territories. Their technology is generally at the same level as ours, so it is really difficult to compete with them. Although the colonies have a large population, they are not a high-quality labor force. In many colonies in Africa, the subjects of the colonies are in chaos, and don't even know they are alive. This part of the population can't help much, and the contribution they make is very low level. Harold Wilson was unable to speak again, and Alan Wilson continued, and countries like China and India, which also have advantages in size, still have a lot of courses to make up in the short term. They are far behind the UK in terms of basic level, so it is not worth worrying about in the short term. Therefore, there is only one country similar to the UK that can compete with the UK in the field of aerospace, and that is France. And the biggest reason why Britain wants to join the European community and play a leading role is to prevent the French from leading this organization, so as to take advantage of the population and industrial capacity of European countries and surpass Britain. Once such a thing happens, the subversion of civilization, the catastrophe of Britain. Harold Wilson's face was solemn, as if he was imagining such a future. Indeed, Minister. Alan Wilson smiled with satisfaction and recognized the minister's understanding very much, and then further emphasized, if we set suppression of France as one of the goals in the space program, this goal will not be difficult. Once we cannot win the competition with the United States and the Soviet Union in the future competition, we can also appease the emotions of the citizens, at least partially succeed, and will not let the ruling party lose support. Politicians focus on political achievements. The root of political achievements lies in support rates. From the perspective of support rates, Alan Wilson provided Harold Wilson with a bottom line for the British space program after returning to London. As a cabinet minister, Harold Wilson would not stay abroad for a long time, even though Australia had a deep-licking mentality towards Britain. For this reason, it also strongly supported Britain's space program, and the Parliament passed a grant of 20 million Australian dollars. He came to the launch site in person to express the British government's concern for the space industry, and then he left. The remaining things were unclear. Of course, there was a special person in charge of the space launch site, but there still had to be someone to manage it. In addition to the British grant, Australia also provided financial support. The British managers, after Whitehall's comprehensive private fundraising, were actually mainly funded by the Mountbatten Group. In addition to the share of the Malayan colony in overseas funds, the final decision was that Alan Wilson had the power of administrative management, and in order to check and balance his management, the British Governor-General of Australia, Marshal Slim, was needed to supervise on behalf of the British government. At the same time, as a marshal, Slim also represented the attitude of the military in a certain sense, which was also in line with the dual use of the aerospace industry, especially the military side. The role of the minister ends here. Alan Wilson, who returned to Perth, said to his wife Pamela Mountbatten, "As for the rest, he can't help much due to his professional level. It seems that your guidance work is quite good." Pamela Mountbatten saw her husband's expression and understood, like you said, politicians value votes. In fact, the strength of a country has nothing to do with that thing. Alan Wilson chuckled and said coldly, "Scottish votes and English votes are both votes. Has it changed Scotland's long-term neglected situation? What changed Scotland was the discovery of North Sea oil. Similarly, Western Australia is what it is today, not because the East Coast government is merciful and wants to share its cake with Western Australia, but because Western Australia discovered a bigger cake. In the future, maybe there will be a scene where citizens of the three major cities on the East Coast will rush to live in Perth." Really? Pamela Mountbatten couldn't believe it after hearing this. At least now she thinks that the southeast of Australia is still stronger than the area near Perth. We should look at the problem from the perspective of development. Also, don't think that a place can always remain strong. The so-called high-quality population is not so noble in its pursuit. Alan Wilson gave a decisive answer. The Great Lakes region and the northeast of the United States were both the regions with the strongest industrial base and resources in the two countries for a period of time. In their strong era, could they have imagined the impact of the change in the macro environment? Didn't the so-called high-quality population become the spokesperson for low-quality and redneck? The difference is just the different systems. One will only grumble a few words when dissatisfied, and the other is easy to produce a king of understanding. The one's high-quality population is nothing when it takes on 1/3 of the total number of 20 million unemployed people with 1/10 of the national population. In terms of the distribution of mineral resources in Australia, the advantages of Western Australia are enough to cause changes in the macro environment within Australia, while the southeast of Australia is a bit too much to say that it is the Tyrannosaurus Rex before the arrival of the meteorite, but it cannot cope with the crushing of the mineral value of Western Australia. The more conscientious the mineral contract signed by Pamela Mountbatten and Australia is, the greater the advantage of Western Australia. Because the Australian government and the Western Australian government also have to share the accounts. The more minerals discovered, the stronger the financial resources of the Western Australian government will be. Strong financial resources will bring changes in all aspects. The biggest beneficiary of this wealth is of course Pamela Mountbatten, who is riding a rocket. At least she will not be like the Australian tycoon in later generations, whose biggest hobby is to put collars on a group of ladies of the same status as his wife, and lead them like dogs. Before Harold Wilson left Australia, under the guidance of the Colonial Commissioner who was determined to help the minister achieve political achievements, he had superficially completed the transformation from a complete novice to an aerospace enthusiast. At this time, the first batch of British scientific researchers who arrived in Australia from the country also arrived in Perth. Turing, Alan Wilson, who came to see the minister establish his personality, saw a familiar face. The chief political commissar will no longer appear. Yesterday he was to fill the loophole in launching intercontinental missiles in Poland. Chapter 894 Establishment of British troops in Australia. Alan, I'm so glad to see you. Turing was also excited to see an acquaintance in Australia, and took the initiative to greet him. Why are you here? I remember you said you were a commissioner in the colonies. Oh, the Malayan colony. Because of business relations, Australia is not unfamiliar to me. Alan Wilson mentioned why he was here. Some of the work at the launch site happens to be my responsibility. Turing nodded, introduced each other behind him, and then said, "This is my team. You know that the rocket launch mission involves huge computing power, and our equipment may not be able to be transported by air, but only by sea. Computers are not small items. It's really not a small item. Alan Wilson knew that Turing was right when he thought of the size of computers in this era. He was also very curious about the computer Turing brought. After all, this was a famous historical figure, and maybe he could look forward to it. Alan, you know each other. Harold Wilson happened to see this scene, and came over to talk and introduce himself. The minister in charge of aerospace, Congressman Harold Wilson, he is the cornerstone of aerospace. The matter was of great importance, and Alan Wilson didn't mind wearing a high hat at this time. Everything was for the overall situation. Anyway, Harold Wilson was about to leave, the day after Turing arrived. Respected minister, hello. Turing had obviously changed a little compared to his dull appearance at the beginning. Maybe he had encountered an accident, and after being rescued by Alan Wilson, he understood the importance of personal connections. Turing has now made a great change in his attitude towards people. Greeting Harold Wilson like this now, Turing in the past would never be so smooth. Alan Wilson introduced Turing's achievements during World War II and his authority in the current field. This made Harold Wilson very impressed, and he said, as you said, this kind of large-scale project will allow many industries to serve it, and ultimately generate huge economic and social value. Minister, your observation is very sharp. Alan Wilson said with approval, the promotion and application of space technology and its products in various fields of the national economy will profoundly change our society. Ultimately, it will produce social and economic benefits. At least in the early days of the space race, the industrial changes brought about were still quite huge. As for the Star Wars stage, the United States and the Soviet Union were obviously obsessed with it at that stage. It is not to say that the space race did not promote society, but it is also a fact that it was not so great, and the investment of the two countries became increasingly huge. Even if the Red Star Wars and Star Wars did not continue, because of the disintegration of the Soviet Union, they could only satisfy the tastes of military enthusiasts to see whether the US national missile defense system was more solid or the Soviet Union's aerospace nuclear strikes including combat space stations were more sharp. However, in Alan Wilson's opinion, if it was based on defense, it would definitely not work. The background of the Star Wars was the premise that the Soviet Union had stronger nuclear attack power and penetration capabilities, and the United States was afraid that the nuclear balance would be broken. As a more offensive plan, the Soviet Red Star War must be stronger. History has proved many times that offensive weapons obviously develop faster than defensive means. The long evolutionary history of the Earth has proved that the two crazy countries can only go to a dead end. The stage that can only be carried out by two crazy countries is still far away from now. Alan Wilson does not need to think so far, but for Turing, who cracked the existence of Germany's so-called unbreakable enigma machine in this world war, he still expects a miracle to happen. The current conditions are much better than before. Turing can concentrate on calculating all the data of the space program. If Turing can do this, it will save a lot of energy for the space program. Turing, Pamela Mountbatten saw her husband coming back to attack this person, and a trace of suspicion flashed in her eyes. Suddenly she stepped forward and sniffed it lightly. After a long time, she said, he has made mistakes. You should be careful. Turing was arrested because of his orientation. Pamela Mountbatten already knew about this. She was a little worried that someone would lead a team to Australia. Don't let this person lead her husband astray. Alan Wilson looked helpless, looking at his wife's suspicion and swore, what kind of person am I? Haven't you experienced it? Even if you are a man, you should always protect yourself. Pamela Mountbatten did not change her original intention and warned, it is more dangerous for you to contact him than to contact Marilyn Monroe. Taut. Seeing his wife with such a face, Alan Wilson decisively bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Reasoning is the worst option. He should have realized this long ago. Of course, his wife's worry is not unreasonable. For Turing's group, the discrimination psychology of most people, to be honest, is open and consistent, and is not subject to anyone's will. Is this fair? Of course it is unfair, but this is how society is. Playing political correctness can still cope with it when there are no twists and turns. Once the signs of unrest appear, all the consequences of political correctness will be more violently retaliated. In addition to the method of stripping away political correctness, this depends on personal struggle to solve the problem. Just like Turing now, he began to try to contact politicians. Only in this way can he avoid the recurrence of the old incident of being arrested by the police. The next morning, he and Turing appeared at the same time again, this time to send Harold Wilson on the plane back to London to submit a draft space program, including the prospects of dual use, economic value and social value, and a variety of contents, filling his briefcase. The space program requires huge computing power, it's up to you. When the Comet airliner took off, Alan Wilson turned his head and looked at Turing, talking and laughing. Turing responded with a smile and said he would do his best. This scene made Pamela Mountbatten, who drove over but did not get out of the car, feel nervous. I'm a scientific researcher and I'm happy to face difficulties one by one. I'm just waiting for the large computer shipped by sea to arrive. Turing promised solemnly, I hope I can still contribute to the British national strategy. Alan Wilson certainly wanted this, and he even hoped that Turing could create a miracle for Britain under the overwhelming advantage of the United States and the Soviet Union. After a long flight, Harold Wilson brought back the most logically clear and well-structured space plan of this era. This space plan was formulated by Alan Wilson with reference to the stage of the space race. Behind each part is the accumulation of countless manpower and material resources, and the fireworks in the sky. Compared with the heavy price behind this plan, the fireworks set off by the blue light missile exploding in the air are just for fun and nothing. This space plan has also been highly praised by the Royal Aeronautical Society and the Interstellar Society. At this time, Prime Minister Attlee was discussing things related to this space race in the cabinet. The rocket plan brought back by Harold condenses the sweat and wisdom of the British Empire in the field of aerospace. After saying something that made the Colonial Commissioner sneeze, Prime Minister Attlee said, I have discussed with the Secretary of Defence, Earl Alexander, considering Australia's attitude and the importance of the space program. There is an idea to implement. Are you going to need financial appropriations again? Finance Minister Gates felt nervous. The Secretary of Defence's favorite thing to do is to allocate funds, while he, the Finance Minister, is just the opposite. Well, it's not this time. Prime Minister Attlee was almost interrupted by Gates' remark. He looked at the unfriendly Foreign Secretary Morrison and said, it is related to the diplomatic field. At this point, Prime Minister Attlee did not keep it a secret. Australia's military strength is not strong, and the Woomera launch site is in Australia. The space program is so important to the world at this moment. In order to ensure the safety of the Woomera launch site and prevent espionage by hostile camps and suspicious allies, the UK needs to increase its investment, and this investment is not just funding. It may be difficult for Australia to be responsible for the safety of the Woomera launch site. For this reason, Attlee put forward his own opinion in the cabinet to establish a British army stationed in Australia to be responsible for the safety of the Woomera launch site. This idea is understandable, and I believe that Prime Minister Menzies will never object. Although Foreign Secretary Morrison has a complicated relationship with the Prime Minister, he will never object for the sake of opposition at this time. The Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary quickly reached a consensus on the establishment of British troops in Australia. As for the idea of Australia, it did not stay in their minds for even a second. The remaining issue was how to form the British troops in Australia. The British Army has 800,000 active soldiers, mainly in three major groups: domestic, European, and colonial garrisons. Of course, the British troops stationed in Germany have the strongest combat effectiveness, but they cannot move in the face of the Soviet troops stationed in Germany. It is not an easy task to maneuver within the scope of 800,000 British troops. After all, the British Empire is still very large compared to its current military strength. After Sudan's independence, part of the British troops stationed in Sudan were withdrawn to South Sudan, and part were added to the Middle East Joint Operations Command. Now Nigeria is calling for the establishment of a dominion, and we can use this opportunity to withdraw part of the troops stationed in British West Africa. In addition, some troops will be split from the Middle East and Far East Operations Commands as part of the British troops stationed in Australia. Defense Minister Earl Alexander gave his own suggestions. As for the command structure, the Far East Joint Operations Command in Singapore is not far from Australia, so it can be directly assigned to the Far East Command. That's no problem, Morrison. Have a good talk with Prime Minister Menzies. Attlee nodded at Morrison. In November 1956, the first batch of troops mobilized from the British Army in Malaysia landed in Australia and began to enter Australia as the first batch of 6,000 British troops stationed in Australia. The British troops stationed in British West Africa also received a transfer order and began to withdraw from Nigeria. Chapter 895 West Malaysia Railway. The current government has done its best to squeeze out troops to form the British Army in Australia to escort Britain to join the space race. Alan Wilson is grateful. After all, the times are different. When the British Empire was crisscrossing the world, it did not need so many standing troops. But now the 800,000 standing troops have been maintained since the war, and it seems a little insufficient. The reason is also very simple. The times are different and the opponents are different. 2000 years ago, when the Han dynasty defeated the 5 barbarians, it was established in an environment where the Huns had almost no metallurgical technology. As time goes by, you are iron, and I'm also iron, so naturally it is impossible to replicate the glorious years. It has nothing to do with the argument that the Han people had blood 2000 years ago, and the Han people now have no blood. No shit. Now the United States and the Soviet Union have more populations and are at the same level in technology. How can Britain resist? Naturally, there were more colonies than now, but there was no shortage of troops now. At the end of the year, trembling with fear, it was not good news. Nigeria was successfully upgraded to a dominion. Britain gave 5 years to prepare and then became independent. Ingram is talking to the local elites about how to transfer the nationalized enterprises established by the British and how to distribute the profits. There are of course many options. These enterprises can be privatized and then listed in London. Of course, they are also bound to the condition of pound settlement. After the independence process of British India and British Sudan, Britain has become familiar with the means of dealing with such colonies. John, an old colleague who replaced Sir Baron in the Persian Gulf, also received bad news. Jordan dismissed the British commander of the Arab Legion, GRUB, which marked the shaking of Britain's unique influence in Jordan. I have contacted the Jordanian royal family and will go there for consultation soon. Alan Wilson took the telegram from his old friend and fell into deep thought. GRUB Pasha represents Britain's influence on Jordan. Jordan's role in World War II is equivalent to Farouk, who is now like Ali Pasha. It is regarded by Britain as the main base for maintaining influence in the Arab world. This influence is maintained through GRUB Pasha. GRUB is a British who serves as the chief of staff of the Jordanian army and the commander of the Arab Legion. As early as 1935, Britain established a military dictatorship under the commander-in-chief of the Arab Legion, GRUB Pasha. The military authorities had the power to arrest those whose activities were considered to threaten the security of Transjordan, confiscate their property, and detain and deport suspected persons. From the date of the implementation of the Defense Law, Transjordan and all other laws ceased to be effective. The extraordinary and practically unlimited powers that GRUB Pasha had in Transjordan were used by British imperialists to meet Britain's military needs. GRUB Pasha's Arab Legion was only related to Arabs in name, but in fact it was under the command of the British Middle East Joint Operations Command in the Middle East and was part of Britain's military power in the Middle East. Try not to let the Jordanian royal family dismiss GRUB Pasha. If there are any conditions, you can talk to the Jordanian royal family about the fact that Nigeria has become a dominion. If it is about money, it is actually simple, mainly to express sincerity. Alan Wilson quickly called his old friend back, saying that there was nothing that Britain and Jordan could not discuss, and they should not let it end badly. Alan Wilson actually did not think Jordan was of much value. The value of Jordan is essentially the perspective of the previous era, just like the British have always regarded British India as the most valuable colony. But what is the reality? In this era, Australia is much more valuable than India. In the eyes of Alan Wilson, Jordan is not as valuable as Qatar in the Persian Gulf, even though the former has an area and population dozens of times that of the latter. But even so, because Jordan occupied a large proportion of the British layout in the Arab world before, he still didn't want to tear his face. If things can't be done, then don't tear your face publicly, and it shouldn't be too much to ask Britain to leave for a few years. Soon, Alan Wilson submitted the matter about the Jordanian Arab Legion to the British Foreign Office and put forward his own views. At the same time, he said that the Persian Gulf Commissioner had set off for Jordan and he would follow up on the matter. "What's wrong, dear?" Pamela Mountbatten walked into the bedroom and saw her husband sighing, thinking that she had recently driven him back to Kuala Lumpur and made him angry. Pamela Mountbatten just felt that it was better to stay away from Turing. After all, that kind of person is different from ordinary people. Britain's layout in Jordan is in danger of being shaken. Alan Wilson saw his wife coming in, and he smiled bitterly without hiding it. "Sometimes I wonder, after all the hard work, facing such a scene, am I too powerless?" He also worked hard. He traveled to major colonies every year, fearing that some bad signs would appear, and he would be caught off guard. But it still couldn't change the trend of Britain gradually falling behind. When Britain was loudly announcing its participation in the space competition, he thought that the downward trend had already seen the dawn, but now it seems that it is too early to be happy. "It's not your fault." Pamela Mountbatten saw that her husband was quite disappointed and hurried up to hold her husband's head and comforted him softly. "Even if others can't see your efforts, how can I, as your wife, not know? By the way, I have negotiated with the governor of Western Australia and the mayor of Perth to accept the hydropower operation. Be happy for me. Finally, there is good news, dear." Alan Wilson raised his head with difficulty, his chin still in the ravine. "There's more good news. I haven't had my period this month. I'm going to the hospital for a checkup. If there's good news, I'll tell you right away." Pamela Mountbatten winked at her man, her face full of happiness. "That's really worth looking forward to." Alan Wilson was delighted, and the hot air from his mouth rushed through the woman's chest. A little bit of depression was diluted, and Alan Wilson still sent a telegram to Kuala Lumpur, asking the administrative office to pay attention to whether newspapers in other countries have noticed the Jordan incident. There must be, especially in the hostile camp. Soon, a report by a major country's official media with the title "British Troops Get Out of Jordan" was known to Alan Wilson. Alan Wilson returned to his own administrative office in Kuala Lumpur and said with a wry smile, "What does it have to do with them? What if the British don't leave? Send their army in the Korean War to Jordan to see." There is also a report from the Soviet Pravda. Richard gave the Soviet reaction to his immediate superior, who had just returned to the base camp. This is worth paying attention to. Alan Wilson's face immediately became serious. Jordan's position was within the scope of Soviet intervention. It was also a statement, so it was more worthy of attention. It can be seen that the High Commissioner of the Malayan colony was bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. Other countries made statements just for fun, but the Soviet Union's statement was worthy of attention. These are the honor murders that occurred this year. Elisa brought up a pile of files and said, "There are a total of 83 similar cases of Chinese and Malays." Got it? Taking out the seal of the High Commissioner, Alan Wilson flicked the files with his left hand without even looking at them. The sound of stamping came from the desk. After a while, all the files were confirmed to be completed. He said lightly, "File. There was a murder in the Malayan colony because of this kind of thing. Should we intervene?" Elisa asked. The British Empire has always taken local conditions into account in its colonies and respected local customs. The Qing dynasty's laws and the peace law have written down this kind of adultery involving men and women. The British Empire should not interfere in this matter. Alan Wilson put away the commissioner's seal and said nonchalantly, "Whether it is stoning or any other punishment, the attitude of the colonial government is not to interfere. There are less than 30 cases of Chinese. According to the regulations, they will be sentenced to life imprisonment. There are dozens more laborers who can be used for a lifetime. How great. These are all murders." Elisa was silent for a while. "As long as we take it seriously, we can stop it. The cost is too high, and it's not worth it. We mainly focus on protecting the rights of the labor force. The value of women is less than that of men." Alan Wilson looked indifferent. "There are so many places in the world where men and women are unequal. Do we have to help?" We also need others to appreciate it. If the interference causes a huge decline in social morality and social unrest in Malaya, who will bear the responsibility? He has already taken the maximum penalty for this kind of murder, so naturally it will stop here. Treating the symptoms is certainly not a solution to the problem, but who can solve this problem? How to solve it? European and American model? African model? Japanese and Korean model or Taliban model? Alas, maybe in a few decades, this will be the basis for another economic boom in Malaya. Alan Wilson comforted his female subordinates who were empathizing with him. The world is constantly changing. Who can say for sure? When the day of opening the country's doors came, those who had spent decades cultivating the chosen one suddenly found that Malaya was a colony with a much higher standard of living, but it retained the traditional relationship between men and women. Looking at the rapid decline of morality around them, they might try their best to squeeze in. Commissioner, this is the planned West Malaysia Railway Plan. Richard took out a formulated railway construction plan and asked the chief executive of Malaya to review it. Yes, it's almost time to start it, connecting the major cities in West Malaysia. It will greatly improve the mobility of the Malay Peninsula and will be of great benefit to economic development. Alan Wilson was obviously much more serious. Other things were not worth paying too much attention to, but this matter was completely different. The urbanization of West Malaysia has been underway for more than half a year. If the railway construction is completed in one go, this round of construction will be completed, and there will be no need to worry about this for at least 20 years. Chapter 896 Firefighters. When this round of construction is completed, the Malayan colony will be no less than Europe in terms of hardware. The purpose of our promotion of the entire project is to drain out the social accumulation since 1945, which has been nearly 12 years. Alan Wilson said word by word, it's that simple. We give them houses and railways, and the price is that their wealth returns to 12 years ago. This is fair. Alan Wilson believes that the people in the Malayan colony must have a huge accumulation. Think about who was absorbed in 1945. And what was Chiang-Gong's country like at that time? If they can survive, will the Chinese run away? After all the hardships, these Chinese came to the Malayan colony and started over with deep memories of hunger. They worked hard like machines, facing the lowest and back to the sky, and lived a frugal life. How much wealth have they accumulated in these 12 years? Anyway, Alan Wilson felt that, as long as he had the ability to pay out the money, he could complete all the projects in this round without a bank loan, including the railway construction. In this round of construction, Alan Wilson believed that most people would not have to be house slaves. This is based on his memories of his previous life. Although his hometown is not a big city, it is at best a county town. Even the entire region has already aged, and the birth rate is also plummeting. But in the ranking of per capita savings, in addition to the capital and the magic city, the three brothers of Heilongjiang, Jilin and Liaoning, are also in the top 10, and Inner Mongolia in the same region is also in the top 10. After comparing the current wages and prices in Malaya and converting them, Alan Wilson felt that this round of urban construction did not require financial means and relied on lending to complete it. Because this round of urban construction is essentially the consumption of Malaya's years of development and accumulation, it is not an overdraft of the future. The key is that the area of the Malayan colony is not large, and this round of urban construction projects was started at the same time. In other words, there is external help. The entire West Malaysia started the project at the same time. How much is the cost? There is no need for inflation as the urban construction deepens. If the construction is still not completed after 20 years, the housing cost of the Malayan colony will definitely skyrocket in the future. But if it is completed in 5 years, this will not happen. With the accumulation of 12 years, it can be completely covered. This is a good thing. He knows the data from the future. If a person owes more than 30 months of monthly salary on online loans, this person will be in repayment for almost his entire life, and the rest of the time will be just running around under the pressure of online loans. Although British banks certainly cannot compare with online loan interest rates, if the residents of the Malayan colony can avoid dealing with the financial industry and complete the infrastructure replacement of the colony with accumulation, it will also be a huge success. It shouldn't be so difficult to get the accumulation of Malayan residents. Alan Wilson said to himself, thinking that the mentality of the subjects of Malaya is different from that of the people in his hometown. To put it bluntly, although lying flat is a new word, Alan Wilson's hometown has been practicing it for many years. In his previous life, the entire area of his hometown had been developed long ago, and people felt that there would be no major changes in their hearts. No matter how many words are spoken, it is useless to the locals. But the Chinese in Malaya have not reached this point yet. Compared with the memory of not having enough food in the past 12 years, Malaya's development has been rapid, and the changes are visible. He believes that the mentality of the Chinese in the colony is absolutely different, and he also believes that hard work can get better returns. Such a rhetoric scam. As a colonial commissioner, Alan Wilson's reputation would definitely be more effective than any regional revitalization strategy. The urban construction in Greater Malaya is not lively enough. Every newspaper must reserve a page for reporting urban construction for me. The duration is 1 year. Tell all the major newspapers immediately to find newspapers about the Soviet Union's post-war reconstruction and copy them for me according to the wording. Mobilize the enthusiasm of the entire colony. Alan Wilson ordered Richard, first, hype it up for a month, and officially start the West Malaysia Railway project after the new year. Soviet propaganda slogan? Richard was surprised and thought he had heard it wrong. Yes, Prime Minister Adley said that we should combine the advantages of the two concepts to build a socialist community of Great Britain. Alan Wilson told his subordinates bluntly, you heard it right, that's it. Should we change to some neutral words, such as the revitalization of Malaya strategy? Richard asked after a long silence. What a great idea, Richard. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows and smiled. Although in essence we want to take out their savings for consumption, it is natural to put it into such a big framework. This year's Colonial Commissioner meeting has been held in a den, and Alan Wilson will not be as busy at the end of the year as in previous years. Taking the opportunity to take Anna to see his bloodline, the little dragoon was very unhappy because she felt that this man was not around when she gave birth again. I'm busy too. There are so many things about the colonies and the Maritime Resources Commission. In view of the other party's criminal record, Alan Wilson never mentioned the British space program, and finally had a verbal dispute under Anna's chattering. I will give you two, both sons. Anna put her hands on her waist, looking so proud of me. You are a meritorious person in the Wilson family. I will be grateful to you for the rest of my life. Alan Wilson bowed his head in front of authority and plunged into Anna's magnificent waves that were no less than Ingrid Bergman. Speaking of this child, he is very lucky. Letting Anna sit on his lap, Alan Wilson turned his head to look at Pauline Goddard, who was holding the baby with a maternal face, and said, he has two mothers who love him, and he has fewer troubles since he was born. If he was born in an ordinary family, it would not only be unlucky, but also he would have to bear the burden of two families. But whether it is Anna or Pauline Goddard, they are not comparable to ordinary families in terms of material. So Alan Wilson said that this child is very lucky. I'm his mother. Anna muttered dissatisfiedly, making Pauline Goddard's eyes darken. Anna. Alan Wilson stared at the little dragoon with a bad face. You are not fair to Pauline. After adulthood, this child has mature thoughts. You and Pauline can discuss this matter. And you have to get my consent if I'm still alive at that time. Mr. Wilson. Pauline Goddard came over. After all, she was a level lower than this man, but she was still grateful to see him speak for her. She wanted her child to accompany her too much. Pauline, I'm very grateful to you for this. Alan Wilson said sincerely, because of my public office, I cannot bear the consequences of this child. This decision is very selfish and adds to your burden. As long as I'm here, no matter what kind of personality this child will have, when he grows up, he must recognize you as his mother. If he does not recognize you, it can be concluded that he has a problem with his character, and I will never agree. Alan Wilson is consistent and unwavering in this matter. Central air conditioning route. I believe Pauline will take good care of our child. We owe it to her. Pauline is of course the child's mother. Alan Wilson taught Anna, your sister is right in some places. You haven't grown up in a sense. Don't you just like the way I haven't grown up? Anna glanced at the man who scolded her, and then said, I'm not unreasonable. After all, I gave birth to the child. Even if I know that he will be well taken care of, I will feel sad when I think that he will have nothing to do with me for a long time. After discussion, the child was named Golan Godhelman. Both women's surnames were taken into consideration. Pauline Goddard was also quite satisfied with the result. I will definitely take good care of him and let him grow up safely. Although the Colonial Commissioner Conference in previous years did not bother Alan Wilson, it did not mean that he could be idle. It was well known that his second brother was always busier than him. He also had to invite ladies including, but not limited to Vivienne Leigh, Ingrid Bergman, and Hedy Lamarr to take the rocket at the end of the year. The old colleagues who went to Jordan also sent him the communication with the Jordanian royal family from time to time. If they wanted to maintain a harmonious relationship and not make the contradictions between Britain and Jordan public, Britain must publicly promise that it would not let Jordan and the countries behind Jordan join the encirclement of the Soviet Union. The second point was to settle the £8 million of foreign debt owed to Jordan during World War II. There is such a thing. Alan Wilson really didn't know that Britain still owed Jordan money. This overturned his understanding of Britain. Everyone knew that Britain paid a great price for World War II, but they didn't expect it to be so high that it even owed Jordan money. A telegram was sent to the Foreign Office in London for verification. The reply soon dispelled Alan Wilson's fluke mentality. It turned out to be true. He really wanted to pull out the Kian Lang sword and chop two anti-British elements to cheer him up. It was so embarrassing. The Nigerian Dominion is dividing up the nationalized enterprises. We can think of a way in this process. John, the Persian Gulf Commissioner in Amman, the capital of Jordan, received a telegram from Alan Wilson. Malaya has no money now, but Nigeria definitely has it, because the local British nationalized enterprises are being privatized, and there will definitely be a large amount of state-owned assets lost during the period. The money owed to Jordan can be made up from this. Alan Wilson reported to Whitehall, and Norman Brooke called back to approve it, and finally made up the debt. While he was busy being a firefighter, the Blue Light Missile project, which was supported by the cabinet, did not stop for a moment. After the Turing team assembled the computer, they began to calculate the entire project, which accelerated the project sharply. Since Alan Wilson left Australia, 6 tests have been carried out in succession, ensuring a 75% success rate. In particular, the last 3 launches were all successful, and the Blue Light missile is moving towards reliability. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 897, Lighting Up the Lighthouse. Wealth makes you powerful. When Alan Wilson said this, he thought of the foreign debt owed by Britain to Jordan. It was originally a happy thing, but when he said it, it was full of sarcasm. He gave his old colleague 2 suggestions. He could pay in installments, or pay it off in one lump sum. After all, Nigeria is the largest colony in British Africa, which means it has the largest population. Nigeria can be regarded as the British India in Africa in a certain sense. This round of privatization will cause a large amount of state-owned assets to be lost, and it will be a piece of cake to make up for the £8 million of debt. The installment payment is a regular 5-year repayment. The exchange condition is that Grab Pasha will continue to stay in the Kingdom of Jordan, and the UK will guarantee that it will not take retaliatory measures because of the previous friction. The exchange condition for the lump sum repayment is that on the basis of Grab Pasha's continued stay in office, Jordan must publicly vindicate Britain, especially the recent accusations against Britain by China and the Soviet Union in public opinion, and the Kingdom of Jordan must cut ties with it. Similarly, Britain promised Jordan and the Arab countries that supported Jordan behind this incident that it would not persuade the Arabs to follow Britain and the United States in building a siege against the Soviet Union in any tone. Alan Wilson told his old colleague in a telegram that there were not many monarchies in the world, so he should think of ways to solve the problem. From his old colleague, Alan Wilson also knew that Jordan's bid this time also involved the leadership issue within the Arab countries. As we all know, the Kingdom of Jordan and the Kingdom of Iraq are actually one family, and both are descendants of the Hashemite family. From the current population size comparison, both the Kingdom of Jordan and the Kingdom of Iraq are far from the Kingdom of Egypt of Pharaoh. Although Iraq has oil resources, it is still very difficult to deal with Egypt, which has a population 4 times that of Iraq. Although the Kingdom of Jordan has less than 1 million people, a mosquito is still meat, no matter how small it is, and the royal families of the 2 countries are still relatives. The actual occupation of the Kingdom of Jordan on Palestinian land is also recognized by the Kingdom of Iraq and the United Kingdom. Since the Kingdom of Jordan wants to bid this price, there is nothing that cannot be agreed to for the sake of balancing Egypt. Egypt's dominance in the Arab world is not in the interests of Britain. In this era, Saudi Arabia is really a small transparent. Alan Wilson looked through some intelligence in the Middle East and concluded, Saudi Arabia's status was strengthened once in later generations. The root cause was the withdrawal of Britain from the Middle East. The British-controlled Persian Gulf protectorates, including but not limited to Bahrain, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and Kuwait, all small countries with high per capita resources but small populations, all attached themselves to Saudi Arabia, which made Saudi Arabia's status in the Arab world rise. The combined oil reserves of these small countries are almost the same as Saudi Arabia. After attaching themselves to Saudi Arabia's status has been improved. Pamela Mountbatten has already entered these protectorates. If she wants to withdraw in the future, it may not be so easy. At the Jordanian royal palace, Hussein ibn Talal, as a king who had just ascended the throne not long ago, met with John, the Persian Gulf Commissioner who had also not been in office for a long time, and Grub, the Chief of Staff of the Jordanian Army and the commander of the Arab Legion. Your Majesty, the British know very well that the colonial era is over. After the war, they have been adjusting their policies and re-establishing foreign international relations. The independence of British India and British Sudan are all proof of this. John looked at the young king who had also not been on the throne for long and said, I emphasize again that I'm the previous Sudanese commissioner and I have only been in office for a short time. But the new type of relationship I expected has never appeared. Hussein ibn Talal said calmly, Your Majesty, it takes time. If you don't handle it well, you may think that the British are too bad, but if the United States and the Soviet Union come, won't things be more troublesome? You give Britain some space, and Britain will also give you some space in return. John said righteously, we have decided to repay the special debts owed during World War II and the early post-war period. This is an expression of sincerity. At the same time, we also recognize the special state relationship between the Kingdom of Jordan and the Kingdom of Iraq. Your Majesty, there are not many monarchies in this world. At least Britain has no reason to overthrow you, but other countries may not. Our policies in the Middle East are also constantly adjusting. The Iranian embargo caused such a big fuss, but it ended properly in the end. The key is that we must solve the problem honestly. I think Your Majesty and Britain are not enemies. You have studied in London for a long time and have a certain relationship with Britain. If I must take back the military power, I believe Britain has already prepared for a coup. Hussein ibn Talal looked at the Persian Gulf Commissioner who came from Aden and said firmly, No, we will evacuate Jordan. John glanced at Grab Pasha and answered without thinking. Jordan is next to Israel and will not participate in any encirclement of the Soviet Union. I have communicated with Baghdad, and both countries mean this. Hussein ibn Talal no longer mentioned the coup and changed the subject. The United States' support for Israel makes us suspicious of Britain. Of course, my desire to regain sovereignty remains unchanged, but I'm also willing to give Britain time to adjust. Thank you, Your Majesty. The British Empire is undergoing a difficult transformation. In this transformation process, we are very grateful for the goodwill of all interested countries. John breathed a sigh of relief and said, Grab Pasha also has something to say about the Arab Legion. The Arab Legion will provide training for the Jordanian army, so I have requested military assistance from London. In the next 5 years, the Arab Legion will be integrated with the Jordanian army in an orderly manner. Because Jordan has a small population, the experience of the United States and the Soviet Union is not applicable. It is necessary to establish a small and elite British force to protect the security of the Kingdom of Jordan. Hussein ibn Talal nodded, but still proposed to add a written guarantee. Britain is a country that values contracts. so that Jordanian citizens can suppress their dissatisfaction with the country's most combat-capable army being controlled by foreigners. Of course, no problem, there is nothing that cannot be discussed. John immediately agreed. My colleague Amd Pasha is also very concerned about this matter. I will communicate with him and settle the debts between Britain and Jordan. Amd Pasha? Hussein ibn Talal muttered in confusion. Why didn't he remember this person? If I were John, I would immediately arrange for a fair-skinned and beautiful British girl to marry the King of Jordan. In the distant Kuala Lumpur, Amd Pasha, who was being talked about by the Kingdom of Jordan, was talking nonsense to Vivian Leigh. He remembered that the future wife of the King of Jordan was British. Wouldn't this seem a little? Ingrid Bergman couldn't find an adjective to describe this matter for a while. What? Shame? Embarrassment? Alan Wilson replied nonchalantly. This is normal international communication. For an ordinary British woman, what's wrong with being the queen of a country? If it is announced, there will be a lot of fights. Isn't this the ancient marriage? The Han dynasty used this trick, and it didn't stop the Han dynasty from beating the marriage targets after it rose to power. The Han and Tang dynasties both had marriages, which was just a political means, and it didn't stop them from swallowing up thousands of miles. Among the big compradors in Malaya, the one he trusted the most was Suyang, who had a British spouse. Nothing happened without reason. There is a lot of work here this year, so don't work too hard. Compared with the Swedish luxury cars, the British treasures seemed more considerate. Vivian Leigh didn't care about the British Empire, but only cared about the man who promoted urban construction. Vivian's words are always heartwarming. Alan Wilson said in a daze. I know what's going on. After this round of urban construction, Malaya's foundation will be solid. The remaining thing is to infiltrate other Southeast Asian countries through the Chinese connections. Speaking of this issue, there is a Fu Manchu script in the United States. Hedy Lamarr suddenly remembered this matter. If you don't like it, I turned it down. It's your freedom to shoot it or not. But I will definitely not let this series of films enter the Malayan colony. Alan Wilson heard the name and already knew what type of movie it was. The image of Fu Manchu is not necessarily what the Chinese will think of him. He is knowledgeable, intelligent, and takes it as his mission to liberate Asia, Africa, and Latin America, and expel the rule of white people. Isn't this the dream of nationalists? If he succeeds, he will definitely be a national hero. What really makes people jump is the image of Shanghai. Your father is such a heroic and great figure, but he gave birth to such a scum who betrays his teacher and ancestors? Then we will return the script. We never lack scripts anyway. Ingrid Bergman rolled her eyes at the man. Are you afraid that the colonies will be dissatisfied with British rule? Britain and the United States do not stand together on everything. Alan Wilson straightened his back. The image of Fu Manchu has been brought up again recently. Is it related to the beating in the Korean War? Do you think the United States can hide its intentions from me? It was another new year. The colonial government officially launched the construction of the West Malaysia Railway, which had been preheated for more than a month. Alan Wilson attended the groundbreaking ceremony as a High Commissioner and announced the official start of the project. Thank you, Lord Zantang. Thank you, Amd Pasha. The two distinct ethnic elites present congratulated Alan Wilson. This is just the beginning. Britain's long-term plan is to make the Malayan colony a beacon in Asia. Alan Wilson shouted with a hypocritical smile on his face. My job is to light the beacon. The West Malaysia Railway is a beginning. At the beginning of the new year, the Woomera launch site carried out 4 missile launches in succession, and all of them were successful. Pamela Mountbatten in Perth told Alan Wilson that the Blue Streak missile was already trustworthy, and that discussions were underway at the Woomera launch site about using the missile body for aerospace projects. Chapter 898 Convincing the British Commander. This is good news, but Alan Wilson notes that relying on the 3,500 kilometer range of the Blue Light missile still cannot pose a threat to the Soviet Union. The UK certainly cannot place land-based missiles on its own territory, although that is closer and can threaten the core areas of the Soviet Union's European part. But the UK's anti-strike capability is not at the same level as the Soviet Union, so even if there is one, it cannot be deployed on the mainland. If deployed in other locations, the range of 3,500 kilometers is not enough. If deployed in Kalimantan, it must cross the entire East Asia. to reach the Soviet Union, which is more than 6,000 kilometers away. To reach the European part of the Soviet Union, the range of the blue light missile is far from enough. At least a range of 8,000 to 10,000 kilometers is worth deploying. However, the body of the blue light missile is enough to launch satellites. As a senior commissioner who supervises rocket projects, Alan Wilson immediately informed the Woomera launch site of this idea through an executive order. The variants of the blue light missile are in two directions. The first is to increase the range, to prepare for land-based strikes. The second standard is completely opposite, to reduce the size of the blue light missile, so that it can be placed in a nuclear submarine. This was explained in the telegram, and Alan Wilson also informed his wife Pamela Mountbatten that he would go to Perth to see her in a while. Pamela Mountbatten, who was pregnant, was not idle. While taking over the operation of the hydropower system in Western Australia, she was discussing with the Australian government and the Western Australian government about building an oil and gas pipeline to transport the oil and gas resources of Timor Island to Australia because of the oil and gas exploitation issues on Timor Island. Although they have not met for the time being, the couple always keep in touch, urge each other, and promote common progress. Alan Wilson is determined to build a transit station for Britain that connects the world's mines in the two most densely populated areas in the world. From this point of view, the Malayan colony is the most suitable place. Geographical advantage is the most significant advantage of the Malayan colony at present, and it is also the only advantage that can be used. Don't think about the population size. Malaya will not be able to catch up with Japan in the short term. However, Japan's broken place has lost Hokkaido and its dependence on the outside world has become more serious, which is good news. The happiness that people can experience personally can be summarized in 4 words: food, clothing, housing and transportation. This is closely related to the activities of one person. Why do the Japanese and Korean people always feel more exhausted than the developed countries in Europe, even though the accounts of Japan and South Korea in later generations are very beautiful? It is because of the lack of local resources that the cost of food, clothing, housing and transportation cannot be suppressed. Japanese agriculture is a lagging existence. The sky-high watermelon is used to protect the interests of farmers, and Japanese citizens also need to pay for it. Taxes in Japan are very expensive. When feminism was prevalent, women used the man's taxi as a criterion for whether he loved her. Isn't the root cause that Japan has no oil and gas resources? South Korea has almost all of Japan's problems, but Europe and the United States do not have this problem. Europe has France, an agricultural power. As for the United States, it is the foundation of an agricultural empire. Not to mention that the United States cannot compare with Japan and South Korea in terms of food. The price is lower than that of China, which has a total output far exceeding the second place. The cheapness of American food is still based on a lot of waste. With such a foundation, inflation of 5% is just for fun. Inflation will have to double again to become the same as China. If you want to force Japan and South Korea to pay for food prices, inflation will have to continue. After all, it is a country that claims that a Kansas can feed 200 million people. Other countries cannot compare. Japan and South Korea are considered happy, at least compared with Egypt and Saudi Arabia. However, the basic conditions of the Malayan colony can reduce the cost of similar food. After becoming an industrial base, the only shortcoming is food, clothing, housing and transportation. As long as oil and gas resources are discovered, there will be no defects in this aspect. The resource base of the Malayan colony determines that, if it can be on the same level as Japan, life will definitely be easier than Japan. The West Malaysia Railway, which started construction in 1957, was reported to Whitehall in the name of the completion of infrastructure construction. Alan Wilson painted an exciting scene for Whitehall. After this round of construction is completed, the Malayan colony will just wait to collect money. You want me to jointly propose with you to absorb soldiers from the colonies to form combat troops? Lieutenant General Scones expressed surprise to Alan Wilson, who came to his door and asked, "Haven't your 2 previous high commissioners always opposed the establishment of combat troops with colonial subjects?" This is true. Alan Wilson and former High Commissioner Jared Edwards were both opposed to absorbing Chinese and Malays to form combat troops. This is because before that, after the Japanese Army's devastation, Britain's rule had been greatly undermined. It's different now, General. Alan Wilson showed a flexible attitude. The combined garrisons around the world have overwhelmed Britain. We only have a population of 50,800,000 standing troops. As the importance of the Malayan colony increases, we can't increase the garrison. Where can we find people? Not to mention that we just transferred some troops to Australia. After this round of urban construction is completed, absorbing the colonial population to establish combat troops has become an inevitable choice. I would rather do this during my term of office. This is a very important matter. I don't want to push it to my successor. Alan Wilson looked worried about the country and the people. Besides, it is not convenient for Nepalese to use them. With troops mainly composed of Chinese and Malaya, it is more reasonable for the colonial government to bear the military expenses. Alan Wilson, who came prepared, kept saying many reasons. It was once the responsibility of British India to bear military responsibilities. If Malaya could not do it, there would be no talk of replacing British India. Of course, the times are different. What Britain needed back then was a large amount of consumables, which was to maintain Britain's world hegemony. Now that the world hegemony has been lost, the military responsibility of the Malayan colony is to protect Britain's vested interests. Therefore, there is no need to establish a standing army of hundreds of thousands like the British Indian Corps did in the past, and the Malayan colony does not have such manpower. The Malays and Chinese each establish a division, and the total number of the two divisions is 28,000 to 30,000. It will probably relieve a lot of our defense pressure. We can use the equipment left over from World War II. Alan Wilson expressed his thoughts. Isn't it easy? Lieutenant General Scones was relieved. After listening to it, this High Commissioner is still very restrained. He is calculating that the size of the British troops stationed in Malaysia should be just right. Then Alan Wilson continued, General, I'm talking about establishing an armored division, not an affiliated police force. What did you say? Lieutenant General Scones was taken aback. Alan, I don't understand. You should know what this means. Of course I understand. It's an important force that the British Empire relies on when emergencies occur. Alan Wilson didn't feel anything was wrong at all and said calmly, I have my reasons. Devoting all our efforts to cultivating it will be of great benefit to Malaya, and the hidden dangers can be eliminated. You must know how much damage such a force will cause if it rebels. Lieutenant General Scones looked solemn, reminding Alan Wilson of the seriousness of the matter. The Malayan colony is a coastal colony, and the major cities on the Malay Peninsula are within the range of battleships. Whether the army is strong or not does not mean anything. The naval and air forces are in our hands, and nothing will happen. On the contrary, after the colonial resistance movement from the war to the present, we should realize that guerrilla warfare is the way of fighting that makes us vigilant. Therefore, the attached police force usually carries out low-intensity military tasks, and once it rebels, it will increase the risk of the colony. The armored forces that have undergone rigorous combat training have isolated those habits of the attached police force. Alan Wilson believes that it is less dangerous to form an armored division with Chinese and a marine division with Malays. This is based on historical reference. Taking the Qing Army in the Daoguang period as an example, there is no doubt that the British Army defeated the Qing Army. Similarly, the British Army was completely annihilated when it attacked Afghanistan during the same period. This is not the point. The point is that during the Daoguang period, the Qing Army quelled the rebellion of Zanjir and made the Kokand Khanate, which was suppressing the already declining Afghanistan, feel like a formidable enemy. The British Army was completely annihilated in Afghanistan at the same time as the Qing Army intimidated the Kokand Khanate, which was stronger than Afghanistan. There was only a difference of a few years between the two, and the British Army won a great victory over the Qing Army. This situation requires careful analysis. When the British Army attacked Afghanistan, Afghanistan was in civil strife, and the Kokand Khanate was at the tail end of its strength, much stronger than Afghanistan. It can be considered that the Qing Army was in the British Army's combat comfort zone, and those peaceful religious countries in Central Asia were also in the Qing Army's combat comfort zone. But the peaceful religious believers in Afghanistan were not in the British Army's combat comfort zone. In the current era, guerrilla warfare is not a comfortable way of fighting for the British Army stationed in Malaya. Indonesia's infiltration into Malaya was ensured by the garrison of nearly 100,000 British and Dutch troops, which ensured that Indonesia's infiltration was ineffective. This is already a level higher than the original historical record of the British Army stationed in Malaysia. The original 40,000 British troops stationed in Malaysia were played around by the Indonesian airborne guerrillas of 1,000 people for a long time. Establishing armored combat units in the colonies would make it easier for the British Army to deal with rebellions. It's not like the British Army hasn't encountered armored warfare before. There are more British troops stationed in Malaysia than tanks, and there are battleships watching nearby. At the Far East Joint Operations Command, Lieutenant General Scones had been listening to the long speeches of the Whitehall-educated specialists, and finally thought that this metaphor of the combat comfort zone made sense. Regular offensive warfare is indeed easier to deal with than the elusive guerrilla warfare. The general recognizes this point, and my trip is not in vain. Alan Wilson, whose throat was about to smoke, didn't hesitate to get a glass of water in the commander's office to cool down his dry mouth. This is a valuable experience left by France. Chapter 899. Another hardship for the colony. The British Army cannot deal with guerrilla warfare. In fact, no army can deal with guerrilla warfare in a foreign country unless they burst out all their troops to attack, or mobilize 800,000 troops like France and blockade them layer by layer. Then we must improve the local military level and let it enter the comfort zone of the British Army. Therefore, the two divisions prepared must not be stingy, and they must be established according to the standards of the British combat forces. How many tanks does a British armored division have, and how many tanks should be established for the Chinese armored division? What the British Marine Corps uses, the Malay Marine Division will use. Heavy weapons are not difficult for the current Britain. The Churchill tank has just been retired from the British Army for less than 5 years. There are a large number of Churchill tanks in storage in the UK, and the Cromwell cruiser tank has only been retired for 2 years. The British troops stationed in Malaysia are equipped with Centurion tanks. It is completely reasonable to form armored forces with their respective duties. These are some opinions on recruiting local soldiers formulated by the administrative office. Alan Wilson was well prepared and took out a series of clauses, including welfare benefits, retirement placement and the crime of disrupting military marriages. There were also references to the treatment of Nepalese people employed by the British tradition and the management methods of the French Foreign Legion. After consideration, Alan Wilson believed that the two major ethnic groups in Malay society were conservative in their thinking, and the scope of the crime of disrupting military marriages could be appropriately expanded, not just to protect active military personnel. Therefore, the revised standard for disrupting military marriages in the Malayan colony is that if a person has served for the British, he will be subject to the crime of disrupting military marriages for life, even if he has only been a soldier for 2 years. As for preventing the mutiny of the Chinese Armored Division and the Malay Marine Division, which are important to rely on, the military preparation is to establish a group of armed helicopters. Alan Wilson copied the imported product of Apache, which has now been officially named the Tiger armed helicopter. It has been submitted to the cabinet through the Ministry of Defense and can be ordered after approval. Lieutenant General Scones has become a little numb. How could he not know that Mountbatten's son-in-law was well prepared? He smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, I thought you were only talented in administrative work and could turn the colony into Shanghai." Respected General, I'm better than Mr. Chang. He cannot be compared with me. Alan Wilson did not think it was a compliment, but rather a great insult. Scones was British, and his knowledge of the Magic City was limited to hearing about it. If it were not for the fact that the Malayan colony was mostly Chinese, it is estimated that Scones would have said the more familiar Mumbai when making a comparison. But Alan Wilson knew something about Mr. Chang's level. The Magic City during the Republic of China was so powerful that a special corpse collection team was established, and the number of unidentified corpses taken away throughout the year was never less than 10,000. It was so powerful that the ratio of prostitutes to citizens was 1:100, and after deducting the men, it became 1:60. It was so powerful that there were 20,000 tobacco houses in the city, and 20 special drug factories supplied these tobacco houses. It was so powerful that for every 2 men, there was a gang member. According to fashionable words, if all was shot, there would be fish that slipped through the net, and if one was shot every other, the bad guys might be let go. It was so powerful that an ordinary person could spend $2 on entertainment after working for a year, and a movie theater ticket cost $5. If Alan Wilson made the colony like this, it would be a question whether he could live to the end of his term, not to mention whether it would affect his future career. If Sukarno saw the Malayan colony like this, it would not be an infiltration, but an Indonesian version of the Liberation War. To this day, the population of the Malayan colony is more than 13 million, and the food self-sufficiency rate is 15%. This is the result of him pulling good varieties from all over the world into agriculture and animal husbandry, and starting the Green Revolution. Not to mention the grain merchant group in the Isthmus of Crap that has no profit for the time being. The steel production is the result of Britain using its influence to import iron ore from Australia, and the control of iron ore is in the hands of his wife Pamela Mountbatten. The Malayan colony produces 400,000 tons of rubber annually, which is still the world's largest rubber production base, supplying other countries, and even selling to the Soviet Union, including some production capacity that always disappears when shipped to Hong Kong. The annual production of palm oil is 5 million tons, and the sugar production is 8.5 million tons, supplying the British mainland, the European Community Market, Commonwealth countries and British colonies. The recent plan also includes cocoa planting, hoping to have a place in the future world coffee market. Alan Wilson dare not say how much credit he has, but at least he has done his best since taking office. He can be proud of these. It is his duty to support the Royal Pacific Fleet, but compared with Chan Gong, this is a great insult to him. He decided to chop off the heads of 2 anti-British elements to cheer him up after leaving Singapore. So much so that in the subsequent conversation, Lieutenant General Scones felt that Alan Wilson was much more serious, and joked, "It seems that you also know that you are not welcomed by the garrison, who told me to always send the soldiers who made mistakes in the garrison to Kingshan Mental Hospital. It's strange that you have a good impression of me after living in a pigeon coop." Alan Wilson also knew what kind of image he had in the military, and changed the subject. 2 years ago, there was a trend that many Korean women smuggled into the colonies, especially near Singapore. Of course, I don't want to say anything about the garrison again, but if the disease spreads, it will be a scandal. You know, the US troops stationed in Japan during MacArthur's period caused protests from American women. This trend surprised Alan Wilson. Koreans who smuggled should go to Japan. Malaya is so far away from Korea. Could it be that, because of the adoption of war orphans by the British Red Cross, the name of the British Empire was made famous? However, because he had foreseen that the development of the Malayan colony might lead to a smuggling wave, he had been taking precautions in this regard, mainly to prevent men and repatriated them if found. The treatment will be the same as when Mahajlovic was sent to northern Rhodesia, and you will not be able to take a penny with you. Your crime of destroying a military marriage may dilute the military's bad feelings towards you. Lieutenant General Scones looked at the revised clause to protect soldiers, and said with a wry smile, "Perhaps the garrison soldiers will find ways to trick their wives or girlfriends who live in the country to come here. Whether the colonial regulations apply to local citizens is not up to me." Alan Wilson pointed to it. "It depends on what the cabinet thinks, and Whitehall has no say." At 10 Downing Street, Defense Secretary Earl Alexander went to 10 Downing Street to meet with Prime Minister Attlee. He took the professional opinions refined by Whitehall, including but not limited to the construction progress and cost control of the new aircraft carrier, the order of Tiger attack helicopters, and the content of absorbing local soldiers from the Malayan colony and joining the British Army, etc. The new aircraft carrier was a smokescreen. Earl Alexander was mainly talking about the Tiger attack helicopter and the expansion of the Malayan army. Whitehall told Attlee about the economic development of the Malayan colony directly, and he didn't need to do it for him. If the Prime Minister thinks the cost is a problem, he can talk to the French side to see if they can share the cost. As for the function, the Ministry of Defence has tested it. Whether it is used against armored clusters or against British guerrillas, it is excellent, and is definitely an excellent military product. Earl Alexander tried his best to convince the Prime Minister that the Tiger attack helicopter was excellent and would become a benchmark in the field of attack helicopters once the interview was completed. Strive for French orders? Prime Minister Attlee asked after listening. Do the French have a strong preference for armed helicopters? France believed that armed helicopters were a powerful weapon against guerrillas in the Vietnam battlefield, but because there were not many armed helicopters in hand at that time, it was impossible to expand the results of the war. The same problem faced by the French is also faced by Britain at present. The commander of the Far East Joint Operations Command, SCOANS, mentioned that he hoped that an armed helicopter could ensure the safety of the Malayan colony. Is that so? Prime Minister Attlee became serious after hearing this. The importance of the Malayan colony is self-evident. At the beginning, some people said that Malaya would replace British India, but he didn't believe it in his heart. But now it seems that it is more than enough to replace it. It's not all good. For example, he can feel that Washington hopes that Britain will withdraw from Asia, saying goodbye to the global empire. He certainly can't agree. Once the city construction in Malaya is completed, Britain will get huge benefits, which can't be exchanged for any amount of money. Even if Prime Minister Attlee has never been interested in military investment, he must express support for some projects. In his 12th year as Prime Minister, Attlee, who came to power with a focus on people's livelihood, moved closer to safeguarding the interests of the British Empire. If it were not for the Malayan colony that helped Britain consolidate its market in the Commonwealth and its vast colonies, Britain would face tremendous pressure. Even now, Attlee can feel the ubiquitous competition against Britain. Japan and West Germany have low wages and low currency values. As investment continues to expand, their international competitiveness has increased rapidly, and their trade surplus has continued to grow. Britain and the United States are relatively declining, with economic growth rates only about half of Germany and Japan. Britain also has a strong monetary policy, and the value of the pound is higher than that of the US dollar. Facing a recovered Germany, it has suffered a lot. Fortunately, the impact from Japan has been absorbed by the United States itself. The reason why Britain can still resolve the crisis is that Britain has quite a few colonies that are in a state of development. After some professional reports from Whitehall reminded him, Attlee regarded the colonies as a depression to resolve the crisis, and suffered more from the colonies. As for the source of this method, the Imperial Commissioner, who was familiar with the Soviet system and the scissors gap between workers and farmers, was of course well aware that the countryside could not escape the fact that it had been cut off every time, but it just regarded the British African colonies as the countryside. Indirect rule has its advantages, but direct rule has its advantages. Britain hardly built unimportant colonies, so let these colonies swallow up Britain's crisis. Chapter 900 Economic Crisis. It has to be said that Britain relied on its vast colonies and lived a very good life. Take agriculture for example. Britain's agricultural foundation cannot be said to be bad in the world, but it is not particularly good either. France is the best agricultural power in Europe. France's agricultural foundation is so good that during World War I, northern France was scorched earth, but there was never a food crisis. On the contrary, Germany had a food shortage 1 year after the war. In the colonial era, the meat consumption of an ordinary British person exceeded that of European countries including, but not limited to France by 150% to 300%. Although there is only a small strait, it is almost two worlds. This is based on the fact that Britain did not develop colonies much and carried out very low-level plundering of raw materials. Now that British India has become independent, Alan Wilson commands the Commissioner for Overseas Colonies and, through the framework of the Committee for Overseas Assets Administration, has seriously considered how to develop colonies for the first time. In fact, it can't be said to be development, it's nothing more than some real estate projects, but even these very low-level developments, Britain has never done in many colonies. Even British India can dominate the whole of Asia after independence, but the industrial indicators are also very poor, which is entirely because other Asian countries are too poor. The initial development in the colonies is to allow Britain to increase its bargaining chips to restore Europe after the war. The role of the Malayan colony is to help the British mainland achieve this goal. Alan Wilson said that it is not wrong to let the Malayan colony replace the role of British India. Not only did it replace it, but it also replaced it quite well. Except that it can't be like British India encountering a war, and Britain can shout that it will never surrender until the blood of Indians is shed. In other aspects, it can be better than the original. Only by carrying out necessary construction can the colonies play the role of transferring crisis. If there is no development at all, it will be completely primitive, and there will be no market. In the process of necessary construction, the demand brought about will benefit the Malayan colony. So far, the economic and trade ties between British colonies are actually stronger than before World War II. The reduction of colonies also forced the colonial commissioners in various places to listen to the instructions of their Deputy Secretary General and start working hard in the afterglow of the colonial era. The commissioners of various colonies can be said to be the most concerned group of people in the past 100 years. Of course, the rewards are also rich. Once the demand appears, the means of getting rich not only do not decrease, but increase. A primitive African has never eaten sugar, so naturally there is no demand. Let her eat a piece of candy first. Isn't the demand there? Only with the market can the scissors between workers and farmers be swung. Otherwise, even if Alan Wilson has some understanding of the means of self-exploitation of countries with the Soviet system, he cannot pass the crisis on to the primitive tribes, who are full and not hungry. Therefore, the real estate strategy of British Africa was launched earlier than the Malayan colonies. In essence, the current Britain is like a three-stage rocket. The development of the British African colonies that are still preserved will raise the Malayan colonies to a higher level and will eventually help the development of the British mainland. Of course, the British also knew the means of the industrial agricultural scissors gap, but it was the Soviet Union, which was rebuilt on the ruins of the Russian Empire, that really took this means to another level. Because the British mainland was not large before the independence of British India, there were people and land, so it was enough to make the locals live a good life without too much effort. Just use some means to scrape the land and make a lot of money without too much concealment. The Soviet Union did not have this condition, and the industrial agricultural scissors gap in the hands of the Soviet Union was completely at another level. Although the Soviet Union created the term industrial agricultural scissors gap to criticize the free world, it was more skilled in using it than the free world. If a colonial country like Britain is at the kindergarten level, the Soviet Union is completely at the professor level, and even formed a theory. Agriculture is not only an important source of primitive accumulation of capital, but also the absolute foundation of industrial development. Without the support of agriculture, industrialization cannot succeed. Due to the increase in fertilizers, machines, pesticides, improved varieties, labor, etc. used in agricultural production, the cost of agricultural products has increased. The labor productivity of industry has increased much faster than that of agriculture. The cost of industrial products has been declining both in absolute and relative terms. In this way, the reduction in the price gap between industrial and agricultural products calculated by the price index will be discounted. Alan Wilson only used the Soviet Union's theory of publicly criticizing the free world as a guide, and through the framework of his leadership of the Committee on Overseas Assets Control, he let other colonial commissioners do so. The results are now very obvious. The Soviet theory is really damn useful. Even if Britain was in trouble after the war, it was much better than the ruins left by the collapse of the Russian Empire. Alan Wilson did not dare to say that he was better than the Carters of the Communist Party of China at that time, but Britain's situation was definitely better than when the Soviet Union was first established. The pricing of Malaya's industrial products was in London, and the bulk of the profits were of course intercepted by London, but it still allowed Alan Wilson to achieve remarkable results after taking office. Now he has money to promote urban construction in the Malayan colony. Originally, after the independence of British India, the newly born India would have a short-term scene of standing out from the crowd in Asia. Because British India used to have a high status in the colony, there were Indians in many communities in Africa, and the subcontinent and the British East African colonies were facing each other, which would help India's development. But now it's no longer possible. Alan Wilson has blocked this road. Nehru should find out how to industrialize in India itself. Don't expect to play the scissors between industry and agriculture in British colonies. British colonies should be left to themselves as reservoirs. In short, this is a current economic policy recognized by Britain within the framework of smashing colonies, and the effect is very significant. Alan Wilson has arrived in Sabah without stopping. He is chatting and laughing with Ali Khan. The relationship between the two has been tested by a series of things. He does not hide his purpose. Respected Maharaja, you have understood my idea about Sabah as a concentrated area for cocoa cultivation. I hope that in 5 years, the annual output of cocoa can reach 70,000 to 100,000 tons. The climate in Sabah is also very suitable. Alan, if you had shown such workability when you were in British India, you would probably be surprised. Ali Khan said with a hint of shock, it's really amazing. If Indians don't mind the Bengal famine every year. Alan Wilson muttered in his heart. The gap between industry and agriculture will definitely cost the agricultural population. Alan Wilson is transferring the crisis to the British African colonies. If he did this in British India, he didn't know how many people would die in India. Even if I worked hard, India would be independent. Alan Wilson said leisurely, it's better for me to bring my talent to the warm beaches of Malaya. But then again, the existence of Goa has helped me a lot. Goa is equivalent to the role of Hong Kong for India. The Portuguese are happy to load ships in Malaya, then transport goods to Goa, and then enter the Indian market. Alan Wilson certainly doesn't object to this. Everyone has a bright future, which is good for Britain and Portugal. It can also consolidate the alliance between Portugal and Britain. The value of goods flowing in through Goa exceeds £5,000 a year, and there is still growth potential. Now the two most densely populated places in the world have ways for Britain to enter. There is nothing happier than this. Ali Khan readily agreed to help promote cocoa planting in Sabah. Would you consider returning to the country to be a prime minister? Elections every few years are so annoying. Alan Wilson tilted his head and sneered. Democratic elections have no positive effect on the country. This is the consensus between the governor and me. The purpose of the British general election is just to give citizens an excuse to decide the fate of the country. The main function is to allow them to comfort themselves. Oh, fortunately this is Sabah, not London. Ali Khan smiled, but then again, I think the relationship between us still prompts me to believe in your judgment. I'm very pleased with the judgment of the Maharaja. Alan Wilson whistled. In the busy time at the beginning of the year, Alan Wilson paid attention to Malaya's urban construction, military expansion and blow-light missile projects. He knew that the Soviet Union launched the first artificial satellite in history this year, allowing humans to touch space for the first time. The whole of Malaya is still developing in an orderly manner. In his spare time, Alan Wilson would take ladies of the same status as his wife to ride a rocket to consolidate their relationship. As March came, an economic crisis like a storm took shape in North America. In the past 3 years, the investment growth rate of the United States has exceeded 10%, which is the most prosperous period of the US economy after the war. But what followed was that in the peaceful environment of more than 10 years after the war, the industrial capacity of various countries has been fully restored, and the long-term competitive advantage of the United States has long disappeared. In March, there was a backlog of goods in the United States, and the lack of purchasing power of citizens led to unsellable goods, and inventories in various places skyrocketed. The unreasonable economic crisis broke out again. Under the sunshine of Malaya, Alan Wilson was holding a newspaper and reading the news that Canada was implicated in the US economic crisis. It was like a sign of a world economic crisis. However, Alan Wilson did not panic. Canada and the United States were close to each other. Maybe it was a technical adjustment. The Imperial Commissioner continued to work hard, jogging in parallel, and had already booked a trip to Australia to visit his wife and sister-in-law. But soon, the news from Japan clearly showed the world that this was not a technical adjustment. The world economic crisis came with a vigorous pace. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.